voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I'm manifesting my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the back. So I give a voice to those people who would never...
Yo, what is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. It is 1/21/2024. Yes, we just finished watching the playoffs. I did anyways. I don't know about you, but I know that we were on for a nice show tonight. There's a lot to talk about, in my opinion. There's an interview I've seen that stands out when it comes to talking about this case in particular. And this case just stinks. I mean, let's just face it, right, guys? This case stinks. I would be surprised if there's not an arrest in this case. 3 people don't just fall over. You know what I mean? 3 people don't just fall over. That shit don't just happen like that. They're not just falling over and clanking. You know what I mean? Like, that's weird. What's going on, Shar? I see Shar, Alicia. We got Shar, Alicia, Hannah in the building, Speculation Station, Mom to 5 Kings. How you doing? Wow, look. You said, look at the poll. We are really divided on this. Let me check what you're talking about. Oh, wow. Yeah. Do you think foul play is the case or was it an accident? Now, as you're coming in, make sure you get your votes in. Make sure you hit the like button too. I need to share the stream on Twitter real quick. So we got 20% right now is an accidental overdose, 54% foul play, and then 27% on 50-50 need more details. I understand that. I definitely understand that. How did 3? All right. So I don't know if this is the one I want to go to yet. Nope. I wanted you guys to see this one. This one's new to me. This is Ricky Johnson's family speaking out. You probably seen it by now. Maybe you haven't. Check this out real quick.
Norma Chester, his brother, Jonathan Price.
Damn, why'd it stop on me?
Price and his niece, Stephanie Walling.
Oh, it's going to do that every time.
To the 3 of you, my deepest condolences to your family. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us this morning. I can't imagine. Normally,
hold on. Every time I click off of this monitor, for some reason, it does that.
let me just start with you. You got the phone call that every parent dreads. How are you holding up? And who was Ricky, for those of us who didn't know him?
It's very hard holding up. I don't remember what she
Who was he?
He was a loving son. He was a loving father, a loving brother, uncle.
Now, before we move on with this interview and watching this interview, this is Ricky Johnson's family. What's going on, Hannah? Or Penguin Packs? I see you. Gypsy. It's nice to see you. Let me see. Valerie, Shay, Deline. Hopefully I say that right. I feel like I'm butchering your name. Nina said I did.
Good night, baby. I love you.
Love you too, baby. Good night. Huh? Hold up. What do you mean? Okay, love you. Love you too. All right. He can come in. Sosa, what are you doing? Sosa's trying to bust in. What's going on, Gene? Welcome. Elizabeth in the building. KC. Yeah, KC took the dub. Don, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. What are you doing, Sos? Boy, Sos. I can't click off of this, but this interview's wild. So let's tune back into it real quick.
Yeah. Norma, we hear your heart, and I can't imagine what you're feeling as a mom. I think too, anyone following this story from near or far can agree that something just doesn't add up here, right? 3 friends don't just get together for a football game and freeze to death, which is what the guy who lives in that home says happened. What does your mother's intuition tell you, Norma?
That something is not right. And he should be arrested. He should at least be investigated. And they are.
Yeah, I agree with her 100% on that. She said at least be investigated, right? I mean, and that's what we know how the system works. You have to have some type of evidence. You can't just run up in somebody's crib and start investigating without probable cause. Now, I mean, this is a weird
not
one.
Doing anything.
Let's keep watching real quick.
Jonathan, what?
This is crazy.
What's your sibling gut check here? And, you know, to your mom's point, can you offer any more insights as to who this man was who hosted Ricky and his friends? how he didn't know that there were bodies in the backyard, or didn't report that there were bodies in the backyard for days on end? What are you learning from law enforcement?
Well, law enforcement hasn't spoken to me specifically, but it's mostly word of mouth right now. And what we do know is that he did have animals that do need to go outside. They didn't get enough snow to really think that would.
I find it interesting, again, because you know that we've seen several screenshots with people talking about, and if you're just tuning in, we are talking about the Kansas City 3 and diving into this new interview that came out with Ricky Johnson's family. Again, did you hear what he said? He said he had dogs that need to go out, etc. And we're seeing screenshots that say otherwise, right? That are saying his dogs were dropped off at his mom's, right? I know you've seen the same exact thing. That's what they're saying. Mucka 77 Sosa. They are investigating. There is no investigation. Miss says they're investigating. Let's see. What's going on, Gold Dust? Welcome. Law enforcement is watching him. Poor family. Just the facts. Yes, this is unreal to believe from afar. I can't imagine being the family of these men, and there is nothing for investigation. Agreed, or at least everything is close to the vest at this point. Now, tomorrow, I do want to let you guys know I plan on having a Kansas City sheriff on the show. So make sure you turn your notification bells on, because I do plan on having a Kansas City. Again, you heard me say it right. A Kansas City sheriff on the show tomorrow. So make sure you turn your notification bells on and you hit that like button. That's what I'm trying to bring for you guys. I'm trying to bring you guys some, outlook from a police officer or a sheriff from that area that is familiar with the laws. So I want you guys to lock in. Be ready for that tomorrow. I'm hoping to get that done by tomorrow. Let's see. Feeling so bad for the families. I Am Too Bear says they are merely waiting for the toxicology reports. Agreed. Yes. Like I said, a Kansas City sheriff tomorrow. Lock in the notification bell. We are getting her on. And yes, I said her. It's a female.
Cover an entire person, and dogs have that sense. There's many different things that don't add up that we just don't understand, and how somebody would not be at least investigated in any way or held until. So we've heard that he's moving out as well. So we don't know if
he said we heard that he was moving out as well. Right. He says we heard he was moving out as well. There was a U-Haul at this location. We were able to pull up that article on here. Maybe you were here for the stream, but now I don't know if it's BS or not, because anybody can take stuff or, put stuff up and make it look like as if it was the place. Right. But we did see a video with the U-Haul at the house. Now, what was that U-Haul at the house for? That's the real question. Why was there a U-Haul at his house if there was indeed? Now, I know what I seen in that TikTok video, but I don't know what date it was recorded. Stacy says it's going to come down to the autopsy. I agree. Wow. Do you have an idea of time? Well, it's definitely going to be in the afternoon. 100%. It's going to be in the afternoon. They work tomorrow, so it would definitely be in the afternoon. This officer does work tomorrow, so it would, like I said, it's going to be in the afternoon. That's why we couldn't do it tonight, because the football game was like 8. They were going to come on at 8, but tomorrow we'll get it done. We'll get it done tomorrow. Cheapskate says the guy is a scientist, though, so he knows what substances won't show up in toxicology. And that's a scary part, to think about shit like that. To think about it like that is crazy. Glad to catch a live, Trev. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate the love. Devil Doll says maybe one, but 2 and 3, too sus. I think they were trying to escape. That's what I'm saying. You got 3 guys. They all plop over in the backyard, and you expect the family to say, hey, not one, but your son and 2 other of his friends fell and died in the backyard, froze to death. You would expect somebody to, or they didn't say froze to death. He used the word froze to death, allegedly. Right? That's what was being said. Allegedly, that he said my friends froze to death. That's what was being put out there. So I find that kind of weird too, that statement was made. You said, I really hope they get some answers soon. I hope they do too. Stacy B says it doesn't mean anything if he's a scientist. People aren't too smart. Oh, T-REV, sweet talk the lady cop. Nah. Thank you, Delana. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 12 months. I really do appreciate it. Lock in. What 2024, we're elevating. Like I said, tomorrow we will have a Kansas City sheriff on, and I'm excited to hear her output on this case. Now, she did say it was sus from what I'm hearing. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Jersey Junebug said excited guest announcement for tomorrow. Can't wait. It is going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. I'm ready. Like I said, it's going to be in the afternoon. It's not going to be in the morning time. It's definitely going to be in the afternoon because they work first shift. They work a shift tomorrow, first shift tomorrow. So you said it's time for some Pop-Tarts. Thank you, Tara, for the 10 months. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 months of support. Shout out to Tara. I appreciate that.
He's going to be sticking around much longer.
Okay, and just to clarify, did you know this guy ahead of time? Any red flags that you know about with this friend, this fourth party?
No, the two men that my brothers were with, they were inseparable. But this man, we did not. No one from Ricky's family knew, and we don't know how they became associated together.
Yeah.
You know what? We'll start opening the lines up too, because I want to start hearing from you guys. Maybe you guys been checking into details all night long. I'm gonna open the lines up also because I do want to talk to you tonight. I want to hear what you're thinking. Maybe your mind's changed on this case. Maybe something, you know what I mean? So if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. I'm gonna continue to go over this.
Gosh, Stephanie, police quickly ruled out any foul play, but it seems so many, including the direct family members, y'all are still in the dark, wondering what led them to that conclusion in the first place. Have police shared any evidence with you or, closer family members that maybe haven't shared publicly that are helping you make any sense of what happened whatsoever, or it's just been silent on your end?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we haven't really heard much at all. Honestly, we just want answers.
Okay, so that's Ricky Johnson's niece, okay? Stephanie Walling, Ricky Johnson's niece, yes. So this is Ricky Johnson's niece.
Ricky's cause of death is still under investigation. An autopsy has been performed. Norma, what are you hopeful for when it comes to those results? I mean, what are you hoping to? Are you hoping it's something as innocent as carbon monoxide poisoning? I mean, what are you praying for here as you wait for those results to come back to your family?
I have not one time thought it was carbon monoxide. I believe they were poisoned by this guy.
Now, did you hear what she said? She said, I, for not one moment, did not believe that this was carbon monoxide. I believe he poisoned it. Wow.
A few moments later.
Wow. Accidentally hit the wrong button. That's crazy. You heard that? She says straight up, I believe they were poisoned. I got to hear that again.
Back to your family.
Hold up.
I have not one time thought it was carbon monoxide. I believe they were poisoned by this guy.
She said, I believe they were poisoned by this guy. Now, is there anyone in here that just believes the families are just upset and want answers? I mean, I said, look, let me put myself in their shoes, right? My family member goes over to somebody's house. My loved one, it could be my girl, it could be anybody. They go over to somebody's house to watch football. And I get a call or I don't even hear from them. They don't come back home that night. I'm busting down doors that night if I don't get an answer. If I know where that location is and you told me I'm going over Aunt Becca's house tonight to watch the game. If I don't hear from you, or not Aunt Becca, we can't go into aunts because that's family. Let's just say my best friend, Ricky Bobby. It cannot, he has a football party tonight. We're gonna go over there and watch football. If my loved one don't answer the phone and nobody answers the phone that night, I will be there that night. Because if it's not normal to not hear from somebody you love. And that's why that fiance popped up at that house and broke in. And a lot of people are like, yeah, she could be charged. Yeah, she could. But you know what? Where I'm from, we would chase your ass down. We're going to find you when we want to find where you're at. We're going to find you that night. If you don't call back within 2 hours from a text message that I sent you or no response to that, I'm coming to look for you. Best believe that. I'm just saying. I have to put it like that because that's how we are. Foul play. You said foul play? Definitely, in my opinion. Stacy says, I've noticed in many homicide investigations lately, law enforcement has been quiet on info. You smell jealous. Says I have to see the statement in official docs before I believe it. Right. Where is the official documents that came out? Is there any documents on this case whatsoever? Because I can't find any. They might be keeping from family on purpose. You're right. You're right, Sky Blue. Let's play that back though. Let's watch. Let's finish watching this.
Results to come back to your family.
I have not one time thought it was carbon monoxide. I believe they were poisoned by this guy.
Jonathan, any idea, any insights that you could give us as to, you know, these three friends? You've seen the rumor mill swirling online. Do you think it was sinister? Do you think it was, you know, drinking involved, drugs involved? I mean, what do you think?
I mean, it's definitely drinking. Everyone loved to have a good time, especially when watching the Chiefs game.
Sure.
Okay, so you heard that's an important note to take from Jonathan Price. Jonathan Price, Ricky Johnson's brother. That's an important note to take. He said they like to drink. I mean, there's a question answered right there. He says his brother drinks. We kind of were speculating that he did. And there's an official, at least we know that, okay, he drinks. So was it, you know, were they just drunk and they maybe fell asleep on the back patio? Or is this something sinister and evil? You know, that's how I'm looking at it. Either it's something went horribly wrong on accident and they were really, really drunk and something bad happened, or something sinister happened, allegedly. You said all three family needs to do interviews with as many people as possible to keep the pressure on. I agree. This poor mother, please, everybody, let's look into this. Lowe's said, wow. I mean, she's hurt. Yes, straight up. Hold on, let me catch up to you guys because I know I'm way behind. Mermaid says common sense tells you that it is a poisoning or an OD of accidental. Said list drop. Common sense tells you that it is poisoning or an accidental lace drugs. Yeah, I gotta agree with that too. That stance also.
And I don't like to speculate very much. I like to deal with facts. But you know, my brother was a smart man, and there's no way that he would, you know, it's just freezing to death is not a cause of death that I would accept. Not for three grown men that were inseparable, that looked after each other. There's just no way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what a toxicology report would tell us on all that, other than what potential drugs were in his system. But then again, it took a very long time to get that autopsy done because of the situation that arose and how long they had to wait and everything like that. And I'm not a scientist in any way, so I don't know how long those drugs are still in their systems if they were drugged. But yeah, we're just looking for some type of effort.
There it is, right there. Sagging brawl. Get out of here with that shit. Talk about a sagging brawl. That's crazy. That he said maybe they were passing around a fentanyl lace joint without knowing the drug was in it. It all boils down to the toxicology report. Patience, people. Patience. Unfortunately, I am too bare says I found the what? The obits. Oh, the obituaries, and none have burial dates. Okay. Well, I know that Ricky Johnson's funeral was Saturday, I think. Was it Saturday? I'm pretty sure it was Saturday or Friday, one of the two. It was the day after we talked to Adriana, because you know we talked to Adriana here. Kendall says sad story, 100%. And there's another thing I want to touch up on too. And I see people are calling in, and it's not telling me that people are calling in. Finally, it shows me one person. 760, you're on the show. What's going on? Can you hear me? what they're doing. Hold up, let me refresh that too. Now try again. That's weird. I couldn't hear you. Whoever 570 is, I couldn't hear you. You said in case of carbon monoxide poisoning and cyanide toxicity, the color of what? Hypothesis is typically what? Cherry pinkish? What the? Oh, you're pulling shit out of Google right now. You're speaking Google's language with that. 870, you're on the show. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, brother. Well, I got to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
There's one surefire way the family will know before an autopsy or anything if they died from carbon monoxide poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be that their flesh, their bodies, their skin would be a bright pink color.
Right.
Whenever you die from carbon monoxide poisoning, you turn pink.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so noticeable. It's unreal. And if they were poisoned with cyanide, they would be pink. If they were poisoned with they could be, whenever you die from poisoning,
Mm-hmm.
there's typically telltale signs of what you died from poison wise.
Now, what was your what was your thoughts on how mom during this interview right here was just like I feel like they were poisoned. Is that something that we don't know about? Is it this dude? Do they know things about this dude that we don't? You know what I'm saying? Like, allegedly, I'm just saying, I don't know that to be true or false at all, but I'm just saying in general, I'm throwing it out there. Is there something that they know about him? I mean, we know he's a scientist and stuff like that, but from the comments that I've been seeing on Jordan, people seem to be saying that he was like a weirdo and all this other stuff. I don't even know the guy.
Right. Well, here's the whole thing. Where's the mother getting this? She doesn't believe they died from carbon monoxide poisoning. Who told her they died from carbon monoxide poisoning is what I want to know.
I think it was the I want to say it was the journalist that asked the question or threw it out there as if like
okay.
The journalist said something about carbon monoxide, and that's why I think she addressed it that way.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Whenever they find people who have died from carbon monoxide poisoning, they are typically bright pink.
You said they were bright pink when they're found, so they would put that out, but then they have to wait for the autopsies to come back regardless.
Right.
You know, so.
But like that would be the sure telltale sign if they died from carbon monoxide or not. Like 9 times out of 10, a mortician can diagnose carbon monoxide poisoning as soon as they come in on the table because of their coloring.
Old dude is like,
just like there are certain poisons like I can't remember which one it is. It might be cyanide will make you smell like almonds. Your corpse will smell like almonds.
I think it could be.
But there will be, like, they might not be releasing anything, but they've got a general idea if it was something such as carbon monoxide poisoning or, you know, something like that. There would be telltale signs, and the families would already know that it was definitely carbon monoxide poisoning from their funeral services.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because if they froze outside, they would stay that color still.
Came in right at the brawl. Yeah, you came in right at the brawl. Oh, you talk about the brawl. That's funny.
But I don't know. I can't make a conclusive decision until we get that talk.
Well, yeah, they don't have everything back, so I don't know. What is it gonna say? What's it gonna tell them besides, you know, what was in their system? Like the brother was saying, brother made a great point. He said, I don't like speculating. I like going off facts. And I thought that was a good point that he made. He's waiting for those reports to come back before he really dives in.
Right. I mean, I think we all need more info at this point, but mostly the families need to know because they need closure. And until they can say yay or nay, I mean, I feel like they're always going to have some kind of grudge against this guy strictly from the circumstances. Mm-hmm. And if I was them, I would definitely file a civil suit if there are no criminal charges pursued. But I don't think that this guy's ever his name's never going to be the same again after this, regardless if he killed him or not. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I see how you're putting it. Yeah, I mean, if they don't have anything against him, yeah, maybe people may look at him in a weird way. But if they don't have anything against him, that's why we have our justice system set in place the way it is. Now, the thing that I don't understand here in this situation, which I can't really say that because I don't know what happened when that, police went there and they found the bodies. I don't know if they took Jordan in and questioned him. I don't know. There's certain things that we don't know as a whole. So it's hard for me to really nail into it without those facts. Now, we do know what we've seen. That's why I said earlier in the show, are the families upset right now? Or is there truly something sinister here? That's where I'm in the middle. I'm looking at both sides because you gotta have an open mind and be fair. Could these guys have frozen outside like this and died? I absolutely think not. But when you sit back and look at it, you do have to leave a little gap in there for a tragedy like this to have happened. They could have been plastered, drunk, like out of their minds. And somehow all three ended up outside. Now I'm not saying that this is what happened. I have to throw that out there that just in case this family gets no answers and you know what I mean, and nothing comes back up and shows, then it's going to be hard to sit there and come after Jordan without cold hard, facts. You have to have something. You have to have something that ties you. And I'm not saying that to be a bummer. I'm just being a realist here and looking at the situation. And it's super sad and it's super weird the way that these bodies were found in the backyard by the garden that they had. I mean, I could pull a picture up of it here in a minute. We've looked at the house fully furnished here on the show before. So if you haven't seen that, go back to some of the last lives. We went through a lot of different screenshots from the family members talking about this Jordan guy in certain ways, and everything that you hear here is allegedly. It always is allegedly because I do not know the cold hard facts to this case until we have paperwork to go off of. And there's an arrest made. I can't say that this guy truly did this allegedly, right? But I could talk about it. We could speculate on that, but we can't go much farther than that without having evidence, without having some type of lead. Was there things searched on a computer? They have to have probable cause to get a warrant to do that shit. So it's like, that's why I want to know about the night that the fiance broke in. Did they question Jordan then? Did they take him downtown? Did they ask him at his house right away and they just left and were like, oh, here's 3 people. Oh, I'm gonna get out of here. But how did it work? How did that happen that night? What happened when the police were called to this residence? Did they take Jordan down? Like I said, did they take him to the station and investigate and talk to him? Did he lawyer up right away? Did they say, hey, are you willing to come down here for questioning? Did he go, I want a lawyer? Is that how it happened? I want to know. Those details happen, they matter too.
What I want to know is if he had a lawyer before the fiance broke into the house and found the bodies. I want to know if he lawyered up before the bodies were found.
The problem is law enforcement never did an investigation. That's what I'm saying. Perfect Storm said, problem is the law enforcement never did an investigation.
Okay, well, we have to look at this from another point of view, too. This is something I was wanting to break down with you, T-REV. This guy, Jordan is not just your average run-of-the-mill person. He is one of the top scientists on AIDS vaccines, period.
And she said he's a flight risk. Hope they take his passport.
He has millions and millions of dollars at his disposal through his AIDS vaccine research.
I mean, I just don't want to see. I mean, how many cases am I covering that people have died from weird circumstances like this? I mean, if you've been following me, and I can name them off the top, just a few. Christian Andriacchio, Jessica Johnson. I know I say these names a lot, but I mean, these people died under the weirdest circumstances. Like I said, Jessica Johnson, Christian Andriacchio. Just go and look at those 2 stories alone, and those are said to be suicide.
Chris Dowdy, Dowdery,
Chris
how do you say his
Daughtery, you're
name?
talking about Daughtery from
The
Virginia.
12-year-old little boy that hung himself with his hands tied behind his back and a bag over his head on his swing set.
Now, if you know, this is where it comes down to is this going to be another case added to that pile of cases like that? Is that what I'm witnessing right here, right now? Because I remember seeing those.
Absolutely think so.
I remember seeing those cases at the beginning, and now look at where they're at now. Mom, no answers. You know, the Jessica Johnson's family, no answers. Ellen Greenberg, no answers. You get what I'm saying? Those are 3 cases off the top. Their moms, their families, nobody has answers on why they passed away, how they died. How did Ellen Greenberg get stab wounds to the back of her head? How did Christian Andriacchio, you know, how was there this struggle and they both had GSR on their hands? How did these 3 guys fall to their death altogether? And you heard the brother talking. He said they were all 3 good friends that looked out for each other. That's the way he worded it. I wanted to watch that simply again, just to listen to his wording, the family's wording of the way that they use things. They said that all 3 of these friends were really good friends and looked out for each other. Now, was he just saying that or is he being honest? I believe him. I believe him when he said
I believe him. I believe him.
But I appreciate you calling in, Regina. I'm gonna get some more callers in. Shout out to you. Thank you for being a voice in the community. This case gets me revved the fuck up because something is wrong here. Like something's wrong here to me. I'm speculating that something is wrong, but I am leaving my mind open to a tragedy happening, to something like a tragedy happening. You got to leave that space there too. So, but thank you, Regina.
Whenever you're thinking about this case, though, T-REV, just keep in mind that this guy is someone with a little bit of power in his back pocket. So it probably is going to end up like Kylie Rodney. Sorry, not sorry.
I hope not. Thank you. I appreciate you being a voice in the community.
Guys. Shout out to everything. I love you guys.
Love and light, Regina. I appreciate you. God bless you. Shout out to Regina. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. This case gets me revved up. This makes me want to have conversations with y'all. This makes me want to go through these interviews. This makes me want to talk to people. You know, it's wild. People at 519, what's on your mind? Talk to us.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, brother? How's your night?
I've been kind of looking at this case a little bit from a different perspective.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'll honestly say I am a recovering addict, so I have experience with drugs. I've seen overdoses, all this crap.
Thank you. I appreciate you being honest.
Yeah, in my opinion, first of all, it's not carbon monoxide poisoning because they're out in the open, fresh air.
Yes, sir.
So, in my opinion, that eliminates that aspect. No physical signs of foul play, so they weren't beaten or anything. Why would 3 guys go outside in the cold temperatures to smoke? But he doesn't like smoking in his house. A lot of people don't. 3 guys go outside to smoke a joint. Unfortunately, stuff was potentially laced with fentanyl. And I hate to say it, but I've seen people drop from fentanyl. It happens so quickly and without even any notice. You're done. And this is just playing devil's advocate, but did anybody know if the renter of the house, if he was even home on that Monday? What I'm potentially thinking is that he might have had a business thing he had to leave for early in the morning, or might have even left Sunday night. Knew these guys well enough, just said, hey, do what you got to do here. Didn't even realize this happened. Came home late Tuesday and went straight into his house, got looking for people in the backyard. You know what I mean? Like, just off the top of my head. Like, but I hate to say it, but I think it was an accidental overdose. It's the only thing that makes sense in my mind.
It is. I don't, you mentioned smoking cigarettes. So, when they go out, what do you think happened when they went out to smoke cigarettes?
Well, they went out to smoke a joint, right? Maybe not a cigarette, but they went out to share a joint.
Okay.
As they're sharing the joint, if this stuff was laced with fentanyl, like that shit it's ultimately a elephant tranquilizer. Like, humans aren't meant to ingest that or die or anything. And it'll hit you so fast and it's over. Especially if you've never done it before. And I'm assuming most people haven't. And it's an unfortunate situation where,
that's a good point.
These guys were potentially victims of laced weed.
Damn. That's a good point too. Yeah, I think it was 27. We looked it up. It was 27. Was the
just around 0, like around freezing temperature compared. I'm in Canada, so it'd be the equivalent of like 0.
Same vibes as a Kylie case. Same vibes as a Kylie case. I hope it doesn't go like that. I hope I'm not witnessing that. I hope I'm not. I hope they get the answers that they need. Now, I'm not saying the answer is always somebody murdered someone. That's not what I'm saying here, ladies.
No.
I mean, I'm saying I hope the families get the answers that they need for closure on why their loved one passed away, whether it be foul play, a drug overdose, or whatever. I want them to get that answer. If somebody did something fucked up to them, then they deserve what's coming to them. That's what we're talking about. Some people are speculating this guy being weird. I get that. And some people are speculating, well, hey, we need to look at, the autopsies and look at this toxicology, and we need to wait and look at, certain circumstances here. And I get that. I understand that viewpoint, and I respect that viewpoint. It's called transparency. And I love the folks that keep that in mind, because Jordan, we don't even, for Christ's sakes, we don't even know who the 5th person was. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
We don't even know who was all at this house. So that's the part that revs me up a little bit, is that we
know about 4 people.
Why isn't it?
We know about 4.
Say what now?
I was just saying, we know about 4 people. How many other people were there for the game?
They said a 5th
There could have been 20 people there.
They said that there was a 5th person there, but why is it that person's name out? They left early. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
They left early, blah, blah, blah. But why is their name not out either? Jordan's name's in the spotlight. It is his house. I understand that part, but everybody who was at that party that night, they need to be a statement, I feel like, to give this family some closure.
Exactly. And the other thing too, did you hear what the brother said? When we get the toxicology back, we'll know what kind of drugs were in his system.
Yes, sir. I did
hear that. Doesn't rule out the concept that they probably smoked weed.
He's not prestigious. So. Yeah. Now, if fentanyl's in their system, will that, give them some answers and closure?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And if it's not, watch everything change.
Yeah. Unless they bought it from a dispensary, which they very well could have. If they just bought it from a normal plug or whatever, then, generally that plug has, up the chain. And you know what? They might not even know when the stuff is laced. And it's an unfortunate situation. It's definitely one of the reasons I decided to, change my life around, is because all the fentanyl stuff is coming in. I've seen too many friends drop and their lives were over.
I'm proud
without even knowing.
Proud of you, brother. Stay on that road. Stay on that road.
Yeah. So it's I'm talking like a little bit from experience with this, my viewpoint as well.
I appreciate it. I really do appreciate you giving your viewpoint on that, man, and stay on that road to,
absolutely.
Stay in the recovered zone. It's going to be a battle for the rest of your life, but you got this. Trust me. Just keep going. Pushing forward. Don't look back. Stay in your lane. Don't look to the left. Don't look to the right. Don't bring any of them people back around. Because guess what? If you bring those people back around, the addiction comes back around. Then everything that comes back around that tortures your life, that comes back around. So keep it. Stay in your lane, brother. Stay doing what you're doing. You're obviously clean for a reason right now. You're obviously doing the right thing. God bless you, brother. I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have a wonderful night, man.
You as well, my friend.
Loving life, brother. To him, good phone call. I love to hear from you guys. 219-885-9693. We want to hear your thoughts and opinions and theories on this case. I'm pretty relaxed. 760, you're on the show. What's going on? Talk 707, sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hi. I have another aspect for you.
Yes, ma'am. Bring it. We want to hear it.
This is really confusing. Could it be a fact that maybe he was trying his drugs on those 3 to see what it would do to him?
Ooh, I think I said that the other day. I was sitting there thinking, right? And I was like, did this guy try, allegedly, I did say allegedly, I said, this guy allegedly tried like a science experience, or do I have a tinfoil hat on right now? I was thinking like that. But when sitting back and really thinking about this case, I think the toxicology report and, every detail matters here. Everything from the way that they got to the house, from the way that they made first contact with them, all the way down. You get what I'm saying? I think everything matters in this one.
But see, the thing is, if you really listen to it, this guy was smart. And once law enforcement knows you're in the medical facility, you know, a medical person, or in, let's say, a county position, they don't do anything. Because this guy, you know, they take him for his word, basically. But I was just thinking, maybe this guy was thinking, you know, let me try this out on them and see what it does, or if they have any effect to it.
Now, did you read his website? It's if you look at it, it's what was it, AVIA or IVAI? Yeah, here it is. I got it right here. So if you pull it up, this is the website, right? Let's pull it up across the screen. This is the guy. Now I'll send this, or I could drop it in chat or whatever, and you got whoever wants to read it. We went over it a little bit here, right, guys? So I mean, it says meet the what? It says meet the IAVI scientists applying new and emerging technologies to one of the toughest challenges facing HIV vaccine researchers today. Now, this has information in here, like just based, and it's written by him, by the way. So if you go and read this, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually written by Jordan Willis himself. And it says, you know, he types all this stuff in and answers these questions. This is him here on the right-hand side. So I don't know if you have seen him before. If you haven't,
no, I live in the mountains and I don't get really good reception.
Right.
I was surprised that, you know, I could even get through, but it's hard to read things. So I go off of what, you know, trying to figure it out from what you guys are saying.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, the thing is too, is listening to interviews and, you know, press conferences. But there hasn't been no press conferences with this case particularly. There hasn't been no press conferences. So, but the families have spoke with news stations. So there's multiple interviews out there with, you know, the families, including this interview that I found today. I was like, wow, this interview was, you know, very interesting.
Okay. A friend said that they didn't even take him in and question him. Is that true?
From what I heard, I don't know that to be true. I don't know what happened that night. I don't even know the details of. All I know is what I heard. What I'm hearing could be baloney.
Right.
You know, like, so I want to put that out there, that everything that you hear here is allegedly, because there is a lot of misinformation in with some of these details, I feel like.
There's no information. That's the problem.
And the information that we're hearing is he answered the door with a wine glass and a robe, and there was a U-Haul, and his sister posted with sister posted a picture with 3 dead birds allegedly, and you know, all these different things. I haven't been able to find that post either. Originally, the original 3 dead bird post, I have not been able to corroborate that story. And tomorrow night, yeah, it's going to be tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, when we have the Kansas City sheriff on, we're going to talk to her, because she knows the Kansas City laws. She knows and works and has been working with these Kansas City sheriff for how long? What was it? 10 plus? So I'm saying this, she knows Kansas City law. So I can't wait to have this guest on the show to answer, like, what, you know, she was kind of filling in some blanks from what I was reading, stuff about, you know, you need probable cause to do certain things. And it makes sense, because you do.
True.
You do need probable cause. You need to know, like, it was the death homicide. They're saying that it's not homicide, that it's a death investigation, and that they're 100% not looking at it as a homicide. So what is indicating police for them to put out a statement saying they're 100% not looking at it as a homicide? They emailed that. And I'm not just making that up. They emailed that to a media station, by the way. I'm pretty sure it was News Nation. They told them 100%. They're investigating it. 100% not murder. Or not homicide.
Well, but you also got to think of the guy in the house knew that there were 3 people on the property that had stepped outside. If they didn't come back in, wouldn't you think you would go say, you know, go at least look to see if they were there still?
That's what I'm saying. Your friends, allegedly 2 vehicles were there. I'm hearing all this stuff, but that's why I said a statement from police, at least about the report from that night when the police were called. What happened? You get what I'm saying? Were there 2 vehicles recovered from that location? Did family members come and pick up their vehicles? stuff like that is very important.
Right. That would be something about would be for the neighbors type thing.
Exactly.
Ring cameras, you know.
Exactly.
People out of the unordinary or whatever.
Right. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. Where are you calling in from?
California.
California in the building. 707. I should have known. I did have a friend from the 707. 707 is like Eureka, ain't it?
Wine Valley.
Shout out to about 707 California people. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for putting your voice into the community. It takes a lot of courage to call in and be a part of these shows and have conversation. I appreciate you having the courage to do that. And I appreciate you giving your input to 1,000 people in the community. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night. And I hope to hear from you again, too.
Thank you for the information. I do appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you go through the last couple videos too, or you stay here. I mean, I got all the screenshots. I'm going to go over the stuff because it's the things that are being said are, you know, heavy, right? You know, things like Jordan's still free, and you know, things like that being said by family members and girlfriends and stuff like I think that is what has me even more curious. That is what makes me even more curious to want to know the details about this story, because why is people from each one of these family members saying this guy's sus, and friends also all over Facebook. If you dive into this story, you'll see the trend here. He is being talked about in this fashion. And that's why I said, are they just upset right now? And I know that's where they were at last, that house. So you want answers. I think it's logical for them to want the answers, and they definitely should get those. So thank you for, like I said, thank you for calling in. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night.
You too. Have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What happened to these 3 Kansas City Chiefs fans that went to watch a football game that ended up passing away and their last breaths taken at this guy, Jordan Willis's house? Who was the 5th person at this guy's house? Right? Why do we not know his name? Why is he off the hook? And, you know, but who's the 5th? If there was a 6th, a 7th, a 8th, we want to know about him too. 501, what's going on? You good? 501, what's going on? You're live. You got in there. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, sir. You hear me? You got background feedback. All you got to do is mute the background. You're good.
Hello? My bad. Yeah, that's you in the background. My bad. I didn't even think I'd get through.
Nah, you're good, brother. You're good. You got through. You're live right now.
Okay, so I'm also an ex-recovering addict.
Okay. Let's hear it. What's your thoughts here?
So you mean to tell? All right. So I feel like this dude done locked them out the house.
Okay. You got it. Are you listening to the stream? Because that's off by like 15 seconds.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to.
If you mute it and have the conversation with me, you can go back and watch it during the live. You get what I'm saying? So as
okay. Well, my bad. This is the first time I'm really calling.
You're good, brother.
I got a lot. Yeah, I can't believe I actually got through to you. But
good,
honestly, look. All right, this guy. All right. I feel like he's in a wardrobe like Hugh Hefner walking around, thinking, all right, well, I'm high as fuck, like they are. All right, well, they probably gone. He don't even open the door to look. My thing is, why was one found on the back porch? The other 2 weren't in the backyard. But he don't go to look and see if the cars are outside because he's high as fuck too.
Mm-hmm.
I've been there. You know what I mean? Not to say he's innocent or not. Like I'm saying, this is suspect as fuck because maybe this dude was a Miami Dolphins fan. I don't know. But all honesty, like I just feel like he might have locked them out and they were so high, like they couldn't figure their way back in. One of them was trying. He almost got there, getting to the back porch. The other two were just out. But honestly, like, I've been in that position where my homeboys were high in my house, and I guarantee you, like, none of them ever came up dead outside because they froze to death. But I also lived in Texas, so we didn't really freeze like that. But, like, I always knew where my friend, you know what I mean? Like, and especially, I lived in apartments, maybe, but, like, you're going to look for their car. You're going to look, make sure, and you're going to answer their goddamn wife, their friends, all that. I don't mean to take up your time with, like, maybe something stupid they probably already heard, but I'm glad you answered me. I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, no doubt, bro.
And I love what you're doing, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you having the courage to call in, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate you giving
no
community. I like to hear from you again, man. Stay clean.
Hopefully it's something that, you know, maybe put it in other people's heads, like, you know, this guy, he might have been a mad scientist, he might have been high, but he might have been getting high on this, and they haven't.
Right.
But we don't know that. We don't know if they were high but I'm sorry, you don't just go to a Chiefs game or watch Chiefs playoff game and then die in the backyard. No, like, we had 3 foot of snow here in Arkansas, and we didn't even smoke cigarettes outside. You know what I mean? Like, we knew, like, something in their mind did not click to them that they needed to get inside, is all I'm trying to say on the being high. And the guy that was upstairs didn't answer. Probably, I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not going to take up no more of your time, but
no, you good, brother.
Yeah, I'm sure you feel I'm going with that. You know what I mean? Sure. But all right, yeah. I appreciate you having me on here, bro.
Absolutely.
You have a good one, man. And I would love to come back in and you know, talk about anything.
Absolutely, brother. I appreciate you calling in and stay on, like I said to the last guy that I talked to, man. Stay on that journey. Stay in your lane. Don't look to the left. Don't look to the right. Keep straight and keep all those people away from you.
This is honestly the first time I ever called in, and, like, I ain't even been looking at the TV, bro. I ain't even looking at the TV. I muted it, like you said, because, like I said, this is the first time. But yeah, I really appreciate you making me feel a little more better about calling in and having my opinion on it. No matter if it's right or wrong, anybody's opinion at this point is open for, you know, suspicion. But I'm gonna let you go. Let other people call in. I appreciate you, bro.
No doubt.
Keep doing what you're doing, man.
God bless you, brother. You have a wonderful night. Love and light to you.
You too, bro.
No doubt. Man, good phone call. I appreciate him. 219-885-9693. Damn. Getting outlooks from, you know, ex-addicts. They can give great input. I've been an addict before myself, so I recovered. Stay, like I tell people, stay straight on that road. If you bring people around that do drugs and do different things, you're going to probably fall into that with them. That's just how it is. If you don't get rid of that circle, you will stay in that circle. It's a revolving door.
We're out of Kansas City. 3 guys found dead outside of a friend's home after they'd all...
Oh, yeah, this is when the attorney speaks, which he makes some interesting statements. 765, you're live. Talk to me.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, brother? How you doing? What's going on?
Not much, man. I just wanted to give out my my thoughts and opinion on the 3 Kansas City Chiefs guys.
Absolutely. I want to hear. Let's hear it. 6 minutes. The floor is yours.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, man.
Before you go, can you do me a favor? Before you go, can you do me a favor and mute the background for everybody so they can hear you?
Oh yeah, hold on, sir. Yeah. Let me get this. Let me get that. There you go, man.
I appreciate you, brother.
But Yeah. I just feel like, man, like it's crazy how 3 dudes are gonna die in a dude's backyard, and he wakes up in some boxers and an empty goddamn glass wine bottle and shit. Like, girl breaks in the house, like, and then his lawyers like saying nothing happened.
Right.
It's just crazy, man.
Exactly. The lawyers, like, yeah, and that doesn't make sense to me, brother. Like,
it doesn't either, man. I'm like,
they would
plus
have
it didn't seem like the
drunk, right? Like, to not be able to get inside, you're gonna tell me you can't bust the window out?
no shit. That's what and the guy just wakes up 3 days later. I mean, it's just crazy, man.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Like, I've been following this thing ever. It's like, I don't know. It's like the police don't want to do no investigative work, man. I don't know.
Damn.
It didn't seem right to me, man.
That's why I can't wait to have this Kansas City sheriff on tomorrow. She's a
No,
Kansas City
really?
sheriff. Yeah, I'm gonna have her on tomorrow. I don't know if you heard me announce that earlier, but I will tomorrow be having a Kansas City sheriff. She is a sheriff from Kansas City. I can't wait to have her on to give us some insight on, just give us some insight on what possibly could have been or what could have happened that night, as far as with the 911 call when the fiance broke. Did they take questioning? Did he reject the questioning? You know what I mean? Things like
Because I mean, like, when you look at his background, like, he's like years in like PhD work, like pharmaceuticals and shit. He could have conjured up a nice little mixture for him, or like they said, maybe they got in some party drugs and was laced with fentanyl, and the dude didn't want to take responsibility for people dying. You know what I mean? Like, I can't understand that. Take responsibility for what you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt, brother. I agree. I agree.
But yeah, it's just crazy, man. Like, I appreciate you letting me, speak freely on my thoughts and stuff, man. I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Anytime that you want to, you're more than welcome to call through, brother. That's what it's for. I like to speak to you guys. That's why I like to do late night lives, because people are relaxing and looking at detail.
Right.
I appreciate you having the courage to call up and give us your thoughts and opinions, brother. I hope you have a blessed night.
Yeah, you too, man. Have a good one, man.
God bless you, brother. Great phone call. We want to hear from you. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, theories? Is this a hard puzzle to crack, or is this a very simple explanation? That's what we want to know.
Gone over to watch a Kansas City Chiefs
game. You guys got to see it.
And the living.
You haven't seen this one. You got to see this one. 661. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, I called in because, I'm like everybody else, curious as to what happened. But for me personally, I don't have enough information to form an opinion. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. Yeah,
I'm
hearing you.
Like, what was the temperature that night? I don't know that. What was the temperature that night?
27 degrees was the low.
Okay. So, what was the temperature at the time of the game?
The temperature time of the game. That's a great question. Now, probably, I know that. That's a good question. I like that.
And how long does it take a body to freeze?
In 27 degree temperature, the low, right? That's how I would look at it.
Well, from the time of the game, if they went there to watch the game, we have to assume they're there from the time of the game till the time they got found. So, what's the temperature from the time of the game?
How long does
till the time
for a body to freeze in 27 degree weather?
The time it takes for a body to freeze in 27 degree weather can vary based on factors like clothing, wind, and individual factors. In general, exposure to freezing temperatures can lead to hypothermia, and it's crucial to seek warmth in such conditions to prevent serious health risks. If you're facing a cold environment, prioritize staying warm and safe.
Okay.
Well, that didn't tell you much.
Exactly. That didn't tell you much, right?
Okay,
a little bit though.
So my questions are: how long does it take for somebody to freeze? How long does it take before you're incapacitated to the point where you can't even walk inside? There's a lot of questions that I don't know the answers to. So for me to form an opinion on what happened, there's too many unknowns. Right?
Absolutely. I agree with you on that. There's a lot that you need everything laid out as far as and that's what I was saying earlier, the details of when the police went to the house, that night when the fiance broke in, his reaction. Did he go downtown with you guys? Even before that, who was all at the party? Not just, I mean, we're focusing in on Jordan, but we're hearing that there was another person there. So it's like, who is this other person also? It would be unfair to look that way, right? Like, I mean, to not look that way. That would be,
well,
like,
you would want to know from him.
Willis, we don't want it to. We want it to be a transparent investigation. We want to know what happened to these 3 gentlemen to cause their demise. Was it somebody's fault, or did these they're young men too, really? Did these young men do?
They're in their 30s.
Type of drug, and all 3 did it together and died there. I'm just finding that hard to grasp, but it is possible. Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, so the 5th guy, if there was a 5th person, that is relevant because he might have something to say about, okay, yeah, we were sitting inside watching the game, and 3 of them went outside to do whatever, smoke a cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been at gatherings like that, and a few of us went outside to smoke a cigar. Okay, how long does it take to smoke a cigar? An hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on how good the cigar is. Right. Okay, you're out there, you're having a few beers, you're smoking a cigar. Does the temperature, get away from you, or does your perception of the temperature get away from you?
Right.
I mean, and you stay out there too long. I mean, but here's another thing, which this would be ridiculous. But at that game, I believe it was like 17 degrees, or no, maybe it was 4 degrees or something, right? At the game.
Yep. They said.
Do you remember that?
You said 40 degrees at the game?
No, 4 degrees. Negative, like minus something. I think that the right Chiefs game?
No, it was the one versus when they played the Chargers. So it was Kansas City Chiefs versus the Chargers. So I'm looking at
okay, so that's not the game where on the television it was one of the coldest games in history.
No, not the Charger one. I believe it wasn't. I'm looking right now. That says temperatures were. Hold up. Let's look. Let's take a little glance here. Dangerously cold temperature at Chiefs game leads to. Now, which game are they talking about right here? It says versus the Miami Dolphins. It was the -4. So they.
Okay, so this is the wrong game.
Absolutely, yes, it is the wrong game. The game that it was on January 7th, which they played who was it? The Chargers, right? The San Francisco Chargers or San Diego.
Okay,
now San Diego Chargers.
Yeah. Okay. So still, I mean, I'm glad it wasn't that one because those people the fans in that game were out there in no shirt in that kind of weather. And if these were the same type of people, they might say, hey, let's see who can stay out longest in this cold weather. But that I can take that out of the way because that's the wrong game. But still, if I think of it logically, okay, because if you go to a friend's house to watch the game, you're going to arrive maybe early. There's going to be food. You're going to be hanging out. At some point, somebody had a reason to go outside. 3 of them had a reason to go outside. What was the reason?
Exactly.
How long were they out there? Did anybody try to come back? And here's another thing. If you ever go out, if I'm at a party like that and 3 of us go outside, guess what? There's 3 phones out there. Somebody, if something happened, one of you guys have a phone to call 911. Something can be done, right?
Something's got to be done. I mean, they're going to get their.
Well, I'm saying if there was danger, they could call 911 with their phone. If they couldn't get inside, I mean, there's all kinds of 100% unknown questions.
And what you just said, I'm going to highlight something now that you said it because I like that you said it that way, right? Their phones. Here's one of the. Let me find it. I'm looking for it right now. There's a screenshot that I have from the baby mother of Ricky Johnson that says, where's Ricky's keys? Where's Ricky's wallet? Where's Ricky's phone? I mean, I got to highlight that as you say what you just said. I have to highlight that was said by the baby mother of Ricky Johnson. Where, she said this about 7 or 8 days ago from now. Where's Ricky's keys? Where's Ricky's phone? Where's his wallet? It was Rick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was keys, phone, and wallet. Word for word. I have it. I'm looking for the screenshot right now because I have it somewhere, but she made that statement.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting.
I mean, if I'm thinking of this, guarantee you the police are thinking that if they don't already know that these answers,
Mm-hmm.
But for me personally, there's too many unknown questions I mean, I can't form an opinion on what happened.
Right.
Because it is strange. 3 guys are outside on a day like that of a game, and they end up dying out there by freezing to death. That is very odd, without some kind of a reason to say why that happened.
Man, this is insane. What's your final thoughts on this story as we begin to get details and information? Final thoughts for tonight, at least, because we're gonna get. I feel like there's gonna be some booms in this case within the next week and a half. I feel like something's gonna come out.
I have no final thoughts until like some of the other people were saying, you hear the results of the tests, like the toxicology or the autopsies or whatever. I mean, whatever information they release to us, the public, I don't have an opinion. I mean, I just want to know more, and then I'll say, okay, was this 3 guys just trying to take it to the limit? Was it 3 guys that, something bad happened that they couldn't overcome? I mean, I don't know. So, my final thoughts are, this is a very puzzling case, and I'm curious to know how it turns out.
Absolutely. And we're going to follow it until we feel like there's answers there, right? And the autopsies and the toxicology, they may have all the answers. Hopefully it does. We're going to see how it plays out. Thank you for being a voice in the community. I appreciate you calling in and having the courage to do that. I know it can cause a lot of anxiety on somebody talking in front of thousands of people. So I appreciate you having the audacity to call up and even share your thoughts on this case. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful night. Love and light. Thank you.
You too. Take care.
Listen, thank you. Take care. My bad. I didn't mean to hang up on you, but 219-885-9693. This case is weird. Why would all of those things be inside the house? I don't know. All I do know is when I read that comment, the wallet, the keys, the phone, or, where's wallet, that kind of boggled my mind. Why is a family member asking that? We want to know. 229, what's in your mind? Talk to me. Can you hear me?
Hello?
229, yes, ma'am. You are live.
All right, here it is. Let's go back to the Jesse Krinsky case.
What's it called? What case is it?
The Jesse Krinsky case in Wisconsin, where she killed her friend, her family friend, with hydrolysine, the eye drops. Eye drop case. Toxicology, when they do a toxicology now, the toxicology does not cover everything. And that's why in the beginning, Lynn Hernan's toxicology did not catch the eye drops because they weren't testing for it. In the beginning, her case was ruled a suicide. But then she was busted for killing her family friend by taking $250,000 from her just here recently. So toxicologies don't always cover every drug. Now, you're talking about a mad scientist.
So we're talking about that could be. I see where you're going. So you're thinking of something that just won't be picked up in that toxicology report. Something that you did research on to make sure that it wouldn't.
Right. So you're not going to get a digital evidence on him by phones or laptops or anything else because he already has access to all his medications. He knows the periodic table like the back of his hand. So if he's done a mad scientist experiments on these 3 men, he's going to use a drug that's not going to be able to trace in toxicology or even test it. So by the time they figure it out, there ain't going to be nothing there to find.
Wow. I bet, man.
So your toxicology, it was proven in the Jesse Krinsky case. It was out of Wisconsin. And it was not even a few months back. They still haven't sentenced her because of all the attorneys dropping out of her case and stuff. But at first, it was ruled a suicide. And then when a family friend come forward and proved that she did do it. So they didn't know they were looking for the main ingredient in Visine. So all toxicologists don't always cover every drug. And now you're dealing with a man that deals with drugs. So, and he had access to too many of drugs. So if he concocted anything to kill these people, he made sure there wasn't a trace.
So Now, I don't know where his job is, right? But I mean, we see this here, and we can obviously see that they're working on trying to get an HIV vaccine. And what do what do you got to use to make that? Chemicals and different things, correct?
Exactly. So he's going to know the chemical balances and chemistry and all this on drugs. So whatever he concocted, he knows you can't trade. I mean, you think what? Cocaine don't even stay in your system, what, one day? So, I mean, whatever drug it is and whatever he used, he's going to make sure there ain't a trace.
Now, I do find it interesting that in the interview I played, I don't know if you heard that interview, if you were here when I played the family's interview, but they were saying,
well, I was in there the first day you started covering the case because I was the first one that asked you, do you think fentanyl played a part in it? I was the one that posted that question.
Yeah.
And then it went from there. And then you found out family were mentioning fentanyl after I said what I said. But toxicology will find that fentanyl. But toxicology will not find something that they ain't looking for.
Now, I'm trying. What chemicals can he get? Would he be able to get to things of the nature, allegedly, like cyanide? Allegedly, would you be able to get to things like that?
Yeah, you got to figure. This man's working in a PhD medical field. He's got access to all these medications. He's concocting medications to find a cure for HIV. So right there it tells you he has all accesses. And if he knows the chemistries of the periodic table and everything else, he knows how to concoct shit that a toxicologist won't find.
It's going to be extreme.
They would need that. I feel like though that you okay. So I see where we're going with it, right? I'm hearing you very clearly on this, but I'm saying in general we would need to know like search history to be able to get and say, hey,
you're not going to find a search history on someone that already deals with medication on a day-to-day basis.
So you're saying like this is committed the perfect murder allegedly?
Yeah, because you figure he already knows the background of medications and what combinations of chemistries are going to be. That's just like, what is that one poison? Resin. I think it's called resin.
My thing is with that is like, did they? That's the part that's messed up because they say that it's 100% not a homicide. And if that is the case, and there was no room for them to investigate at all because they had no probable cause to search the house or what?
Right.
That's what
they're not going to well. That's the problem. He's too smart for that. He already knows the background of the medicine and the chemistry. So they're not going to have a digital trail of chemical researches and stuff like they did on Jesse Cruz.
Why would he say my friends froze to death in case he knew? In case he went and
he knew they froze to death. That's the point. Why did he show up at the front door with a wine glass in his hand and his jump boxers? I mean, that's the awkward actions as it is to begin with.
I agree.
So I mean, he's already trying to cover up what he did, but he knows there's no digital trail to put him on evidence. Because he's too smart already to know the periodic table, the chemistries of medications, and the concoction. And there are plenty of damn drugs out there. Sorry, my language.
No,
there are plenty of drugs out there.
This is an adult show. We don't. I mean, what are we watching? I mean, I don't. Of course, you don't want somebody going F every other sentence, but this is an adult show. You're gonna hear some bad language from time to time. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
But the man knows his medicine, and that's the problem.
I don't want to desensitize people or who you are when you call in. You know what I mean? If that's part of how you speak, I want you to be you when you call in.
I just want to be respectful.
I appreciate you being respectful. Thank you for being mindful, but I'm just letting you know I want you to be yourself when you call in. So I don't care about that. I don't care about the language and
that's
the rules.
The problem with investigation is the man knew his medicine. He knew his background. He knew he's a PhD for,
Yes, ma'am.
He knows how to concoct medications that won't be tested for like it was in that case. They weren't looking for eye drops, and that's how she got away with it for so long. It's just toxicology does not cover every aspect of medicine.
And before I let you go, I want to know, do you think that there is going to be some answers for this family?
Probably not off bat unless it was a fentanyl case. I mean, if they were doing drugs and there was a fentanyl laced problem, that is going to show up in your toxicology. But If this is a mad scientist and he tested on humans like people claim he did, this man was smart enough to do it the way he's not going to be tricked.
I hope it's not the case. I hope that's not the case. I hope the answers come. And I appreciate you calling in and giving us your opinions and thoughts. I really do appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful night and stay safe. Make sure you lock your doors before you go to bed and your windows. Make sure everything is locked up before you lay down, because it is a sinister world out here and shit is getting crazy.
All right. Thank you.
God bless you. Love her phone call. She's always a good call. She's always a great call. 219-885-9693. What happened here at Jordan Willis's house? Why did three friends just magically fall over in the backyard? This happened, ladies and gentlemen. It didn't just happen out of nowhere, right? This isn't just three people had a heart attack at once. 36, 37, 38. No. 518, it's never too late. You are in the building. What's going on? Talk to me.
Yes, I have a few things that kind of concern me. Like, was he the type of person that when you came in for a party that he took your keys and your phones and put them away so you wouldn't drive home? And the other, was he upstairs with a girl and didn't want his friends bothering him, so he kind of locked the door on him and kind of went to sleep, forgot about him out the back? Because if the fiance came in, she had to break in. There was no way for her to get in. The doors must have been locked. And they couldn't get out to get to their cars. I don't know how the fence was, if, with a high fence, if it was all the way around.
Yeah, see the fence. All right, when we look at this location, right? I'm gonna go find these screenshots that I have, because I actually have screenshots of this location. And actually, what was it? Redfin? The website shows it fully furnished.
Was there a fence all the way around?
Yes, absolutely. There's two gates and they both open on the side, by the way. Both sides of the gates open on both sides. And I'm going to get that pulled up here for you in just a second.
And then, like, the three birds that were dead there, I mean, was he, like, testing on things that...
There was, okay, so the three bird part, let me clarify the three bird part for you. I was never able to find the original post because it was said to be Jordan's sister that posted the dead bird picture allegedly. But that when you watch that TikTok video, at the top of the TikTok video, the person's name is drew out. So when you go to try to look and find this and look for Jordan's sister, which I haven't been able to find, it's not there. I've talked to people that said they can't find it. It's gone. But I did talk to somebody who said they did see it and it was erased. So there's a couple there's stories floating out about this picture about the birds. So I have heard people say they've seen it and some said they haven't, but it's still, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I haven't seen it with, I don't even know her name.
I think it's very sad. I don't quite understand. I'm very suspicious, and I hope, they get to the bottom of it, and the families have answers.
Now, it says a spokesperson for the Kansas City Police Department is now confirming that officers spoke with a resident at the house after they arrived on the scene the night of January 9th. Now, it says as Inside Edition Digital previously reported, police were called to the scene after the fiance of Clayton McGinney broke into the home where the men had been watching the Kansas City Chiefs game on January 7th. Now, two friends of the men tell Inside Edition Digital that the men inside the house had known the victims since high school and not responded to phone calls from their concerned friends and family members for days, prompting at least two people to go and physically knock on his door looking for the men. I mean,
if the gate was easy to get in, why wouldn't they try to get in the back? Did they get in the front?
That's a good question. Could they get in the front, you said?
No, if they couldn't get into the back, you said it opened both ways.
Yes, ma'am, it does. It does on both sides.
Why wouldn't they try to go in through the back?
That's a good question. That's what doesn't make sense here, because there's two gates that they both open and you can go out them, or you could climb it and jump the fence. You would not freeze to death. You're not trapped out there. You're not trapped out there. You could get over this gate. You get what I'm saying?
What kind of drugs? What if he did put something into their drinks or something where they couldn't move after a while, and your body kind of became paralyzed where you wouldn't be able to actually move? And get back to the door. And if they did, the door was locked because maybe he locked it. He was upstairs with a girl or something. Didn't want his friends bothering him. Wanted his privacy. You know, guys can be, you know, goofing off, and you know, he probably had the keys inside, so they couldn't get to their car keys or their phones because maybe he's like, well, if we're here to watch games, we're not going to have the phones. You know, we're going to just watch the game.
Yeah,
Forgot all about it, and then, you know, yeah, it's very suspicious that, you know, he read the messages but never, you know, answered anybody because he knew he was wrong. He knew they were out there, and he knew he was, you know.
I mean, look at what I got on the screen right here. Somebody goes, sorry for your loss. What do you think? This is to Ricky Johnson's girlfriend, baby mother. She goes, Jordan killed them. You know what I mean? And so we have multiple different family members from different families saying that this is suspect. David Harrington's mother spoke out. You know, multiple people from all families have spoke out, at least on Facebook and on social media too, as far as going on to News Nation and having Adriana, she called in here and explained different things and was talking about different, you know, topics surrounding Ricky Johnson and that. So if you haven't heard the phone call that we had with this man right here, far right, this man right here is not fiance, but baby mom. We talked to her and she told us specifically that what was it? Ricky's wallet, phone, and keys are missing.
So he had them inside and they never had access to any of that.
So I just,
and then later on placed them, you know, after he, I don't know, placed them back on him or something. Were the keys found on them or in the house or?
I'm looking for it right now because I want to pull it up. I know I have this screenshot. Here's another one. This is the one they read on the news. After I showcased this screenshot for weeks, I had this screenshot since I started covering this case. It says I was going to sleep on this and wait to post to tomorrow, but I can't. This man, Jordan Willis, was inside his home, alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. Hold on 1 second. Tuesday, my husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on his door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she was inside and still nothing from him. The cops come 10 minutes later, ladies and gentlemen, and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand. Now, I do think that this is wonderful information, being that it's coming from somebody who was at the scene. This is somebody who was at the scene. We got to, if you go back and look here, this is a friend. She obviously has probably her man tagged, the one that knocked on the door.
Probably trying to stage it while I was drunk. I didn't know what was going on. Had the wine glass because not everybody got to go up to answer the door for the police and have wine and everything. And he just wanted to stage. It looks like.
How did they all know one another? That's the type of things that I'm looking to find out, Pen Needle. I don't know how they all knew each other. Now, it does say that they went to high school together. But as far as the three, if you listen to the interview that we checked out when I first started this show up, which was the one I found here. If you listen to this particular interview right here, brother says that all three of these friends were good friends and that they had each other's backs. So he had to see something within those friends to be able to say that. He's not, why would he just throw that out there and say that for no reason?
No. And you would go into his house, and I guess it was, not just a one-time thing. They've been there before.
That's what baffles me, is that, the things that I'm hearing, I'm not hearing things where like, yeah, they were doing drugs together. And I'm not hearing that from the families. Now, would they, would they mention that? I think that they would, because
of course they would.
If they're into, that's the first thing you want to be is upfront. Was your son into drugs? Yes, sir, he was. Things like that.
Then I guess the lawyer said that he was in and out periodically else for the couple of days, and he never saw the cars there, never answered anybody's text. I would have texted one of my friends if I grew up with him and saying, hey, did you make it home? Your car is still in the driveway. Did you find another way home? Mm-hmm. And he never even tried.
He said, is T-REV going to talk about it? We're talking about the Kansas City 3 right now, Pisces. But yeah, no, we got Brian Kohlberger's court date coming up. was it this week, the 26th of January. We have a lot of things coming up. So,
Yeah.
I mean, this case is revving up. We have, what was it, February the 4th and 5th? You have the Savannah Soto court dates for that case coming up. There's a lot coming up right now. There's a lot coming up. And we're waiting for the results from the toxicology reports, etc. We want to find out about an investigation tomorrow. I will have a sheriff from Kansas City on here, somebody who is familiar with the laws, somebody who will get us some insight in on this case. Are they going to be able to give us all the answers? Absolutely not. But I am glad to have a Kansas City sheriff come up on the show and talk this case. I think it's important that everybody gives their input. I think it's important that we keep pushing for justice for this family, whether it be, them getting the right answers. We just want them to get the right answers, right? That's it. We want them to get the right answers, whether it be, they froze to death, they had they OD'd, or something sinister happened to them. We just want the answers. Doesn't matter what the answer is. We don't want to push murder on nobody. We don't want to push anything on anyone. We just want to know what happened. That's it. That's all we want to know is what happened that night on January 7th when these three men got together with their other friends at this location and went to watch a football game. What happened that night for them to freeze outside in a backyard at this guy's house? Why did we not know about the fifth person that was there? Why did we not know who that was? Was there more than 5 people there? Because we do know there was a fifth person. So was there a 6th, a 7th, a 8th, a 9th, a 10th, 11th, a 12th, maybe 20?
I wonder if they even questioned them really, that good. I mean, and then just to say that no one was a suspect and they didn't feel it just don't seem right.
I'm sorry though. I'm revved up about this shit. I mean, there has to be somebody knows something. And not only that, why isn't the other person that was at the party not speaking out? Where are they at? Why aren't they speaking out? They should be interviewed. They should be talked to also. I'm not pushing anything on them because I don't know who they are. I don't know their name. I don't know who to start with. You get what I'm saying? But I see that. Man, light flickering.
Well, I just wanted to call in to, just say that. And
I appreciate
and I hope there's justice for the families. And it's very sad. And prayers go out to the families.
Absolutely. I appreciate you calling up and being a voice in the community. Where are you calling in from tonight?
New York, upstate New York.
Shout out to you in upstate New York. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for your input. Damn, it must be like 12:30 there tonight, huh?
Yes, it is.
12:30.
Got done watching the Buffalo Bills game. Kind of broke my heart, but I guess I'll survive. But
I was watching it too, man. That was a crazy game.
It was.
Crazy thriller. Well, I hope you have a blessed night, and I hope to hear from you again. I had a good conversation with you. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, God. Sure. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it is 219-885-9693. This interview right here, that wild unknown, you can't get through. I'm sorry, buddy.
We have his mother, Norma Chester.
I almost want to re-go over that. 607 sent from heaven. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Hi, T-REV.
You're listening to I think you're listening to the stream and not me on the phone.
I'm listening. No, I can listen. I'm listening to both, honestly. It's very difficult.
Okay. If you do me a favor, just mute the stream and you're good to go.
I did mute the stream.
Thank you. You're good. You're good. Talk to me with that. Now, what is this? Is this case not crazy or what? Talk to me.
No, it is, and I have a couple questions, and I had to call. It's funny because I only found you because my dad watched you through the entire main suspect guy that they
I know you're talking about.
They chased. Yeah. I don't want to talk about that, but yes, Robert Card. Yep. My dad was like, "You got to go to this guy's channel. Like he's covering it all the time." And I was like, "All right, I'll go home and I'll watch this." By the way, I'm also calling from upstate New York.
Shout out to my New York people in the building tonight.
Yes. Yep. No, so I actually wrote down a thing because I was like, I'm so nervous to call. So I wrote down, I was like, I'm going to write my questions down. I want to know and I think you did answer it, actually. The doors are unlocked? The gates?
Yeah.
The doors?
The gates. Now, if you look at the house, there's a gate on the left and the right in the backyard. Like, the little latch?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm pulling it up right now.
No, I've looked at it. You don't even. I mean, you could probably show everybody, but Yeah, no, I could see that there's a gate and then there's the door, and it's like, are those locked, or were they locked when the police showed up? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, were these gates locked on the side? Is what you're asking?
Yeah, when they showed up, were they like? Because the fiance or the friend, if we want to say that, she was able to break in.
Yeah, she was able to break in. So that right there shows you that somebody was
three grown men can't break into it.
Exactly.
Okay, let me go down my list because I'm not going to keep you very long because I'm super nervous.
Oh no, you're good. It's just me and you. I didn't pay attention to chat. It's just me and you on the phone right now.
Two of the dudes. Now, mind you, the one guy he's a smaller build, you know, but the two other guys are bigger dudes. I don't really see them like, you know, you're not going to go outside and be like, oh man, I'm so cold. Like I'm not going to hop this fence. Like, you know, I that doesn't make sense. And I'm wondering what keeps them out back. If the gates are open, what keeps them out back? Is he like, hey, if you leave this backyard, you know, that's an idea. I don't know.
You're in the doghouse. There's a doghouse out there.
It is a rabbit hole.
I don't know. This is a weird one here. Like I said, it's a weird one.
And then my last thought, and it's the very last thought that I could think of. I was just telling my coworker about it today.
Right.
Because I was like, hey, if you haven't heard of this, like go and look, because you know they're trying to tell everybody, like, you know, I want justice for that family too. That's crazy. They're sitting there saying their loved ones would never just go out like this. I believe that. If my brother told me I wouldn't go out like that, I'd be like, oh God, something's wrong. So the only other thing on my list was like, psychedelics like shrooms and acid and things like that can make you do like really funny things. But I don't know if that's necessarily like something. It's something that you would maybe do voluntarily, like, oh, it's going to be fun. Like, but that's really all I got, actually. But I've been watching every day, trying to figure it out. I don't know. The fact that the family doesn't know is even worse than like just strangers not knowing.
It just, I don't know. Like, as I sit and think about this case and we look at this case, I sit and think about who is the fifth person. Was there a sixth? Again, I said, was this a seventh? Was there an eighth? And I know I'm repeating it, but it is, I mean, it would be fair to look at them all. I know this is Jordan Willis's house, correct? We know it's his house, but who was also there? Was there anybody there during the 2 days?
So I thought I read something like that. I thought I read there was more.
See, this is the problem, though. This is another thing we don't know. Who was there anybody coming and going from that house afterwards? Did a car leave? Did another car park? Did he go to work after that? What happened? What happened after that? The next 2 days, because it was Sunday, obviously, right? Monday, Tuesday. What happened till Tuesday night at 9:51? Yeah, I know the time because I'm obsessed with this case. 9:51 p.m. at night.
Yes, no, absolutely.
So,
yeah, that's a long time. That's a long time. That's a long time to stay in your house. That's a long time. It's a long time to stay in your house and then to up and leave your house.
What's up, Rook?
Very, very strange. Yeah, I really don't know. I guess I wrote down anything that I could think could be.
Did you see the basement?
An idea.
People are speculating. I seen somebody was speculating. I know it's speculation.
You don't have pictures of the basement.
Yeah, right here. That's the basement. It's right here.
You have pictures of it? Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
The basement's right here. This is the house. I got the whole lay of it. I got,
I'm working with a tablet and this phone. So hold on. You're not gonna
Some people are trying to. I've seen some people speculating that this was his lab. I was like, what? I don't
No.
I was like, come
A
on,
lot.
this ain't no shit. This ain't Breaking Bad, baby.
I don't know. I don't know that it's. I really don't want to feel like it's that deep. I do think that there was something. Obviously, either he just didn't say something. I don't know if he went as far as to be like this crazy scientist, but.
Well, I mean, we know he is a scientist, right? But I mean,
right.
we got to
This is the basement.
I'm trying to keep the transparent thoughts here. Also, like, what evidence do
No.
we have against Jordan Willis? You get what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
What evidence is there? Is there any evidence that they have towards him towards foul play? Did they find anything at this location?
How did you get that picture of the basement? That's.
She said, "How'd you get that picture?"
Wild. That's what it looks like, huh? Or at least at some point it looked like this.
Oh yeah, no, this is the basement.
Wild.
There's a bathroom too, right there.
I mean, it doesn't look like a crazy scientist basement, but
this is it. This is the crib. This is the house that we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. These pictures are old. Yeah, they're old, but it is the house. It might be old, but it's the house. Actually, these
when you first started looking at the photos of the house, I noticed that, like, you know, I was like, oh, this house isn't even furnished. Like, you were kind of like looking at like almost like a, oh gosh, as much as I don't want to mention it, like a realtor version of it.
This is the
where they're like selling the house.
This is the newest. These are the newest pictures of this house. What you guys are looking at right now across your screen is the newest. Front yard. She said front yard. I see somebody say front yard. I'm looking for a front yard pic for you right now.
No, and isn't where she went in, was it through the back or was it through the front?
Here's our front yard, ladies and gentlemen. Say it again. Would you ask again, ma'am? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was wondering, the woman who broke into the house, she went in through the back or she went in through the front?
I forget exactly where it was. I don't even want to misspeak what she broke in at. I think it was the
right.
I think it was.
I think it was the front too.
Well, she found one. So when you think about it, she found one of them, and then the police came and found the other two. So that's a little bit weird in itself, because if she only found one of them, why didn't she see the other two?
Well, I think when you go into a panic mode like that, you know, I feel like she probably saw one person and was just like, retreated. I'm retreating.
Somebody said something about an autopsy.
They did say that there was an ongoing. They were doing an autopsy, but
you said, "Is it up for rent now?" I am too bare. I don't.
That would be.
It might be.
Oh God.
I don't know that. I don't know if it is or not. Now there has been a rumor that he moved out. There was a U-Haul. We've seen that here on the show. Now I don't know if he did really move out from that location.
I think that's true.
I thought the lawyer.
I think that's true.
I thought the lawyer spoke about it, but I could be. I've watched that interview like twice so far, and I need to really look into it.
All the lawyer said was, he said that his client believes that he didn't know anything about them being in the yard. He's just doing lawyer stuff.
This case is, I'm telling you,
it's very bizarre. I will let you go. I know that other people want to call you.
Well, I appreciate
but no, it was so good. It was so good to be able to talk to you. It's so funny because like I said, my dad thinks you're like the best thing since sliced bread. It's amazing. It's amazing. My dad is 69, by the way.
Wow.
And he will sit there and he will watch you, and he's like, "You got to go home, watch T-REV." So that's why I'm here. And I had to call because it's so bizarre, and I have thoughts. And I can't get them through the chat. You know, there's so much. It's so easy to get lost.
I appreciate you calling.
You know,
Tell your dad.
I appreciate you answering my phone call.
Well, tell your
And
dad.
I will.
Tell your dad I said I love him. That's love. That's love for real. Tell him I said that.
Hey, you already did. You gave him a shout out not too long ago. You told him he was the bomb, and I was so happy to be able to show him that. So thank you so much.
He's the bomb.
But I'm gonna let you. His name is Mike.
Well, shout out to Mike. I really do appreciate him. Tell him I said that. Love and light.
Yeah, I will, man. Hey, you have a good night, everybody. Everybody have a good night. Lock
Hey,
your doors.
You too. Lock your doors. Lock your doors. Make sure the screen's locked. Make sure everything's locked. So if somebody comes to your house, you got time to
Hide your babies. Hide your children. No, just
yeah, hide everything.
hide everything.
Hide everything.
All right. Hey. All right.
We appreciate you. God bless you. Good phone call. Love it. Love it. 219-885-9693. Keep the same energy. We're riding out. We're good. I just tagged you in an article from today what lawyers said. No doubt. Let me get to that. Oh, interesting. I like that. You have to look at this. Okay. 519. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, man? I called you a little while ago.
Familiar, bro.
I found it. Yeah, I found an article in the Kansas City Star. I was written today at 2:30.
Yes, sir.
I sent you an email of the article and a couple of links about fentanyl and and its effects and stuff like that.
Looking
you can look. Yeah, but your previous caller mentioned about how the fiance could see the one person and then the cops didn't found the other two. Generally, outside of a back door, you're gonna have like a light. If the other two were further into the grass, like further into the backyard, they just may not have been visible because there was no light. Like, I think, like, I get everybody's allowed their own opinions. Me personally, I just think some people might be looking into this deeper than they need to, I guess. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I think, and this is just me personally, and as I said before, based on my personal experiences, I think it's a lot less complicated and difficult than people are making it out to be. But, at least, and I'm kind of hoping it's that way, and there's not anything malicious and, some of the things that people are saying. I definitely hope those aren't the cases. But, yeah, I'll let you check out that news article from today, and those are 2 articles I sent you about fentanyl, and then maybe you can talk about them and
now. When did you
explain a little bit.
I'm looking in my email now as we speak. I'm looking for it.
I sent them. I'll give you the times in about 2 seconds. I sent one at 15 minutes ago and one about 34 minutes ago.
Oh, so
one's titled Fentanyl Info.
Okay.
And the other one's titled Updated Article Sunday, January 21st.
Why the hell am I not seeing that? That's weird. I'm not seeing that. I'm serious.
Yeah, it's T-REV 575.
757. That's where you got it. Okay. I was like,
no, 757.
Yes, it's Trev 757 PSN at gmail.com. Again, TREV 757 PSN at gmail.com. If you want to email me any information that goes for anybody in the chat, anybody here, anything you want us to look at, the story you think we need to look at it, email it in. Again, TREV 757 PSN at gmail.com. And you can type that in chat, ! Email, all lowercase, and that'll bring that up for you too. So if you have something we need to take a look at, send it in.
Yeah, okay. I actually mixed up the T. I mean the S in the end.
Oh no, you're good.
Right now.
Yeah, send it. I'll be looking for it. I'm glad you got it now.
All right. Yeah, no worries, man.
Nah, man, this story is crazy, and I'm glad you're sending in these newer articles and finding different stuff that I may not have seen. I'm glad you're doing it. It says I just pulled up one from the attorney. It says John, what is it? How do you say it again? Picerno? Yeah. Picerno, an attorney who represents Willis, said his client knew nothing about the men's deaths and last saw them when they exited his home, and Willis went to bed. Willis didn't know that the men remained in his backyard and they may have needed medical attention, Picerno said in a news release. Yeah. Now, there's also another statement here, and it says, let's pop this one open now. Here it goes. Picerno said Willis hadn't received calls, texts from loved ones of friends prior to the police showing up at his home. 2 people came to Willis's home, but he didn't hear them because he sleeps with headphones and a loud fan, according to the news release. 1 person contacted him on Facebook Messenger, but Willis didn't see the message until after police contacted him, Paserno said.
Get the fuck out of here!
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I know some people have a hard time sleeping. I know there's times where I put on headphones and stuff at night because I can't sleep, but I ain't going to speak on anybody else. But yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm just resending you those emails, man.
I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, no worries, my friend. Yeah, so check out for those in a couple minutes.
I appreciate you sending it over. You said exactly what he said. No doubt. But I appreciate you sending that. You done? You good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm looking for those emails to come in. When they come in, I'll pull them up.
Yeah, for sure, man.
God bless you, brother.
I'm just finishing sending them right now.
No doubt.
Okay.
I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. God bless.
No worries,
Lock your doors. Man, good phone call. Hold up. Before we do this, again, this is a weird one here, right? Reading this email right here. Thank you. Love you. The problem now, Dark Horse Justice says the problem is even if they did find drugs in their system, law enforcement is going to have a hard time proving the ingestion was voluntary or if drugged. I fear they can't prosecute the Dark Horse Justice. I added the. It's not the. No. Chaney, is that what it is? Chaney, I don't even want to butcher your name. I'm gonna call you Chaney though. Either he spiked them or somebody stumbled upon something that he didn't want them to see. That's crazy. Now, while we're looking at this, right? Let's drop this down and let's play this real quick before I open the phone lines back up. I still am taking phone calls, yes, but I want to play this. This is the lawyer speaking. Most of you probably seen it. Maybe some of you haven't. Let's check it out. And then we're going to go right back over. We're going to listen to his statements in this interview right here. And then we're going to look back at the other screenshots and read the article again from the ones to the other news station. Now, I want to tell you from just what I just looked at the bottom of my screen here, at this screenshot, what I just looked at here. Oh, no, where's it at? Where's the certain one? It's on the, nope, right here. This one, here it is. These 2 screenshots that I'm looking at right here are just, it's weird because we're hearing conflicting stories. We're hearing that he was reading messages. That's what we heard. Tell me we did not hear that he was reading messages and leaving them on read. If this is a fact, if what we were told was a fact that he was being sent messages and reading these messages and while his friends were missing, then this is a lie. Allegedly. If that is the case, if family members seen a message be read, that means he left them on read. So why is there conflicting statements about this right here? Who's telling the truth? Who's telling the truth? Did the families really get left on read? Or is this lawyer, did he investigate his client, or is he just saying this? Because again, before I play this video, I think it's interesting that his attorney said that Willis knew nothing about the men's deaths and last saw them when they exited his home and Willis went to bed. Willis didn't know that the men remained in his backyard and may have needed medical attention, Paserno said in a news release. Now, I do find that interesting here. This part is the most interesting part. Paserno said Willis hadn't received calls or texts from loved ones. That's crazy because we're being told the opposite. We're being told the opposite by family members. And that's the part that I'm not understanding. Which one is it? Did they call and you left them on read? Or are we being lied to allegedly? What's going on? Who has a fan in the winter? Who has a fan on in the winter? That's a good
friend whose
good
home
point.
was gone to apparently never contacted the police. Apparently claiming days later that the 3 men identified as 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, 37-year-old David Harrington, 36-year-old Clayton McGinney, froze to death outside of his home. The autopsy results are currently pending, but as of now, police are saying there are no signs of foul play. and are not treating this as a homicide investigation. Joining us now, John Paserno, the attorney for the homeowner. Thanks a lot for coming on the program. Appreciate it. All right, so a lot of people, particularly family members of those who died, have a lot of questions for your client. What does he say happened here?
Well, at this time, he doesn't say.
Again, before we dive into this, I also want you guys to know this because we like to dive deep around here, right? I do want to pull this up. It does say that this guy here that we're watching, this attorney, right? This guy is a public defender or former public defender. It says former public defender was jailed and fired after telling judge he wasn't ready for trial. When John Paserno told a judge he didn't have enough time to adequately form a defense for a man facing 13 charges or 16 charges, he was held in contempt and went to jail. The public defender system also fired him. Paserno said things haven't changed in 25 years. What's going on with that, ladies and gentlemen? This is in the Kansas City Star, by the way, and it's an interesting find just now by me that I just went to Google, hit this, and I find this. It says, again, that John Paserno told a judge he didn't have enough time to adequately form a defense for a man facing 16 charges. He was held in contempt and went to jail. The public defender system also fired him. So Paserno said things haven't changed in 25 years. That's interesting. I find that I didn't mean to even stumble across that, by the way, but that's his lawyer. This is insane, right? Like, wow. You say I sleep with a fan on. I do sleep with a fan on. That's actually a good point. I could take you in my room right now and show you I sleep with a fan on. It's probably on right now as we speak. But on low, though. On low, because it's so hot. When you have the heat pumping and it's friggin' 90 degrees in your house, you're going to turn a fan on. It may be freezing outside. Some people, you know, when I get hot, I will turn a fan on to like 1. But I'm not going to go up past that because I'll start freezing quick. So it's a good point to make. It's a good point to make. Lisa says, I only have my ceiling fan on when it's hot, but that's just me. The man is lying. I'm gonna take this and show. I gotta post this over here real quick. This is insane. I didn't know that. So he was arrested and held in contempt. That doesn't mean that he's bad or anything, by the way, allegedly.
Anything different than what he's told police previously, that he has no knowledge of what happened to those young men after they left his home.
A lot of people.
Again, if you're just coming in, I'm going to get everybody catched up or caught up. Catched up ain't a word. Caught up. I'm going to get you guys caught up. So right now to this point, we have multiple families speaking out. You have an interview with Jennifer Marquez. You have an interview with Ricky Johnson's family. We have a interview. We did an interview with his baby mother, which is Adriana. We're hearing all different types of statements from family members and people saying that this dude is weird, old classmates. Do we know that to be true? No, we don't, but we do see a lot of people saying that, so we have to take that information in. Are they speaking from a I just lost my friend standpoint, or I just lost my family member standpoint and it happened at this house, or are they speaking this guy's suspicious because he's just a suspicious character to them? That's what I want to know. But to catch you up, to get you, that's really all the information we have. We don't have anything besides this attorney speaking and saying what you're seeing on the screen here. Now, I could show you stuff that goes against what he's saying. I could show you family members saying the complete opposite of what he's saying. So somebody's fucking lying, and we're going to find out who's lying. Who is lying here? Are the families or the victims? Which I stand with them 100%. I say the families and the victims, the families are telling the truth. I got to stand with the families right now until you show me something different. They're saying that they called, they messaged, that you left them on red, Jordan. Give them a damn answer, sir. Come on. Give them an answer. You left them on red. Why would people come out and say you left them on red? Allegedly. Again, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true, but I am seeing their only family members come out and say that you left them on red. What's going on with that? I'm curious. We want to know.
People, particularly family
in,
members of those who died, have a lot of questions for your client. What does he say happened here?
Well, at this time, he doesn't say anything different than what he's told police previously, that he has no knowledge of what happened to those young men after they left his home.
Hold up. I see you asking some questions, and I want you to know the story. I don't want anybody to be in here and not know this story, right? If you're in here, I want you to know what the story is. So if you're missing information, just keep asking questions, and I'll catch them eventually as I do read them. Now, the bar does shift on me when I'm jumping from tab to tab, but I am able to see. So I have seen some questions that you asked, Pisces, about this story. I seen one where you said, "What's going on here? I don't know who's who." This guy that you're seeing on the screen right here is the lawyer for Jordan Willis, which is the guy who had this little watch party, or it was held at his house. I don't know who planned it, but we do know whose house it was. It was Jordan Willis's house. These three guys came over. There was allegedly another person. And at this point, we don't know. There may be even more than 5 people. But we do know this. These 3 men, Pisces, were found dead in this guy's backyard and was there from January 7th to January 9th at 9:51 p.m. at night. When the fiance to one of the victims went over to that house, I believe it was Clayton McGinney's fiance, went over there and broke in and found one of them dead herself. He comes out allegedly nonchalant in his boxers with a wine glass in his hand. Allegedly, this is from a first-hand account of somebody who was on the scene that said he came out with a some type of robe and boxers and wine glass. That's what I read. So I don't know what's up with that, but I do want you to know the story. So hopefully that was able to answer some of your questions and point you in the right direction when hearing details about this story. That's what happened. That's the timeline. We can go over that too, because there's videos that go over the timeline. I think the timeline's pretty important. It's a small timeline, but I do think the 2-day gap from the 7th to the 9th is big. What went on during those days? Who came and went from that location? Also, who was there at night, right? We want to know that too. Who was there that night? Was it just them 3 and Jordan Willis? Or was it them 3, Jordan Willis, and a whole entire party full of people that pulled up? You know what I mean? They just got their party on. Was Jordan a freak? I have no idea. I mean, he looks pretty smart. He's got, his own little IVAI website. The vehicle's being parked in the driveway and one on the porch. Again, I'm going to be opening the lines back here in a second. I just want to go over this video and catch some people up in chat as I see people saying, I'm not caught up, or what's going on? This story's crazy. What's the details? So I definitely wanted to address some people that were asking some questions. There's really not many answers that could be given besides the timeline, when it happened, and what we know as of now, which is barely anything. All we know is family members are speaking out and saying that this guy read messages and left them on red and knew that they were being searched for. Now, I'm hearing conflicting things about the vehicles at the house. I know that's probably the next question you want to ask. T-REV, was there vehicles at the house? Allegedly, I heard that there was 2 vehicles at the house. I heard that there was 2. Again, 2. How do you not see that if you're coming out? If you got work Monday and Tuesday, how'd you not see their vehicles at your house Monday and Tuesday when you went out? Aren't you going to question, hey, there's a vehicle right there. What's going on? Why are these 2 vehicles there? My friends, they didn't leave? Oh, damn. I mean, they must be sleeping in the basement, or they must be sleeping on the couch. Let me go look. None of that. So, I don't know.
Let me read you. This is from one of his
Welcome,
friends,
Lisa. Thank
one
you.
of the friends of the
Welcome to the Red Game family,
one of the people who died, who said on Facebook, "The man was inside his home alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on the door and then busted a window." And
now, again, what you're looking at right here on your screen is the same screenshot that we were showing in this chat before the mainstream media picked this up. We were showing this and reading this and going over this. They need to show the rest of these screenshots, because I got 2 folders of screenshots that are all from the family members that are saying things that are pretty nasty. And I don't mean, like nasty on their part. I mean, their opinion of this guy is just It's a dark opinion, and I want to know if this dude did anything sinister here, allegedly. It just doesn't make sense. Again, when you look at it and you sit back and you actually look at this story, it does not make any sense. 3 of your friends plumped over out back, but yet your fiance was able to come over and get in the house within 10 minutes.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Stop the cap.
I'm not buying that, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you're buying what they're selling, but I'm not. I'm not buying what they're selling. I'm not buying the whole 3 people, 3 full grown ass adults died out back. Now, if you tell me that they were drinking moonshine and plastered, then you could start to get me to believe things. Now you may have me on your side. If you tell me that they were all drinking on some moonshine and were blasted out back and were smoking too, weed on top of moonshine, yeah, you may get me to start believing with you. If you tell me that they were drunk and doing, dope, I may start to agree with you too there. But until we find that out, we can't definitively say that.
Yelled and announced her presence while she's inside and still nothing from him. Then the cops come 10 minutes later and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in his hand. Nothing is adding up. Dave, Clay, and Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this. Your response?
Sure. Even if all of those things are true, that doesn't mean he had anything to do with what happened to those young men. Obviously, 3 men who die all at the same time. And there's no signs of foul play whatsoever from the police. There's nothing to indicate that Jordan had any.
Sure. Hold up one second. I want to read this comment. Sandra Gonzalez said, "Hi, Troy," or "Hi there." Was someone? Hold up. There was. Oh, hi. There was someone that said the cars were moved. Now, who moved them? The lawyer said he was home sporadically. If that is the case, and he left the home and the cars were in the driveway. That's a good question.
Any involvement whatsoever in their deaths.
Thank you for supporting the channel.
With the prosecutor this morning,
I got to hear back what his response is to this.
Deserve justice. They didn't deserve this.
Let's see what he says again.
Sure. Even if all of those things are true.
Again, if you are just tuning in, I'm sorry to pause, but I got to let you know who that guy is that's speaking. This is Jordan Willis, the guy who lived at this house where the 3 gentlemen were found dead at. This is his attorney to the right. Now, we don't know what happened. Again, I gotta leave this laid out there. We don't know if Jordan was asked to go down there to be questioned that night and he told authorities, I want a lawyer, and it stopped there, and they just don't have enough probable cause to execute search warrants to go in and get computers, tablets, phones, devices to see what type of stuff that he was searching, and that could be crucial. That could be crucial. If they didn't have enough probable cause to go in and get a search warrant, and he says, I need an attorney, it's crucial because at this point now, he could be getting away with things, allegedly. I'm not accusing Jordan Willis of doing anything because now we know that there was somebody else, there was other people at this party. But it is super weird that there is 3 dead people in your yard, your backyard at that. So they were, and you know what I mean? It's super weird. None of this is adding up.
Things are true. That doesn't mean he had anything to do with what happened to those young men. Obviously, 3 men who die all at the same time. And there's no signs of foul play whatsoever.
That is, oh my God.
Oh my God. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
What?
Oh my God.
I'm glad you, Coco. I'm glad you got them ears on. I'm glad you got, because I was overlooking that little comment that he made right there. I was overlooking it, but I like that you typed that though. They all died. How does he know they all died at the same time? That's not, he sound pretty crazy saying that. Let's see.
3 men who die all at the same time.
How did you know that? How do you know if they died at the same time? That's a great. I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you for pointing that out, by the way. Shout out to Hot Coco. Tracy says, anybody in their right mind not to be outside that long for there is consequences. Yeah. I've done some crazy stuff and never froze, B said. Linda Lou says that pic of house you showed has a screen off front window leaning against house. Maybe that's where the girlfriend went in.
Oh my God.
Bing bang.
Hold up. Wait
She's
a
right.
minute. Something ain't right.
She's right. I think she's right about that. This screen being off, that's probably where the girlfriend went in at.
And there's no signs of foul play whatsoever from the police. There's nothing to
Nice to see
indicate
you, 40 Loves,
that
pal.
Jordan had any involvement whatsoever in their deaths. I spoke with the prosecutor this morning. As a matter of fact, the toxicology reports are due.
You know, that's 40 Love style. That too. We don't even know how they died. He's the only person who said they froze. This guy is saying how they died, right? He's saying allegedly how they died. He said they froze to death. That is crazy. How would you be able to say their cause of death? My friends, they froze to death. I mean, that's what I read.
A couple of weeks, and
Good
we
point.
can all
Good point, 40 Love.
speculate as to how they died. But as far as my client being involved, Jordan didn't have anything to do with their deaths. When they left his home after the game, he didn't even really know which door they went out. They were in the backyard. He doesn't use that particular door. He goes out in the front. And so he had no knowledge that they were out there until, Tuesday when he was told that they were out there.
And what of the
Again, I just opened the lines back up 219-885-9693. I want to hear your thoughts and opinions and theories just based off the stuff that you're hearing. You're just heard some conflicting statements here from this lawyer, right? He said all died at the same time. How do you know that, sir? We're curious. We want to know how you know that. 706, you're in the mix. Talk to me. What does this lawyer know that we don't?
Hi.
How you doing? You are live. 706.
Oh,
You're in the
wow.
mix. But
I'm in the mix.
Think about this lawyer. What is he talking about?
I don't know what the lawyer's talking about. I was too busy typing in chat, and I'm super nervous.
No, he said that they all died at the same time. That's what's crazy to me.
Well,
And I'm glad that 40 Love pointed that out too. He said they all, or not 40 Love, it was before 40 Love, wasn't it? She said they all and I'm glad you pointed it out, because if you go back and listen to that, it actually sounds weird that you're saying they all died at the same time. How does the attorney know that they all died at the same time?
I don't think he does. He doesn't know. But I do think is that
Thank you, Justin.
the medical examiner is the only person that could determine the cause and manner of death. So that is the only person that can rule it a homicide. So when people keep saying the cause of death is homicide or not homicide, they can only determine that when the medical examiner says so.
Yeah, this is, I don't know. How would the lawyer be able to, I mean, where is the lawyer getting this information that they all died at the same time? Something.
I don't think he knows.
I don't think he does either, but to say it though is insane.
Well, it is insane for sure.
They were moved.
For sure.
Devil Doll, I honestly am leaning towards agreeing with that allegedly. They were moved. I feel like, I mean, something's just not right there. Nope. Been saying this over.
But, T-REV, do you know that the family keeps saying the police are not investigating it?
Absolutely.
I feel like they're waiting for, the police are anyway, for the cause of death, the manner of death, whatever, from the medical examiner. And they're not communicating with the families, and that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Really sucks.
It does suck. And why, was there this is the thing. How was 3 dead people in the yard not enough probable cause to get a search warrant to see if anything inside was involved with their death?
For sure.
Just inside the house. What if there was something inside the house that was involved in their death? Why weren't you able to secure get a search warrant? Why, there was no signs of foul play. I get that. Okay, so you're telling me you didn't see no wounds on them. I get that. But
I agree. And I think they're hiding behind, well, we're waiting for cause and manner of death.
Mm-hmm. You said, why is he speaking to the prosecutor? Who's speaking to the prosecutor? Yeah, no. Why would he said he talked to prosecutor? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he would say that, Cheryl. I'm just as gone as you are with that.
Anyway, thank you for taking my call. Thank you for everything you do.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you being a voice of the community, and hopefully you call in again. God bless
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts, opinions, and theories on this case? This shit is weird.
Claims from the
I'll say it
families
50
that
million
they were trying
times.
to
This shit is
contact
weird.
him and he wouldn't respond, and they were going to the house, etc.
Sure, I don't know about whether or not they went to the house or tried to.
I mean, it's pretty. You got this guy fairly quick coming up here, you know, telling the public and telling us certain things, but it ain't matching what the family's saying. 706, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Oh, I'm glad I got through. Okay. I don't know if you remember the Kylie Rowland case.
Kylie Rodney?
Up in Drug. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
I got documentary. I got a documentary series on her. I did tons of live panels talking about the Kylie Rodney case. Yes, I'm very familiar with that case.
Right. Okay. I was following on another channel. This channel, Shannon, had this medical examiner read the autopsy report.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you remember, they did not test her for fentanyl. If you remember, you go back and she read off on Shannon's channel. I'm sorry if I have to use somebody else, but I remember that. And while you were on right now, I went back and I saw a short on this medical examiner, and she's real well known, and she came on the channel. Even though someone dies, they're buried and their body is exhumed, they could still be tested. People don't know that.
So you could be, you're saying that you could be exhumed and tested for
say fentanyl.
Okay.
And other drugs. And
Kylie Roddy, man, that story breaks my heart in half because she needs justice. She needs justice, just like all these cases that I keep mentioning. And I'm gonna tell you, that's why I continue to build this channel and continue to fight and build the family and keep spreading the word on cases like this and Kylie.
Yeah.
And all these cases. This shit is just heartbreaking to find, people lost their life on a Sunday when they said, "Hey, I want to go to my friends and we're gonna watch this Kansas City Chargers," and they're dead. No. I get why the families aren't taking that for no, and I'm glad that they're standing up that way and doing it the way that they're doing it, because damn it, Kylie needed that.
Right. And I don't want to get off the three young men that passed away, but it's so weird going back to Kylie's case that they did a botched autopsy, saying that she had a tattoo on one side of her body when it was on the other side of the body. They didn't test her for all kinds of things. And then the mom had her cremated immediately. It's just so freaking weird. But there has been cases that people have had 3 different types of autopsies. Because it's like this. COVID. Who was it? Elon Musk. He took 4 COVID tests, right? And 2 of them came out positive, 2 of them came out negative. So nothing, if somebody knows what they're doing and they're doing it right, it's going to come out. But a basic autopsy would just show, oh yeah, they drank, they smoked a little weed, but they could, it's just like somebody does cocaine. And I believe it could go back 5 years. Don't quote me on that, but it won't show up in your body if 3 years ago you do a drug test. It won't show up, but if they take your hair follicle, that will show up. You see, and a lot of people don't know that. But I don't know if you want me to email you this examiner's name.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And my name is Jolie.
Thank
So
you said Zoe?
Yeah. No, with a J.
Okay, so
Jolie.
Okay.
Jolie.
Jolise?
Yeah. And Jolie, yes. And I don't know how you say her name. It's ORA Latina.
Yeah.
That's medical examiner, and she was on Squirrels on Fire panel,
Yeah.
and she read the whole report and she broke it down step by step. And but on that case, it there was a lot of weird stuff and a lot of cover up,
I mean,
and that's how I feel. That's how I feel. There was a lot of a cover up, and it's ugly, But
Kylie Rodney case, I happen to be on that side where I think something did happen to her. I do believe something sinister happened to her, and I believe that's what's going on here too, allegedly. But until I could be proved wrong, but I don't know why is all these different people speaking out against somebody like this. And then with Kylie Rodney, when that case happened, there was so many different things coming out about so many different characters. I can go through and start naming them now. I mean, you got Sammy, you got maybe I could keep going all day long with names around that case. And that
right. But what's so weird, listen to this. She was the young girl was what do you call it? The beneficiary to her grandpa's land that had the water rights. You remember?
Yes, I do remember. I
went
through a lot of that stuff. If you go through my old streams, you'll see we went through so much shit surrounding that case.
Well, I just found you a few days ago, and so I'm just like,
go watch my documentary on it. Go watch all the old lives on it, and you'll see. We got a lot of crap in that case. I was able to find. There was diving, like I forget. There was diving sandbags out there and all different types of shit. So that's a weird case. That's a weird case. Look at that Prosser game.
and I don't know how
appreciate that.
I don't know how the police work there or what the deal is.
Yeah.
But people have to remember, like, I hear a lot. I read a lot of things on the chat. Oh, the police let him go. The owner of the house. They can't arrest somebody just because somebody died there. They have to have
probable
proof.
Cause.
Exactly, because if they just arrest him, that could be thrown out of court, and it's like double jeopardy, right?
Absolutely.
So they have to, if they're a good police department, they call in experts like the FBI and everything else, and sometimes it takes months because they gotta get the proof.
I mean, did you see? You said you found me the other day, but I wanted to pull this up while you mentioned. You said you found me the other day. So if you look at this, it says murder, homicide, and criminal defense attorney. So he immediately went to a murder homicide. Is that what he thinks they're going to come after him for?
Oh, definitely.
And this guy right here, when I just pulled and looked up this attorney was in he got arrested for not showing up to a court date or something. I forget what it was exactly, but it was a case that dude was fighting 16 charges and he didn't go. I forget what it was, but it was in 2019. I believe it said that.
Yeah, because there's a family member that's a real high profile criminal defense lawyer. And in California, there was these, it's a long story, but there was 3 guys that did some horrible things to this girl and they drugged her. Well, they tried the case. They found them guilty. They tried the case the second time. These guys got off, but what they did to her was awful. But these kids' parents were super wealthy. All three of the parents, and they got this high, powerful attorney, and those kids got off, and they made her look like a tramp. I'm gonna be nice on the air, but and they knew each other since the sandbox days. They were little, so somebody could be guilty, but if you have a good lawyer, that lawyer, if he convinces the jury that they're innocent, look at OJ.
Yeah, no, you're making good points, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you calling in too. I'm gonna get to the next caller, but I want you to do some homework and go back to 2022, go 2023, and look at those live streams that I did on Kylie Rodney and start digging in those, because I bet you'll see some stuff in there that'll catch your eye too.
Okay, and I'm going to send you an email in a little bit of that lady, and hopefully you could get in touch with her.
Yes,
I know one thing. Truckee threatened to pull her license, so I haven't heard from her since. So, but there's other people that will examiners that will speak up. But she was good. If you, I'll send you all the information.
Yeah, I seen her name, Dry Latina. I seen her. I know of her too. I know you're talking about.
But thank you for taking my call. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job, even though the new kid on the block here. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you calling in and having the courage to speak with me in front of thousands of people. I really do appreciate you calling up and having input too, and being a voice in the community. And that's what I'm trying to push more people to do, is to pick up the phone and call in and talk about your thoughts instead of just typing it out in chat and not engaging. And you get what I'm saying? Like, you're engaging in chat, but when you call in, people are really hearing what you're saying. You get what I'm saying? I think that's important. I think it's important to hear from the people that are always sending in emails, the people that always are listening and have all their eyes and ears everywhere. I think it's important to listen to you guys. And when you do call in, you guys bring very good points to the table. And I do appreciate it. And that's why thank you so much, ma'am. I hope you have a blessed night. Lock your doors. Stay safe.
Yes,
and
amen.
I can't wait to hear from you again. Wonderful phone call. Thank you.
God bless.
God bless you too, man. Good phone call. I love it. Great lady. Wow. 219-885-9693. I want to hear I want to hear input from people. What are you thinking with this case? Yeah, is Kylie Rodney's case still open? They said they closed it because it's accidental drowning. From what I was reading recently, that's what it said to me. He says he saw his house and so he couldn't hear people who were looking for their friends knocking. You're live. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself? How's your night going?
It's going pretty good listening to you up here on the the tube talking.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just want to say, hey, look, I'm from the South in Southeast Louisiana. So I don't have all this cold weather. But I can just tell you, I'm about a few years older than these three guys. And I know myself, being out with my friends drinking and having a good time and partying, doing whatever. Now, I'm not talking drugs. I'm talking about drinking and partying. Whether they were or they won't, we don't know that for sure. My thing is, how do three guys of, their ages, 37, 38, 36, all just pass out and freeze to death at one time?
It just, I get why it's hard for the family to let that go. I mean, you got to put yourself in their shoes and look at the situation. And then you're hearing all these different details, specifically this lawyer coming up here and saying, oh, he didn't or actually, it wasn't him that came up here. It was, what was it? I'm pretty sure it was I have it. It's the article. Where the hell did the article go? I got to pull it back up. Because there's an article that we were looking at, right? And this one right here, it says Paserno said Willis didn't hadn't received calls or text from loved ones of his friends prior to the police showing up at his house. So it says two people came to Willis's home and he didn't hear them because he sleeps with headphones and a loud fan, according to the news release. So it's one person contacted him on Facebook Messenger, but Willis didn't see the message until after police contacted him, Paserno said. Now, if that is a lie, I think that's going to come around and bite him in the ass.
Well, of course, because I mean, just my thing personally is the three guys going outside. Let's say they went outside to smoke. Let's say they went outside to do drugs that were late, whatever it is. Okay, so some of the other viewers, the last few shows have said, people don't share their stuff. Okay, whatever. He had to have gone to bed. The cars are still parked in his front yard. I mean, and like you said, does he not go to work? Does he not see the cars? Does he not call and check on his friends? And then when the ex-girlfriend comes over, he's, seeing the cars there, maybe breaks in, she finds one person, and then the other two are laid out in the back. I mean, just make it make sense, I guess. I don't know. This case is intriguing.
It has my attention for sure. And then, like I said, reading these other statements that he made, going back and listening to the interview that we just listened to with this attorney, he's saying all three died at the same time. They didn't receive,
that's really good.
You're not hearing anybody knocking on your door looking for your friends. And then when you leave, did you leave? That's the question. Not when you leave. Did you leave your house? Was there friends that came over afterwards? You have dogs. Why didn't they go outside? Were they there? Were they at your parents from from Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday?
So were they his dogs?
That's what
there's just a lot of confusion in this whole thing, and I hope for the family's sake that they do get the answers they, deserve. I don't want to accuse or even put on these guys that they did do drugs, but whether or not they did, to me, the whole thing is they're all left outside and froze to death, but they just all won't drop at one exact time to where no one can call for help, jump a fence, get into the house for, the friend who hosted the party. It's odd. It's really odd. And I think he has a lot of stuff to answer. And I just hope and pray for the family's sake, for our sake, who are into true crime, get the answers, because nobody wants that to happen to their family.
No. And the circumstances in this story is just, it's hard to, I get why it's hard for the family to swallow that. It's hard for them to swallow that they just froze outside and that these guys were just so incompetent that they would just freeze to death outside and let themselves die to the weather when they are used to these type of conditions when it comes to the winter anyways. And if the fiance can break in 10 minutes, you get what I'm saying? They're going to get in.
So the guys could have got in, or the other family member. I'm sure no one wanted to break in, but she did exactly what I would have done, looking for my husband, my brother, my fiance, my kids. I think any of us would. You said that yourself when, probably the first live that you did that, when your families walk out your house, y'all have little check in and check out. That's how most people are. You check in on your people. And then to wake up, whether you woke up early the next morning, late the next night, or even the following day, you see their cars. That makes you wonder. And then to, blatantly just completely ignore everybody calling you, DMing you, social mediaing you. It has to be something more than it.
I agree with that, Ginger Snap, too. I agree with that. Ginger Snap said in chat, three dead guys on your property should be plenty to investigate, take Jordan in for questioning, and examine to eliminate him of foul play. Alone 3 days to clean up evidence, etc., and car keys, phones, wallets. We got to look at it like this. It was January 7th. That's 2 days Really, we don't know what time they arrived there on Sunday, so we kind of it really is 2 days that they were there, not a full 3, but either way, 2 full days is a long time.
Yes, definitely, especially when you're looking for someone you love.
It just doesn't, and then it's so conflicting for all of us because we're hearing all these different statements. We're seeing TikTok videos, YouTube videos, U-Hauls moving out, moving. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're seeing all this different shit, and we're like, what is this? And we can't verify none of it. Besides,
Well, I hope tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, you're good. Say what you were gonna say. I'm gonna say.
I was gonna say, I hope tomorrow when you do, you interview with the sheriff. I mean, maybe that can clarify. I mean, it won't clarify what exactly happened here, but maybe it can give us a little insight on what, protocol and, rules that they have to follow, and maybe even the reason why it said that the police aren't investigating it as like a homicide or a death there. I mean, that to me, that's outrageous because I'd be putting on a show myself for the police. I'd be there every day demanding something be done. Now, if the guys did do wrong, not saying doing wrong, but if they did something that hurt themselves, I mean, for us, the public to judge that, we shouldn't be doing that. I mean, people do what people do. I mean, it's their own, way of doing life. But my thing is that they need to know for sure, for a fact, what actually happened. And, it'll take a minute for cops to come in, maybe even the bodies to unfreeze to be able to do anything. But I mean, they deserve answers, and I'll back them 100,000% that they, get the answers that they need.
No doubt. They need it. They need answers for sure. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if Jordan Willis is allegedly responsible for what happened here, but why haven't we heard from the 5th person that was there or anybody else that was there? We do know it was Jordan Willis's house. We know that allegedly he was renting this place during, when the events took place. But who was all there? Because we are all pointing and looking Jordan Willis's way, right? Allegedly, we're looking his way. But where's it? Who is this 5th person? And what was their relationship with Ricky and David and Clayton? What were their relationships with? You know what I'm saying? What was each person who was at this party's relationship with them? Did they have beef before? Did they not? There's a lot of things that play in factor to this Sunday football game, the Chargers versus the Chiefs, that I have pulled up here. Pretty sure it fell on a Sunday, I want to say. Well, was January 7th a Sunday, ladies and gentlemen? I'm curious.
I know the 12th is a Friday.
It's okay, Tara. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
No. I was talking to somebody in chat, but you're good.
Oh, I was gonna say.
No, you're good. You're good. I'll keep moving. I appreciate you calling in too. I seen somebody in chat say that I was nervous when I called in, but you made me feel good or something.
Yeah, no, you really do. Look, hey, I got into you and YouTube, and when you started the Article 4 case, and I am totally 100% devoted to your channel before anyone else. So I just want you, because you're factful. You bring out the facts. You don't talk the bullshit everybody else talks, and not all these conspiracies. But keep up the good work. We'll bring you some more people in here because I think you deserve it, and you deserve it all.
Well, I'm gonna continue to do what I do regardless. It doesn't matter if there was 5 people in here. I'm gonna continue to do what I do and continue to shine a light on all different types of weird ass shit going on in our country, which we have a lot. It's getting crazy out here, right? I mean,
it is getting crazy out here. I mean, all these things that are happening with no confirmations of anything. It's like the cops want to just see something and just pass it off if it's not video evidence. You know what I'm saying? It's just these little simple things that are happening, but they truly are somebody's family. And again, they deserve that. I mean, I think that if it's not solved for us, the public, it needs to be solved for them, the family. But I believe that what they're doing is a great thing, and they need to continue doing what they're doing because they need to put it out there. It needs to be there. It needs to be big. It needs to be like Idaho 4 and all these other big cases, because to me, I believe this is a big case.
It is.
I just always go back that 3 people are not gonna, fall out all at one time to where not one of the 3 can get some type of help.
No neighbors saw 3 bodies before the snow. This shit is so wild. We're just sitting here thinking about it. It doesn't even it doesn't even fit right. Just knowing
No,
what's
because
out there for the families now. I bet you them families right now are sitting up and they're sad as hell, and they're wondering what happened here, and they're trying to connect this puzzle. I can already envision them. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is super sad. It's crazy that there's no answers for them whatsoever right now. I could feel why they're that way. I'm feeling amped up. I'm up right now at 12:40 or 12:41 a.m., 1:41 a.m. in the East Coast. What it's right now, it is 10:41 in the West Coast. So, and then we got people in here from all over the country that are watching this case.
Yeah, you're right. So, I mean, it brings attention. I mean, because people just wonder, is it law enforcement who aren't doing their job?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it law enforcement just wanting to, just it be a pushover case? I personally don't think that they thought it would be this big. But I'm glad it got this big.
See.
Glad it's become this
And the
big.
thing, I'm glad it did too. I'm glad it did too, because the day that I checked it, there really wasn't many people covering at all. And I was like, fuck, I'm ready to dive into this. Like, I gotta dive in.
I heard it from you, yeah, and I'm into true crime. I watch a few different channels, and no one. But when I seen that with you on there, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it. I've watched every episode you find.
I mean, they want answers. The family want answers in this, and they need the answers. Like I said, and was comparing. I know those cases that I mentioned earlier, and I did see some people say like, Rev, well, that was a gunshot case, and there was different things that I'm just matching up the weirdness of these cases. They all have their own unique fingerprint, right? They all have their own unique fingerprint. So when I talk about the Kylie Rodney, when I talk about the Kylie Rodney case, when I talk about the Jessica Johnson case, when I talk about the Ellen Greenberg case, when I talk about Christian Andriacchio, and I start to mention those cases, those are just cases that I feel that are similar because
unique in their own way.
Yeah, exactly. But this case is so early on that there's still time for investigation, but they need to find something. They have to find something though, in order for there to be an investigation, right? They are saying 100% it's not being investigated as a homicide. They're writing this to news stations. They're saying it's not a homicide, ladies and gentlemen. It is being investigated as a death investigation. Nothing less, nothing more. And they're 100% saying that. Like, that's the weird part. Why would you email back somebody and say that we are 100% sure it's not a homicide? That sounds like bullshit to me off the rip, because you can never be 100% sure about anything.
No, I'm married. If I kill my husband, if my husband fell dead in my house tonight, the first person, the cops coming, and I'm going to be the first person who's a suspect. They're not just investigating that as a death. They're going to investigate it as a homicide. Unless, there are no signs. And, I understand that visible signs on the 3 guys who probably are outside frozen, whatever. There might not be, physical signs they can see up close at first. But once they take them into the, do the autopsy and stuff, they may find something. And I hope they do find something.
Okay. And now, you know what? That's actually, I'm glad you were talking about. And I read what I just read now. I'm connecting something. We got to go back to the phone call. I'm sitting here brainstorming while I'm listening to you, right? At the same time, multitasking to look it all over it, all the comments coming through.
Ahead.
And I'm just thinking of this shit now. I'm like, hold up. Weren't we told that they played dice, a game of dice afterwards? Was it just
After
Ricky?
the game.
We were told that, I think, by Adriana, correct? I think. Adriana said
I think dice. It was a game. They played a game.
So they were allegedly shooting dice after the game. Who was there for this dice shooting? You know what I mean? Who was there for that?
The 3 guys. One had left at about 11 o'clock, and the other 3 guys were there. And what's his name, Jordan?
Yeah.
Like someone else has said, did he go to bed? Who goes to bed and leave your friends? And I don't know how close they were, but I mean, if I have a party and I'm ready to go to bed, if they're not like, my family members or like really, really close families, no one's staying in my house. I mean, everybody's got to go. So
Exactly.
obviously he was up after the game
Mm-hmm.
to play dice or whatever game they were playing. So,
Right.
I mean, yeah, it's something more than just
I
a
seen
death and
someone
death
earlier
immunity.
say that one was found dead in the chair. Did I miss something? Anybody?
I
Oh
didn't.
yeah, that's another one too, Livy Live. I'm glad you said that. Trinity Backus. That's another weird case. It's just you could just keep adding these cases to this pile of weirdness. Jessica Chambers. I can keep going, man. There's so many cases that don't have justice, no answers, that some were ruled suicide, and it's so blatant that it's not suicide. Like the one with Jessica Johnson hanging off a mailbox.
Right. Yeah. I mean, how does it's difficult, and I mean, before these
What's
families,
your
they
final
deserve
thoughts on this?
justice.
Before I get on to the next call, what's your final thoughts with everything that we have right now? Just for you heard the attorney, you heard the details of and seen screenshots of all these other people talking. What is your final thoughts on everything that we know now? Is it still sus to you, or do we need that?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I think it's suspicious, 100%, because the way the lawyer's coming out now talking, he's not making any sense to what was said in the beginning. And again, too, did he have the lawyer before? Did he contact the lawyer before the bodies were found or after? And if he did after, when he came out and said, "Oh yeah, my friends just froze to death," I mean, I believe they're gonna find something. I think, and they're gonna charge him. I think that's my last thought. That I think they will find something to be able to charge him, because whether or not he committed whatever happened or it was done at his house, found in his backyard, so he has to be held accountable for either the contribution to doing it or because it was done at his house.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling up and being a voice in the community. I want you to continue to do that. I love hearing from all of you. Like, there's so many of you that call in, and I just enjoy hearing your thoughts and opinions as well as everybody else does. Thank you for being a light in the community, and thank you for just being here tonight. Gather with us as we continue to follow this heartbreaking story where all three of these, I want to say victims. I do want to say victims, right, because they're the way that they were found and the way that they were out back for 2 days. I mean, this is sad, man. Like, to freeze to death allegedly, but we don't even know if they froze to death.
Exactly.
So the only person we know that said that was Jordan, allegedly said his friends froze to death. So we'll see how that plays out. Again, thank you for being a light and a voice in the community. We appreciate you. Keep being a voice for the voiceless, because it's very important.
Well, thank you so much for taking my call. You have a good rest of your night. Continue your good work. And y'all all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of y'all night. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, and theories surrounding this case? Summer Wells, another one. I'm glad you mentioned it. Summer Wells. There's just so many, and we can keep going down that long list of cases that are shit. Yeah. To the back of the stab wounds to the back of the head and measured out to be a suicide. 80 on your live.
Hi, T. It's Cindy.
Cindy, what's going on? 6 minutes. The floor is yours.
Well, yeah.
You got to mute the background for me before I start the clock.
Right on.
All you got to do is mute the background for me, and we're good.
I know the drill. I just forgot.
I know you do. I just want it pleasant for the listeners and yourself.
Yeah.
You go back to listen.
Yeah.
But what's your thoughts on what you heard from this lawyer and stuff? I mean, what are your thoughts here, Cindy?
I think the lawyer is doing damage control and is lying out the wazoo. I don't believe him, and I don't believe the guy either. There's something super fishy, something super wrong, and it seems to me the police department doesn't seem interested in really doing a deep dive investigating this. Status quo, they talk to the guy, they think he's telling the truth, case closed. No. That's not how it works. And I'm just worried that there are so many things that we're not being told so far. I don't know if they've secured search warrants. It's days and days are going by where they could be collecting evidence, and they're giving the host of the party the benefit of the doubt. He's a scientist. He's what in the community. Let's not accuse him of anything, God forbid. 3 grown men do not die in a backyard from freezing. They died from something else. They were either poisoned, paralyzed, something happened to those men, because even if the fence was 10 feet tall, 2 men could boost 1 man over the fence. They're getting out of there. When I was a teenager, I would get shit-faced, drunk. I used drugs. I did, all the stuff the 60s and 70s had to offer. And I lived in freezing cold weather. And I didn't stay outside drunk or shit-faced. You have some instincts about you. You go to where it's warm. You got to get yourself safe. And that's always in the back of your mind. And I think everyone who's been wasted knows that. They didn't sleep outside and have frozen to death, or it just is so far-fetched to say they froze to death.
Yeah.
I'm so concerned that they're going to try to make that pass without, the talk screens.
That's a good point. Like with the frozen death, like you're not, Cindy, you come over to my house, you watch this game, you're out back or whatever.
Right.
If you can't get in and you were locked out and you're freezing, what are you going to do, Cindy?
Well, if the guy didn't steal my phone, I'm going to have those other guys boost me over the fence, and I'm going to go get us some help. I'm not going to wait in the yard to die.
Right. Exactly.
I don't care if I'm intoxicated. I'll drunkenly fall over the fence and stumble to a house. Help us. My friends are dying in the backyard over there. Call the police. We need help. Ambulances. Help. Not with these police acting like, oh, we talked to him. It's all cool. He didn't do anything wrong. These guys just froze to death. No. No investigation more than that. When's the medical examiner coming out with some results?
I mean, why is their family members saying things like this? One of those men was my uncle. I know I've went over this several times, but I could keep doing it. I could keep going over all these, highlighting these comments from family members saying weird things.
Right. And even so, they might have used drugs. They might have had fentanyl. They might have had opiates. They might have had weed. They might have had heroin. I don't care what drugs they use. They were used to them. They're not going to freeze to death in a yard when it's only, not even that cold to start with. I can see hypothermia and falling asleep, but I am letting myself fall asleep. No, you gotta, our instinct to survive has got us this far. And it doesn't just stop because, look at what they ingested: food, drink, maybe needles, maybe puncture wounds because he shot them up with something, or poisoned them with food or drink and paralyzed them or did something till these men were helpless. Because grown later 30-year-old men, they're the strongest men, they're healthy. They're not old men or teenage dummies They're men. They've had some experiences. They've had to get themselves free of this or that, and they're not dumb. They're strong, and they had the odds against them stacked hard against them. And I want the police to go in there with search warrants and dogs and all sorts of stuff to clear it, to accuse it of, to investigate it. This is no investigation. None. There's no investigation. They're waiting for the medical examiner instead of searching the place. You know, he's clearing out all of his drugs and chemicals and stuff like that. He's taking it back to work by now. Whatever he did to make this happen, and I don't believe this was an accident. Not with full-sized grown men with heads on their shoulders.
So, I mean, I want to, before I move on to another caller, I want to know, do you think that this was a premeditated scene, an incident, a premeditated plan here, allegedly?
You know, it could
What's your
be
thoughts? You need more details?
premeditated, and it could be the spur of the moment. He could have got pissed. He could have got offended. He could have got, I'm going to pay these son of a bitches back and do this to him. And, you know, it could have been like that, or he could have seethed the whole time they were coming over, planning it, getting things ready to do this. Or, like I said, he could have just gotten offended, pissed, and had the stuff there and did what he did. But this is no innocent person. He walks out 3 days later with his boxers and a wine glass, like, oh yeah, let's keep on partying, baby. No. He'd been out of the kitchen to eat. He'd gone out of the house. He'd gone to work, or he'd left. He saw their cars. He ignored the family. He didn't return calls. He didn't call his friends. He didn't check into it. What kind of friend is that? That is not how people act.
You hitting on the money. That's a bullseye right there. It's not how people act. It doesn't even make sense. You don't have
Why
no
is your
further
car still
conversation.
here, man?
You wouldn't message your friend to see if they got home. Friends are friends that I talk to. If I call you my friend, I at least talk to you once a day. And if I don't talk to you once a day, that means that that we didn't see each other or something.
It's dropping
I talk to my
off.
friends once a day.
Yeah,
At
and
least.
you do. You talk to your friends. You stay connected. You know what they're thinking. They know what you're thinking. You know, that's what friendship is. Maybe these guys weren't tight friends, but the three of them were.
Right.
And if the three in the backyard are trapped back there, they're going to help each other get one of them over the fence. Go get us some help, man. We're going to die back here. He's not opening the door. You know, they're screaming and knocking. Don't tell me they weren't. You know, and he says he didn't hear him because he had on headphones and
Cindy,
a fan.
Didn't I talk to
Come
you a
on.
while ago and you told me you were a police officer before in Idaho?
I worked for Chubbuck Police Department for 6 years when I lived here the first time. And I worked in law enforcement, yes, in Idaho. I got my training here. And this is just another reason why I
want to ask you something, since you say you were a police officer. If you showed up to a scene and you found one deceased, and then you go on to find two deceased, where do you guys go from there as police officers? What do you do? What's your next point?
Well, we've got to secure the scene, keep people out. We've got to, like, I was called over by some detectives when we had a lady who brought some gas into the motel, filled up the bathtub, got in, she tried to get out, she still died. Well, they called me over to roll her prints. And so, you know, I wasn't a detective, but they knew I did really good fingerprints. So they called me to come and do the prints. And, you know, when you see something like that, T, you see a woman so distressed. She had horrible poetry, terrible demon-like writing in her notebooks, but she cared about us, the law enforcement, coming in there because she unscrewed every light bulb, unplugged every outlet, because that gas could have set off a spark and hurt us. She looked out for that, you know, and when it was too late to save her, you know, we went into mode, I'm going to find out who she is with these fingerprints, you know, and did the very best I can do to get the best set of prints to find out who she is, and we did.
Yeah.
And she was in a motel traveling through and decided to off herself. People saw her carrying 2 5-gallons of gas into the motel. The motel reeked of gasoline. They didn't call till after she was dead, you know?
That's crazy.
If they would have called sooner, we might have been able to save her. But, you know, every
but what
scene
about
that you walk into is different.
What about here though? I'm saying these are dead. They're dead. You're not taking nobody down to. You're not going to question the person.
No, but you're gonna. If you don't know who they are, you might roll their prints.
When they lawyer up, what do
to
you do? When they
confirm,
say I want a lawyer, what are you doing for
when
them?
they lawyer up, that's them. They don't have to talk to us. But that doesn't mean we're not still getting search warrants. We're not still telling the judge what we have, what we suspect, and trying to get in there to get information.
Well,
because
I get that.
That's
you want to get information, but I'm not understanding police going to this location and the way and the manner that they were called to this location, and then just walking in there, grabbing these 3 bodies off the ground like they were just pieces of trash and walking out of there. I mean, you get what I'm saying? You get where I'm going with this?
I do. I don't understand this police department. They're shoddy.
When you ask him, if you go to try to ask him, hey, you want to come downtown for questioning or whatever, and he goes, I want a lawyer. Now, where do you start from there as an investigator if you can't even get inside or can't even find probable cause to get everything that you would need to build a case? Allegedly.
We've already invited him down to make a statement about what he witnessed in his house. You know, like, just tell us how the party went. You know, we get him in there. Then we start questioning him. And then when he figures out he needs a lawyer, we have to shut up. We can ask no more questions. But what we did get in the in-between before he asked for the lawyer, that's still all good information. So we're not losing anything by that. We're not losing getting a search warrant to search if we do it quickly. They seem to not care about what's in that house, what chemicals are in there, what could have been taken out when he went to work on Monday and Tuesday. Did they pull him over and search his car? No. You know, I don't understand this, police. I don't understand how they're not taking it more serious just to say, oh, it's an accident. Bye-bye.
Right.
Don't ask us any more questions because we've already said it was an accident.
Yeah.
No, the detectives are going to say, wait up. You know, we have all these family members calling us. They're telling us their phones weren't with them. Their keys weren't with them. Their information they need to leave, their phone cell and that kind of stuff. Did this guy have all that locked up in his bedroom?
Yeah, no, I mean, that right there is probable, in my opinion, that if you had somebody's items inside their house and you're refusing to give those up, they're going to get a search warrant and come up in that bitch. Allegedly, in my opinion. I think they are. That's probable cause for me. If you're hiding if you're hiding their shit inside the house, but if they don't, you know, they don't know if it's in there either. I don't know. It's a very, I can't wait to have this Kansas City sheriff on tomorrow to talk to this Kansas City sheriff and really get the input. But Cindy, I really appreciate you calling into and being a voice in the community. I'm going to move on to some more callers. Thank you so much for your voice and everything your input
Okay.
and breakdown on everything.
My
I really do
input.
appreciate it. It does make a difference. Everybody makes a difference. So we're gonna keep
Everybody.
following this case all the way through. I lose sleep just thinking
Yeah.
about this shit.
You
This
know,
case
it
is
was
weird.
a good case for you to pick up, and I'm so glad you did because it's so suspicious. And anybody else writing it off as the police said it's all normal and an accident. Come on. We don't believe it. I don't. But I will let you go and get some other people in and see if they think it was no accident.
Yeah,
I think it was no.
Nah.
I'm suspicious all over the town about this. This isn't
It's super
police
weird. We'll
procedure.
find
This
out.
isn't.
We'll find out. We'll find out when stuff comes in. I appreciate you calling in, Cindy. God bless you. Lock your
I
doors.
need
Stay
to go
safe.
back to their training books and see step 1, step 2, step 3 if they don't know what to do.
No
Well,
doubt.
okay.
I appreciate you, Cindy. God
Okay,
bless you.
love you,
Lock your
T.
doors.
Take care.
You too. Shout out to Cindy 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts and opinion again? Opinions. We say these things, but look, we're showcasing them right here. Here's family members going against what the lawyer's saying. The lawyer's saying they all 3 died. They this, they that. We got family members saying, where's the city police department is not doing their job. Jordan is still a free man. Why? 612. What's going on? You are.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can. I'm sorry. I thought you were still talking.
No, you're good. All right. What's going on? Talk to us.
Yeah. So I guess I have a little bit different perspective than what you all are coming up with. It feels like it's a fentanyl death, but maybe they found drugs on one of the men who passed away, and that would stop them from having to do a search of the house if it's right in their pocket.
I like that. I like the perspective you're bringing right now. Yes. That's
Yeah. I mean, the guy should have known. He should have been checking, but I mean, maybe he's a doofus and he isn't that kind of a person to check on stuff. Figured maybe they got a car ride home from somebody because they were drunk or high.
This is so. I mean, if they found I get what you're saying. If they found like drugs on them or anything in their pockets,
yeah,
and they would be like, "Oh, it's 100% not connected because we found fentanyl, cocaine, or we don't know that to be true." And I'm speculating when I say that, so don't take that serious, everybody in chat.
No, me either.
I'm speculating on it, but that's a good point that she brings to the table here when she discusses it and says, "Hey, maybe they found drugs on him, and that's why they were saying it's not a homicide."
Yeah, this is a death investigation. So, I mean, obviously, a good friend should have been checking on it. A good person should wonder why the car is there, but
something very evil.
Yeah,
no, this is.
Yeah, I mean, this could be the other way. He could have did it on purpose, but it doesn't. My first impression was it was an overdose, and if the one man didn't pass away, he probably didn't participate.
Mm-hmm.
And fentanyl's, killing a lot of people.
My thoughts also when I think, I don't know if you're thinking about this too, but when it comes to this case, who are the other people that were there? Isn't it fair to know that everyone who was there that night, if they were playing dice, was it a dice game that went bad and there was some arguments? Did something go on? And
that could happen.
But then again, you would have to do a lot to pre-plan to kill 3 people right there without having any trace of that. So I got to really step into my logic bag and say, hey, yeah, that's kind of out of the ordinary. Not everybody is Dexter-like and doing weird shit, but
hardly anybody is Dexter-like.
like on the spot. You would have to premeditate some shit like that to be like, damn, you know what? Fuck these 3 guys. I'm gonna give them this cocaine right here and that has fentanyl in it. Let them do it.
Yeah,
you get
right. Exactly. I do get what you're saying.
So you would
exactly
have
what I'm thinking.
like you would have to pre-plan something like that.
Right. We come with it.
But I don't see that being what happened as far as, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and give them some drugs with fentanyl. I don't think that's the way that they died. Now, if they did say they did die from drugs and it had fentanyl in there, then I get that. But you're gonna tell me that all 3 of y'all did this and all just plumped over outside as you did it?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what makes me think that it was just the three of them. They maybe took it in the backyard.
Did they all start freaking out? I don't know. I don't know if bodies were moved.
I don't know if you,
allegedly. It just feels like maybe they fumbled the bag on this one.
Maybe we don't know enough information.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thought. I mean, it seems so strange for three people to pass away outside in the backyard, basically the same time. To me, it just cries fentanyl overdose.
But here's his dad speaking too. Ricky was my son, and I love him so much. What the guy did is awful, and I'll never forgive him. And we'll see him and see if he can stand outside. My heart is broken.
Yeah. I would feel the same way.
Somebody commented under and said, I've been thinking about this nonstop since yesterday when you told me the news. Nobody should have to bury their child, and Ricky's young children shouldn't be without their dad. Prayers to all of you, and we hope you get justice, is basically what they were saying. I thought that was something.
Yeah. Yeah, I would feel the same way. I would have a lot of questions about how it happened and Jordan's suspicious behavior and all that kind of stuff. So, but like, also, why did it take all of the family members 2 whole days? I think they said 50 hours before they even broke into the house.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a little odd too. Like maybe one of them does do drugs, but they just thought, well,
Delaney said one victim had 2 jobs. I saw from family member. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, why weren't people over there faster? How come it took 50 hours to break in the house? Which that's another question. Why didn't they just go in the backyard and knock on the door rather than breaking into the house? That's kind of extreme.
That's a good take too. Keister says, could all 4 have OD'd and Jordan happened to survive panic and move the bodies outside thinking he had to save his reputation?
I don't think fentanyl works like that. It could, but I don't think it does.
Where somebody has like such a high tolerance to it that the other 3, I just feel like if all 3 would drop, how did one get lucky and live?
Well, that's why I think they did it like in the backyard.
I don't know how long it takes to overdose immediately or whatever. You know what I mean? It just happens.
Yeah, I don't either.
It just happens.
I've heard it very quick. Very quick.
It just happens. But this is insane. What?
I know. And for none of them to be able to even attempt to get out of the backyard, it had to be, fairly strong dose. I mean, I've seen a few where the cops have gotten just touching the fentanyl, and they're like on the cops giving them the Narcan right away because it works that fast, even just by touching it. Much less if they got it in a pill or if it was in some joint they smoked, or I don't know how they would have gotten it. But
I mean, this is now all right, hold up. This is 1, 2, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is about the 25th person I've seen. And this is this is Ricky's dad.
Okay.
So Ricky Sr. Like, this is like, I mean, I'm literally 25 plus, all from the family, friends, etc. People who went to high school, just, saying, saying these type of things.
Yeah, I understand that too. And he's probably a major drunk. And that's just what he does all the time.
He said, we're going to hire a detective. He said he hired a lawyer. This is Ricky's dad, by the way. He said, we are going to hire a detective. I've hired a lawyer to follow everything. This Jordan is going to get what's coming to him. He said, I'll never give up. Everybody, please donate to our GoFund. What? Our GoMe fund.
GoFundMe.
So we use this. I think he's doing talk to text. It looks like
the
dad is.
Yeah. Yeah. Or fat finger texting like I do. I mess it up all the time.
And it does look like somebody who's using talk to text, but this is his father, by the way. Okay, thank you. I paid for funeral, but going to hire a detective to police are not going to push this off, he's saying.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, the whole thing feels bad. Like, he's the one that survived, so he's the one that should be taking responsibility for it all. It's how it feels. But if they went out the back door and did this, he wouldn't have known.
And this right here was I'm pretty sure this was an opinion from a family member. They said, no new info has been given to us by the police or anything. Nothing has been told to us. We are still in the dark, but we suspect something was done to, as we know, our family member was clean of drugs. Now, this is a family member speaking out saying they knew their family member was clean of drugs. Now it says of drugs were involved. He did not take them voluntarily. They're saying, in our opinion, they were slipped in their drinks and they were locked outside, but we have no answer yet ourselves. Again, that is from a family member. Now, I'm not going to display their name because they probably don't want to be displayed. But again, you see the things that are coming up.
Yep. It still could have been one of the other three guys, though, that maybe put in the drink.
What's this one too? Let me pull this one up. Yes, it says, yes, he was my cousin. We want answers. Ricky Johnson was my cousin and my side of his family, and the other side wants answers.
Yep. I would want answers too. I mean, I don't blame the family for being this way. I would be doing the same thing. No matter, and I have one of mine had a substance abuse, and I still would claim that she's been sober for 2 years, so there's no way she was taking drugs. And I know that ain't true. That she could slip up anytime. I know she's clean, but she could slip up anytime. So,
and they also said,
"Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead."
No. You go. Say what you were saying.
Or they could have put it in the drink. You know, somebody thought it might be funny to slip Ricky and one of the other ones something in their drink, just watch them get messed up. Not necessarily knowing it was fentanyl. Or there could be a fifth person who did it and ditched.
That's why I'm saying, man, like, why don't we know about the fifth person? Now, I did see some family members saying that they said there was a fifth person, but the fifth person left early.
Oh, they did?
That's what I seen a family member say.
Could they have come back?
That we don't know, just as well as Jordan's not speaking. I don't know about this other person, if they're speaking or what. Who knows if police already went to talk to that person and they lawyered up. I have no idea.
That could be too. Yeah, that could be too. I mean, my suspicion, like I said, is that they must have found some of this fentanyl on one of the deceased guys, because they're calling it a death investigation and not a murder right off the bat. So, but they could be just covering it too, or being lazy, or I wouldn't say cover up, but not taking it seriously. Just, these guys are partying and they fentanyl overdose. But my suspicion is that one of them had the drugs on them.
So one of them had and I do think that is a very good take that you have there. One of them had the drugs on them. Cops are like, it looks like an overdose. You know what I mean? It looks like a little overdose, but we'll see. And they go and ask a couple questions. Oh, all right. And then they get the bodies off and they move out. I mean, that's how it sounded. And from the outcry from the families, that's exactly what it's looking like, because I would be acting the same exact way if they did the same shit. You gotta remember, the fiance was at the scene, so she knows how long they were there.
She was at the scene before or after?
She was at the scene when the police were called.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
But what did she do?
9:51 p.m. January 9th, she went over there, broke in, and it looks like a good call out from somebody in chat earlier that says, hey, did the fiance break into that? Oh, let me find it. Let me pull it up. Did the fiance break into this house? Because they said they seen a screen right there. And I now see the screen that they're talking about when they said that in chat. There's a screen right here on the ground. It looks like this is the busted window also.
Right.
Because the glass
I saw that too. Mm-hmm. But why didn't she go in the backyard?
It's a good question.
That leaves me a little bit confused.
Hold up. She found one of them.
But she broke in the house and went out the back door to see him.
She found one and called the police, and they found the other two in the backyard.
Right, on the porch. But she said she broke into the house through the window.
Yeah.
Why'd she break into the house instead of going to that gate and opening it and finding him that way?
Good night, Tiffany.
That seems odd to me, too. Unless this place, oh no, it's not his house. Never mind. Nope, it all feels odd. Why'd she break into the house?
Right.
Instead of call the cops and say, hey, my boyfriend's or my fiance's been gone for 2 days. His car is here. We need to check this out. I think he's in there. I think something's wrong. I mean, that part I would not do. I would not be breaking into somebody's house. I would go in their backyard and look. I'd be pounding on their door, and then I'd call the cops.
Yeah, it is.
It's a dangerous thing to break into somebody's house, you know?
Absolutely. Get your ass laid out.
Right, exactly.
Get your ass laid out.
Right, I ain't asking questions. I'm just going to take care of the person breaking in my window. So I think that's an odd thing, too. And there may be a reason for it. Maybe she tried other things. She obviously didn't go in the backyard, though.
No, Angela, that's not true at all. Actually, so Ricky's family spoke out. Jennifer Marquez spoke out. I can show you that too. I'll show you that as soon as I get off the phone. I'll show you the other person who spoke out.
Who was the other one?
Jennifer Marquez. That's David Harrington's mother.
Okay.
She spoke out, and I'll play that interview as soon as I'm about to play it right now.
All right, that'd be great. Hey, it was nice talking with you, T-REV.
Yes, I want to hear from you again. Thank you for your input. We appreciate you being a voice in the community. No matter if we agreed or disagreed respectfully, it doesn't matter. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. Thank you for having the courage to call up, and I look forward to hearing from you again.
Great. Thanks for covering this. Have a good night.
You're welcome. God bless you, man. Now, let's go back. I want to show you guys Jennifer so we can find Jennifer real quick.
A bizarre story out of Kansas City remains a mystery tonight.
3 buddies got together to watch this football game, a Chiefs game. Missing
I think this
for
is the
3
one.
days.
It is.
Police find bodies in the backyard. What in the world? I know family is demanding answers. Are we?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen some people saying, is it true Ricky Johnson's family is the only family that spoke? No. Multiple. I'm pretty sure somebody has spoke from every side. So you had Clayton McGinney. Okay. Let me try to fact check this for you. So you got Clayton McGinney's fiance, the one that broke into the house. This is the post about this breaking into the house, saying I was going to sleep on this. I was going to sleep on this and wait to post tomorrow, but I can't. This man, Jordan Willis, was inside his home alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game. Sunday, he knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him. On Tuesday, my husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on his door, then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she was inside, and still nothing from him. Then cops come 10 minutes later, and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand. Nothing is adding up. Dave, Clay, and Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this. Now, again, this is from a really good friend of the fiance who posted this. So not only that, her man went over there and her fiance went over there. Or not her fiance, but his fiance came over there. Clayton McGinney's fiance went over and was the one to bust the window at this house. So this is kind of a statement right here from one of them, right? I would say, well, that's really the friend, but in general, that's one side, Clayton McGinney. That's where we collect a little bit of a story from there. And now we move on to the next one, which is right here.
Anything new?
Jennifer speaks out.
About this case?
Marky, this is just a really shocking case. In fact, we have reached out to police who say first and foremost that this is not a homicide case, but a death investigation. Police going on to say there have been no signs of foul play at this time. But family and friends say that these 3 men and how they died, it does not add up.
I'm furious. Everybody's furious. Nobody believes this story.
Jennifer Marquez said her 37-year-old son, David Harrington, went to a friend's house to watch the Kansas City Chiefs game on Sunday, January 7th, but he never came home. Damn. 2 days later, on Tuesday, there still had been no word from Harrington or his friends, 38-year-old Ricky Johnson or 36-year-old Clayton McGinney. Friends and family say they made several attempts to contact the homeowner who hosted the football gathering, but they could not get a hold of them. The fiance of one of the men then went to the home, knocked on the door to no avail, and then broke into the house. She reportedly found one of the bodies and called police. Then when police got to the scene on Tuesday night, they found 2 more bodies. The homeowner reportedly told police that the men then froze to death as temperatures dipped below freezing in the area. The Kansas City police say they are currently waiting for the medical examiner's cause of death for the 3 men, and Marquez says that her family will never be the same.
It's a huge loss. He's everything. He is a brother. They are missing him, and they are brokenhearted.
Devastating for that mother right there. But at this time, no arrests have been made. Again, police.
Now, again, that was Jennifer Marquez, David Harrington's mom. She spoke out. She was on, I'm pretty sure she was on the KCPD, their first interview ever. I'm almost positive she was on the first KCPD interview ever. Right? Let's pull those up. Because there's actually a longer interview with, with her than that. So I'm going to show you guys that one. It's KCPD, 3 Chief fans. It's going to be the first couple videos. Looks like News Nation took that over. KCPD, this is it right here.
3 days after 3 bodies were found on
Family
the
furious. Look at this.
of a Northland home. Tonight, we're hearing from a mother furious with a lack of answers.
Only on Fox 4, the mother of a 37-year-old Kansas man who was over to watch the Chiefs Sunday game is sharing her story. Fox 4's Malik Jackson has that story, and he's now live.
Here is the first one. I'm pretty sure this is the first one that came out, or one of the first ones that came out.
From KCPD headquarters tonight.
Yeah, John and Christelle, we first told you that the person who lived inside of that home was telling his family that his friends froze to death. Well, tonight we're hearing from Jennifer Marquez, who she says her son, a father and a brother, deserves the truth, and she's not buying that he froze to death.
It was the most devastating moment of my life. I was at work. I collapsed, I think.
Heartbreak beyond belief for Jennifer Marquez, just 3 days after her son's body was found behind this Northland home.
He's a huge loss. He's everything. He is a brother. They are missing him, and they are brokenhearted.
Marquez said her son, David Harrington, went over to his friend's house to watch the Chiefs game on Sunday. Fast forward to Tuesday. No one had heard from him or his other 2 friends, Clayton McGinney and Ricky Johnson. Friends and family tried to contact the person.
Now you see who that was. That's Jennifer Marquez again, David Harrington. So I don't know where people are saying that one person from the families only spoke out. Ricky Johnson's family, yes, they spoke out, but you also have Jennifer Marquez speaking out. People like Adam speaking out. Just because they're not on News Nation doesn't mean they're not speaking out. Adam speaking out. Adriana speaking out. The friend, what was it? Kaylee. That was Kaylee speaking out. She said that her fiance went over there and beat on the door. And then she proceeded to explain how her friend, the fiance of McGinney, Clayton McGinney, went over there and busted a window out. So it's super weird. You don't look out your windows, the big ass windows. You don't see nobody on the back porch. I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen. We're not stupid, are we? You know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel when I'm looking at this. I'm like, we're not stupid, are we? There's no evidence of murder, right? There's no evidence of murder. But let's go back and revisit this again. All right, this is another interview. I thought this one's interesting, and this was a newer one. Check this out.
What makes it so easy?
After we have to listen to this freaking advertisement. This is a newer interview. Again, maybe a lot of you seen it, maybe you haven't. check this interview out and listen to him.
Price.
Oh my God, it won't even turn up on me.
To the three of you, my deepest condolences to your family. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us this morning. I can't imagine. Norma, let me just start with you. You got the phone call that every parent dreads. How are you holding up? And who was Ricky, for those of us who didn't know him?
It's very hard holding up. I don't remember what she
Who was he?
He was a loving son. He was a loving father, a loving brother, uncle.
Yeah. Norma, we hear your heart, and I can't imagine what you're feeling as a mom. I think too, anyone following this story from near or far can agree that something just doesn't add up here, right? Three friends don't just get together for a football game and freeze to death, which is what the guy who lives in that home says happened. What does your mother's intuition tell you, Norma?
That something is not right. And he should be arrested. He should at least be investigated, and they are not doing anything.
Jonathan, what's your sibling gut check here? And, to your mom's point, can you offer any more insights as to who this man was who hosted Ricky and his friends, how he didn't know that there were bodies in the backyard or didn't report that there were bodies in the backyard for days on end? What are you learning from law enforcement?
Well, law enforcement hasn't spoken to me specifically, but it's mostly word of mouth right now. And what we do know is that he did have animals that do need to go outside. They didn't get enough snow to really think that would, cover an entire person. And, dogs have that sense. There's many different things that don't add up that we just don't understand, and how somebody would not be at least investigated in any way or held until. So we've heard that he's moving out as well. So we don't know if he's going to be sticking around much longer.
Okay. And just to clarify, did you know this guy ahead of time? Any red flags that you know about with this friend, this fourth party?
No, the two men that my brothers were with, they were inseparable. But this man, we did not. No one from Ricky's family knew.
Okay. I like the fact that he broke it down like that. The two that he was with were inseparable. Put that in if you're taking notes on this case, put that in your notes. This man, Jonathan Price, shout out to Jonathan Price, Ricky Johnson's brother. He specifically just told us and gave us a big key to the puzzle that we could just shut down, because I see people talking about this on YouTube in different locations saying, well, they weren't that good of friends. And I see this argument going on. Put that to bed. Jonathan Price just told us that the other two, that they were all found dead together, were tight, inseparable. They all three died together. That proves it to me. Inseparable. I believe what he's saying. I believe what he's saying.
And we don't know how they became associated together.
Yeah.
What's going on, Arlene? Welcome.
Gosh, Stephanie, police quickly ruled out any.
By the way, after this interview, I will open the lines back up. So get your notes ready. Anything that you want to prepare to say, get ready.
Foul play, but it seems so many, including the direct family members, y'all are still in the dark, wondering what led them to that conclusion in the first place. Have police shared any evidence with you or, closer family members that maybe haven't shared publicly that are helping you make any sense of what happened whatsoever, or it's just been silent on your end?
Yeah, we haven't really heard much at all. Honestly, we just want answers.
Ricky's cause of death is still under investigation. An autopsy has been performed. Norma, what are you?
Oh, that's his little niece. So again, to the far right is Ricky Johnson's mom, the middle, the brother, and the far left, his niece. All right, so now we have all.
You hopeful for when it comes to those results. I mean, what are you hoping to? Are you hoping it's something as innocent as carbon monoxide poisoning? I mean, what are you praying for here as you wait for those results to come back to your family?
Carbon monoxide outside, though? Come on.
I have not one time thought it was carbon monoxide. I believe they were poisoned by this guy.
Bing bang.
Jonathan, any idea, any insights that you could give us as to, these three friends? You've seen the rumor mill swirling online. Do you think it was sinister? Do you think it was, drinking involved, drugs involved? I mean, what do you think?
I mean, it's definitely drinking. Everyone loved to have a good time, especially when watching the Chiefs game.
Sure.
And I don't like to speculate very much. I like to deal with facts.
Joker, that's what they say. And as he's saying, I don't like to speculate much. I like to deal with facts. You're saying the dogs were at the parents. That's a rumor that we're hearing. How do we know dogs were at the parents? Can we just say dogs were at the parents off of these rumors? Because it doesn't seem like that side's talking. So does anybody know the answers that his dogs were at his parents if he has a lawyer? I haven't seen the lawyer say that. I mean, if the lawyer said that, please let me know where it's at. I'd love to look at it.
But, my brother was a smart man, and there's no way that he would, it's just freezing to death is not a cause of death that I would accept. Not for three grown men that were inseparable, that looked after each other. There's just no way. Yeah. So I'm not sure what a toxicology report would tell us on all that, other than what potential drugs were in his system. But then again, it took a very long time to get that autopsy done because of the situation that arose and how long they had to wait and everything like that. And I'm not a scientist in any way, so I don't know how
lawyer said it on the damn. Did that slip past me? We're gonna go back and
long those drugs are still in their systems if they were drugged. But yeah, we're just looking for some type of effort.
There they go again with this. Yeah, no. All right, so you said they said it on this interview right here?
Now to the bizarre story out of Kansas City.
Okay, let's hear it again.
3 guys found dead outside of a friend's home after they'd all gone over to watch a Kansas City.
We're going to watch it again right here. You said they said it in this interview about the dog. Okay, let's pull it back.
Chiefs game with him. And the living friend whose home they'd gone to apparently never contacted the police.
Apparently okay, Stacey Monroe says the baby mama said that on your live the other night. She said a lot of things. We had her on the phone. How long? Maybe an hour. There was a lot of stuff said during that live. So if you go back, excuse me, dang, that hurt my chest. If you go back and you look at the live that we did, and we had Adriana on, which Adriana is Ricky Johnson's baby mother. She said a lot of things. She said that his phone, wallet, and keys were missing, but also she said that on the internet, and that's why I was contacting her, because I seen her say those things. Then she ended up calling in that night. If you want to, I'm going to cut that phone call out and post it, because a lot of people have been asking me, where's this phone call? Where's this phone call? I can't find it. I'm pretty sure it was 2 streams ago. It's either 2 or 3 streams ago. You can go back, and it's around the 4-hour mark, I believe. 4 going into 5 hour. It definitely at the 4-hour mark. If you go to the 4-hour mark, you will hear that interview. But I'm going to upload it probably tomorrow. So you'll be able to listen to it in full, and I'll cut out a lot of the filler in there so you guys can just get straight to hearing what she says. You know what I mean?
Claiming days later that the 3 men identified as 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, 37-year-old David Harrington, 36-year-old Clayton McGinney, froze to death outside of his home. The autopsy results are currently pending, but as of now, police are saying there are no signs of foul play and are not treating this as a homicide investigation. Joining us now is John Paserno, the attorney for the homeowner.
Maybe I must have just not paid attention to that, which is important. So I'm glad you mentioned it. I'm glad you guys mentioned it in chat, because I don't recall that. I don't recall him mentioning the dogs. But if he did, that means I just multitasking or looking past it like an idiot.
Hunter, thanks a lot for coming on the program. Appreciate it. All right, so a lot of people, particularly family members of those who died, have a lot of questions for your client. What does he say happened here?
Well, at this time, he doesn't say anything different than what he's told police previously, that he has no knowledge of what happened to those young men after they left his home.
Let me read you. This is from one of his friends, from one of the friends of the one of the people who died, who said on Facebook, "The man was inside his home alive while my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on the door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she's inside, and still nothing from him. Then the cops come 10 minutes later and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in his hand. Nothing is adding up. Dave, Clay, and Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this."
Now I'm glad that Dan Abrams read this to him, because we were going over this for days before Dan Abrams even had him on there to talk to him. So I'm glad that he pulled this up and read it to him. It's the same exact screenshot that we were looking at earlier with Kaylee Latier. Remember the one I pulled up earlier? It says I was going to sleep on this and wait to post to tomorrow, but I can't. Remember that screenshot I pulled up earlier?
Response.
Sure. Even if all of those things are true, that doesn't mean he had anything to do with what happened to those young men. Obviously, 3 men who die all at the same time, and there's no signs of foul play whatsoever.
3 men that die at the same time. Again, I'm about to open the lines back up. 219-885-9693. That revs me up when I hear that shit. 3 guys that died at the same time. How do you know that?
And Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this. Your response.
Sure. Even if all of those things are true, that doesn't mean he had anything to do with what happened to those young men. Obviously, 3
That's probably why I overlooked that, because hearing that dumbass shit is crazy. They all 3 died at the same time. How do you know that? Please tell me how you do.
Men who die all at the same time, and there's no signs of foul.
501, what's going on? You're live.
Yo, what up, bro? Let me pause my.
Go ahead, brother. You go. Take your time.
All right, this is David. I didn't call. I called and talked to you earlier, bro.
That's cool. What's going on, David?
Yeah. So, and I've been hearing the. All right. How does he know that they all died at the same time? When was he there to? And does he even know the toxicology? But also want to say, my wife brought up a good point. Would you be, she's like, I don't know if I'd bang on that break in. I said, you know what? If they were gone for 50 hours, that's 2 days. Plus, hell yeah, I'd be banging on my fiance's door or wherever my fiance was at, just because that's also like they could be cheating or something, you know what? But not say they were, or you know. And shout out to the family. I feel like I hope they get justice. You know, I really do. And that's another thing I wanted to bring up. I felt bad about saying not bringing up the family's, you know, part in it. Like when I called earlier.
Yeah.
But I was glad I was able to get back to you. And like I said, I would call and I love to talk about anything, you know what I mean? But like, that is crazy. Him saying that, but like I said, somehow they all didn't have the frame of mind to make their way back into a spot, or they were locked out, or like that 5th person. I didn't hear about that before I called the first time, you know. Not to take up too much of your time. I just heard that you were taking calls, but I really wanted to just mainly take this time to shout out and hope the family gets justice. And, you know, I don't mean any harm. Like, I don't want to sound bad about talking, but I just want the family, you know. That's what something, at least something, you know. Like, there's got to be something out there that is under wraps that they're not saying, because, like, they're starting to learn. The more that gets leaked, the more that, I don't know, but, like, you was talking about Kylie Rodney earlier, too.
Yeah.
That shit still blows my mind. Like, okay, I done seen the video of her on that one video, but where was that video at before all the cops got involved in all this Von Kylie shit? But sorry to take your time, bro, but
Yeah,
just want to say,
you're good. It's
just want to say, I just want to, like, really, for sure, say, I hope the family gets what they deserve, you know, and that's some kind of justice or anything, something. Just know that at least their loved ones may have died with the best person that they know, you know, or the best friend that they know. But it's just very suspicious.
Yeah, we're all speculating too at this point, but I mean, I don't know. I tend to stand and lean towards what the victims' families are saying and shit like that. I mean, it just
For real, yeah.
are they talking from a place of hurt because they were at his house last, or are they just left with answer that, you know, are they supposed to just accept, hey, they all three allegedly died out here and that's it, and they move on with life?
Yeah, like,
we'll keep going. No answers are going to be given. No, they deserve answers just like anybody.
Exactly. And I feel like still Kylie Rodney's always family don't got answers still, because it's crazy that they searched that whole area for how long, and then AWP or Adventures of Purpose come in, and then that same day they find her like 15 feet out.
Hell no.
But
somebody asked me about.
Yeah, but that's crazy. That's crazy as fuck. Like, but that whole area was searched thoroughly by dive teams and whatever. No, you can't tell me. That's why you saw what's his name get so. If you watch the video, you see the guy that's doing the magnet. You see his face. Like, he could see the car from where he's like looking at in the boat, you know. But not but on I just want to say, like, I hope the family gets what they deserve, and that's figure out what the hell happened to their kids, because that's what they are right now. They're kids, fathers, brothers, you know, this family is somebody. So I felt bad not mentioning that earlier, so that's the only reason I really called back.
Oh, it's all good, brother.
You know,
It's all good. I appreciate you
respect
calling
on
in.
that, and yeah, and I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna let you get to some more calls.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for your input. Thank you for being a voice in the community, and thank you for listening, my man. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful night, brother. Stay blessed.
Hey, you too.
Stay in your lane.
Appreciate it.
You know, stay sober. Stay
Yes,
doing your
sir.
thing, man.
Hey, I appreciate what you doing. Keep it going, man.
Absolutely. God bless you, brother. You have a good night.
You too, bro. You have.
Yeah, man. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. He said back to the video.
All play whatsoever from the police. There's nothing to indicate that Jordan had any involvement whatsoever in their deaths. I spoke with the prosecutor this morning. As a matter of fact, the toxicology reports are due in a couple.
Toxicology reports are due in a couple days, huh? 515, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on? How's your night going?
Pretty good. Just very interesting case. My opinion, it's either one of two things. Either Jordan is involved somehow and he killed them, or I've been trying to figure out, like, to me so far, I just don't see any actual evidence besides the bodies. Other than that, like, what evidence? Because, like, I mean, I sleep a lot in my personal life. Like, I'm depressed. I'm not older or do drugs, but I know people who have. And for all I know, this dude, he's sitting there with a hangover. You know, they go to bed at midnight, sleeps all day Monday. You know, and I know that they're saying that he read the text messages, but if he's not replying and he's just like, maybe he looks at his phone and then it says it's read or something, you know, I don't know. I really don't know that much about the case, to be honest. I'm just speculating from my point of view. You know, there's definitely a lot of sketchy stuff, but I'm like, what if they go out, they've been partying from 2 p.m. till midnight, they're like, oh, we're going to go have a cigarette, maybe Jordan passed out, and then he thinks that they left, and they're out back, you know, like he goes to bed before them maybe, because they've been partying all night, something, and they're out back smoking cigarettes and doing fentanyl or coke or whatever, and then they die. And I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying I don't know. That's all I've been thinking about.
Yeah, did they go out back and do whatever? You know what I mean? Did they go out back and do whatever? And that's what it comes down to. Why not do it inside? Right?
That's also true. I mean, it's a lot of weird stuff. I don't know.
Because you could do something that's not going to stink, like for the sake, like marijuana. You know what I mean? Marijuana is an odor to it. So,
but I was thinking maybe, God, this is such a bizarre case, because I tried to think, like,
it's bizarre as hell. You know, it doesn't even make sense. And this is another person right here that went to high school with him that goes, Matt right here goes, the man's been a psycho since high school. I'm not a licensed psychiatrist, and this is not a professional diagnosis. Always hated him, and he knows it. This person just came out, and then the person under there, Rihanna, says, you're like the third person who has used that word to describe him. I thought this was just interesting.
And I find it interesting that he works for the government, I guess, in some capacity. Maybe, I don't know what. I just heard that he does like some sort of scientific research. But, you know, if this guy was such a terrible person, why would, you know, I'm thinking, why would these three guys go over to his house? Like, there's so much, I don't know. There's just a lot about this case that just is so weird. But I don't want to eat up too much of your time. That's pretty much all I had to say.
You're good, brother. I appreciate you calling in too, and you putting your input, your voice into the community. I appreciate you picking up the phone and having the courage to call in. Thank you for that. I look forward to hearing from you again. Where are you calling in from?
Des Moines, Iowa.
Well, shout out to you from Des Moines, Iowa. I appreciate you. Like I said, being a voice in the community, it always matters. Remember, people are going to hear this call and people give their input. And I appreciate you, like I said, calling in and giving your input. Continue to do that, man. Voice for the voiceless. Hashtag voice for the voiceless. God bless, brother.
Thank you. Thank you for you too, brother.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Lock your doors, my brother. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Everybody's voice counts. He said, Jess, this is odd. He's being described in the same way. Hello. I'm telling you. The man, I've seen comments like this, several. This one caught my attention when I seen it. I was looking at this comment like, what? But I've seen several other ones that said he was a weird character. He was a weird guy. He was a weird this. It was a weird that. And I'm like, damn. All right, let's play this. Let's keep going.
All the weeks.
All right, we'll go 813. You're on with me. What's going on? Talk to us.
Oh, T-REV, Tasha Hendricks.
What's up, Hash? You seen this case? You been digging into it? What's going on?
Well, I did. Well, I just hopped on the live and seen it, but man, it seems like point blank period. Just seems like fentanyl. Like they're drinkers. Somebody probably had cocaine. They probably did fentanyl on accident.
So you think that this is a accidental fentanyl out back? Now, how are we explaining the 2 days for Jordan not seeing them out back? How do you explain from there? You know what I mean? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Okay, wait.
sorry. I'm so new to this. I didn't even know that part.
Yeah, I'm gonna fill you in. All right. So if you don't know, I'm just gonna fill you in
Yeah,
general.
fill me in.
What do
Fill me
you
in.
All right. So on January 7th at
Mm-hmm.
9:51 p.m., a fiance to Clayton McGinney went over to this location, to this house where
Yeah.
they were. Where they last were, they went to watch this Kansas City football game. It was the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Chargers on January 7th. I think the low in the degrees was 27, high 32, I believe, when I look back at what the weather was that night and day. So they went over there and are found on January 9th at 9:51 p.m. when the fiance goes over there and breaks a window out after several attempts and knocking on the door, multiple people going by there, beating on the damn door, messaging him, etc. They no response. She had to go over, break this window out, go in and find her fiance dead, or actually another man. I think it was somebody else that she found dead, but she knew immediately, picked up the phone, dialed 911. Police came. And allegedly he walked down. He finally came out in a robe with boxers on with an empty wine glass. That's what was being explained. So you're going to tell me that you're at your house for 2 whole days after your friends were over there at a Chiefs game.
Oh no, he knew what was going on.
And you didn't know all 3 were out back dead?
Yeah, no. He knew. Come on.
Allegedly. Everything you hear here is allegedly, if you hadn't heard it from law enforcement.
Yeah, allegedly this, allegedly that. He knew. Come on. He came outside with his little robe on, his boxer. He's still in party zone. Oh my God. We shouldn't even have to speculate. We already know he knew.
And the lawyer is saying that his arcade, this is, I find interesting. Lawyer said the dogs were at, I think his mom's or whatever, or family members, that his dogs weren't there all of a sudden. I mean, I don't know. This is crazy. Your dogs weren't there. You dropped
your
the
dogs
dogs
weren't
off?
there. It's too much. It's too much.
Give me your input on this now. Now that you heard the story, and that's not
now I know. Well, now I hear the story. Now I'm just thinking that he's probably some little weirdo, and they probably okay. So I don't know, man. Like maybe something happened and it went too far, and they're drinking things. You never know. People go Jekyll and Hyde when they drink, so something could have escalated.
One of the guys didn't even drink or smoke.
Yeah, I know, but the main guy did. The main guy did. Whose house it was?
Yeah, I don't know much about George.
Was there anybody else? Was there anybody else there?
Okay, so that's the thing that's messing with me, Hash. They said that there was a 5th person there. I seen a family member say that. And then when they said that there was a 5th person there, they said that this mutual 5th person that was there left early.
Yeah, so
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, who's that person?
So who is that person that was there? But it's sus because they're found dead at his house from January 7th. Again, they went over there. I think the game that day was at 3 p.m. So from 3 p.m. all the way, which is January 7th, all the way to 9:51 on January 9th. When did all this happen between that time? And why did it take 2 days for anybody to even get over to this guy's house?
Yeah, and they were outside.
You get what I'm saying? Like, why did it take 2 days for anyone to get over to this dude's house to find, or did it take that long to find out where they were?
That's even worse than waiting 8 hours to make the phone call that you think there's a killer in the house for Idaho 4.
Oh my God!
Just saying.
That's the oh my God.
Yeah, no, I got the oh my God.
Oh my God! Hold up. Wait a minute.
Had to double down.
Dan, like this shit is puzzling. This case is puzzling.
Because here's the thing. My little brother throws like big banger parties for football games and stuff like that. And they all drink, and I always get worried because they do like the beer funnels and beer pong and stuff, and they go pretty hard. But the one thing is they always, none of them drink and drive. They always stay. That's my dog snoring in the background, by the way.
Oh, you're good.
And they always hold each other accountable by like if somebody gets too drunk, they like, they give them water and stuff like that. Like everybody's usually on high alert. So I find it bizarre that the guy whose owns the house wouldn't have known that the people were not dead. Like he definitely knew that they were dead, and he either accidentally did it, gave them something that they died with, and then he didn't know what to do, and so he just panicked and just stayed high, getting high or something.
You know, we interviewed, I don't know, you said you're new to this case in general. The other night we interviewed the baby mother to Ricky Johnson.
Yeah.
We talked to her a little bit. Now, what caught my eye was what she was saying is she said Ricky's phone, Ricky's wallet, I think it was phone, wallet, and keys are missing. Where are they at? And when she was saying that, I'm like, what? His phone, wallet, and keys are missing? Isn't that enough probable cause to get a search warrant?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was thinking of things like that because they answered back to the media. You know what the KCPD told, I think it was News Nation or another local news station. They told them that it was 100% not being investigated as a homicide and that it is just a death investigation.
Ooh.
100%. How could you 100% anything?
Okay, yeah, 100% anything. You have no proof. They have nothing. That's ridiculous.
So I didn't understand that part.
That's like finding a body in the parking lot and just assuming that the person killed themselves.
Absolutely, 100%. It's
Yeah.
crazy. And that, I mean, how many times have we seen that with cases that I've followed? I've seen it several times.
Well, no, that's what happened with my sister. What happened with my sister is they found her in a parking lot, and the boyfriend said that she hung herself, and he unhung her and carried her down and left her there, and the police didn't go inside and search the house.
Your sister?
And yeah, I told you about this. And then my sister,
nah, but I didn't.
Yeah,
you must have told me when I was multitasking.
Yeah. And anyway,
Send me articles on this.
Yeah, then the police didn't go in and search the house or anything, and he just got away with it. So
you sent articles on it?
I mean, yeah.
No, like I want information on that. Send it to me. I'm looking at another one that Melissa French sent in. Her friend.
Yeah, no, basically it's just like the police. What they do is sometimes they're just fucking lazy.
Yeah.
They're just absolutely lazy, and they have they just don't care if they see that somebody's been drunk or on drugs or something. They go in and they're just like, okay,
write it off, suicide or whatever, right? Like,
yeah, exactly, suicide.
Oh,
And they just write it off.
suicide, whatever. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's like with Jessica Johnson, for instance. Jessica Johnson was hanging off a mailbox with shoestrings.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's awful.
And they saying that she killed herself. Allegedly.
Yeah, there's no
again trigger warning. Everybody killed. We're talking about.
Dude, that looks if there was ever a murder to have happened, that photo. There's no way there's no way she did that to herself. It looks so disgusting and terrible. I couldn't believe it when I saw that picture. I was like, you like what dumb fuck cops, bumblefucks ruled that as a suicide. That's so stupid. I can't. Like they need their license revoked.
Lisa said law enforcement is no good. They are the new criminals, and you talk about liars. And they believe it's okay. There's no law against lying. Fuckers. Damn. Lisa ain't playing. Lisa said law enforcement is no good. I mean, there's a lot of these cases that you can put together where you could definitely tell bad police work was done.
Bad police work, big bad police work.
And you have cases where police work was great. On point, 100% from start to finish.
Well, look at the Gabby Petito thing. Like they saw that she wasn't the aggressor in the fight, but they should have arrested like one of them to get her away from him, and they didn't, and then she ended up dead.
So the thing is people just have this image where they think cops are the sweet, prettiest, innocent, the most innocent people on earth. Let me tell you something right now. They are not. They are not the most sweet and innocent people in the world. There is a such thing as good cops, and there's a such thing as bad cops. There is both. And there's middle too, middle of the road, middle of the pack. ones that ride on the bad and ones that ride with the good. You got people that just like in anything that you take part in, you're going to have good or bad. Period. You're gonna have bad teammates. You're gonna have bad classmates. You're gonna have bad everything. There's gonna be a little bit of bad into everything that you see out here. So always be vigilant of that bad. And as far as like police corruption and seeing it, like I've covered so many different stories and been looking at so many different stories that had police corruption in it in America, and it's a insane number that I was looking at, just based on cases and shit that they got wrong. It's weird.
When I was a baby, my mom had a nanny look after me, right? And the nanny, when she got me back, I had like patches of my hair ripped out and I was beaten. And my mom wanted to call the police, but the problem was that the nanny's husband was the sheriff of the town. So when she told her husband what the nanny did to me, he told her that if my mom was to report her, that he would like basically take my mom down. And so can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
And that was in New York.
That shit's crazy.
Yeah. So the
send
police
me articles on your sister's story. That's interesting. Hearing some, I'd like to take a look at it.
Yeah, I'll tell you all
If you
about
don't
it.
mind. I mean, if you
No, I can send you the stuff.
I would definitely like to take a look at it and see what you're talking about with
Yeah.
that.
No, I had always wished that there was some kind of justice, but it is what it is. I just kind of gave up because it was just so hard to try to go further with anything because they just didn't want to do anything. It was in Huntington Beach, California, and they were just kind of like, no, she killed herself. And even though, okay, but why is she in the parking lot? And why is her boyfriend, like, why is he not even there when you guys go and find her? Like, but he's saying that he found her inside the apartment. It doesn't make sense.
No, I definitely like to look at it. Definitely send it in and let me know. I'm gonna go on to the next caller, but Hash, get that stuff together and send it to me. I want to take a look at your sister's case. I want to see what that's looking like. Maybe we can shine some light on it for real.
All right, peace out, T-REV.
I appreciate you, Hash. Thank you for calling in. Lock your doors before you go to bed tonight. You know the drill.
Yes, lock the doors.
Lock your doors. Real phone call. I appreciate it. I'm sorry about your sister too. That's a sad story. To hear somebody call me up and tell me that their sister lost their lives and the police didn't do that, just hurt. That, I don't know. As you sit and listen to that type of shit, man, that shit messes with me. And she's just, it's like, damn, are people forced to be okay with things? I don't get it. Yeah, I get it if there's no evidence. I understand that. You can't just go pointing fingers at people and locking them up. We get that. But I mean, there's just so many cases that it shows you murder and they're blatantly getting it wrong. Christian Andriacchio, allegedly, like I said.
And we can all speculate as to how they died. But as far as my client being involved, Jordan didn't have anything to do with their deaths. When they left his home after the game, he didn't even really know which door they went out. Yeah. They were in the backyard. He doesn't use that particular door. He goes out in the front. And so he had no knowledge that they were out there until, Tuesday when he was told that they were out there.
And what of the claims?
Hold up, Just Joe. You know what Leisure Chick told me earlier about the UK? She said if this happened in the UK, that everybody would be, or whoever, like everybody at the location would be held accountable. That's what she was telling me about this case. She was like, it doesn't make sense in the UK here. You would have to give us some answers. Now, I don't know how many of you in here are from the UK, but one of my admins is from there. I'd be very interested to hear her story too. Yeah. Law enforcement has super dirty officers on every force, and then a few good, not many. No, not sweet. My dad was a cop. 825, you're live. What's going on?
Oh, hey, I've been trying for a while. I'm so glad.
You're good. You're through. What's going on? Talk to us.
Okay, so I just recently found you, so I've been watching for about a week, but you got me hooked because of this case. So I have a bunch of things I want to say, so I hope I have enough time.
Please, go ahead.
First one, do you have a picture of where the porch is? Because I'm interested to see, like, where it is. Like, does it connect to the house? And where is it from where the other two bodies were found?
Okay, I know.
You know what I mean? Because I've been thinking, like, okay, so the fiance breaks in, and so, like, what's the layout of the house? What made her go to that porch instead of investigating the rest of the house? Because had she gone through the whole house, she would have found Jordan, right? So if she came in through that window and then what? She went to the back and went out to where?
You're making a good point right now. You're just bringing that up. If she came in, okay, so that would mean she went in the house, didn't find Jordan, but went straight to the back door and found that, or found one right there and called the police immediately.
Right. So like where? Okay. So then she sees the body.
Yeah.
So is it? Because from the pictures I've seen, it looks like the window that she went through is probably where that screen was left, right? That's what we're assuming right now. We don't know for sure. So that would be on the right side of the house. Let's say she goes through there, then what? She goes through the middle of the house and then goes right to the back, and then that's it. Like, why wouldn't she go upstairs? Why, like if she didn't see them in the living room, like that's where I would go next, or to the basement. What made her go back there? Like it, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm wondering, is there like glass doors, or is it connected to the house where she's seen something that looks suspicious? You know what I mean? Like, I want to know what made her go that way. Maybe she's seen something.
Yeah, that's a good point that you're bringing up there. That's a good point.
Because then he can't say, "Oh, I didn't know." Well,
that I don't know. You bringing that up? That is a good point that you say, though. You're saying she comes in, she goes and she finds them, calls immediately, but doesn't find Jordan in the house. Great point. Great point.
Yeah.
What did you go to a door and it was locked?
Well, she said she announced herself too when she got inside, and she called out, and nobody answered.
Absolutely.
So then, where would you go next? I wouldn't go to the backyard.
That's a very good point. That's all. I think Fun Mama says exactly what I've been saying, and it was 10 p.m. and dark. Yeah, it was 9:51 p.m. going on 10 p.m. and dark. It was dark as shit. It was 9 p.m. It was still dark. Why
would you go there?
Why didn't she find or run into Jordan in the house at all? You didn't come. Did you go to check all these different doors, or did you go straight and look out? I mean, you're breaking into a house. Are you going to look out the windows to see if anybody's out back, or you're coming in to look for your man, right? In the house. You're thinking you're in the crib. Because
if they were there, and then like obviously the living room is going to be on the main floor, and then it looks like maybe they used to hang out in the basement or something. But like if it's at night, it's dark, no one's answering, you think, oh, they must be asleep. That maybe they're asleep. So where would you go? You go upstairs. You wouldn't go outside. You wouldn't think someone's asleep outside, right? Just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I got Sarah. I can get a hold of her.
So,
I got her number.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she. Oh, there we go. Yeah, look at that.
That's the back porch you were talking about. I wanted to break it up while you were talking about it.
Yeah, look at those glass doors.
Yeah, how you seeing bodies in the dark? Great point. Love the point you're making, Fun Mama.
Yeah, see, so one person was laying there, right? So maybe she was able to see them out those glass doors right there.
So
and maybe that's.
So we do got to remember when she went there was snow.
Yeah.
They're in red. It's 9:51. Yeah. Is there light in the backyard? It's naturally going to have a little bit just from the snow, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Still may be dark, but
if it's dark inside the house, you'd be able to see something laying on the ground outside. You'd see some kind of shape.
Especially red. If you're wearing your red Kansas City jersey,
Yeah. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. So it's possible. Yeah. So if she's seen it, then there's no reason why he wouldn't have.
Agreed.
I don't know. That's just something to throw out there. Okay. So then I have Ricky was buried already, correct?
You said Ricky what?
Wasn't he? They had his service, his
Yes.
funeral already.
Yes, ma'am. They absolutely did.
And what about the other two? Are they?
Friday, he was. I'm pretty sure Friday, Ricky was laid to rest.
Okay. Because I was just thinking, like, obviously there's no criminal investigation at all then because they've released the body.
Yeah.
Usually they hold on to the body and you're not allowed to, they don't release them to the families until after they've done their investigation.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, Delana. She's talking about a picture from, she wants to see a picture of like the dining room. I think it's the dining room leading to the backyard. This one. Look. Yeah, it is this one. Hold up. Let's get a better angle.
Probably would be. Normally that's how it's set up, right?
There's the angle right there, ladies and gentlemen. So there's the angle you could, I mean, probably the best angle we're going to get besides this one where you can see right, straight, and left. So you can see to the left out here. It looks like they'd be pretty easy to break into too. If you're freezing to death outside, you could bust the hell out these windows.
Yeah.
I'm throwing a chair through there. I don't, it's whatever. I'm getting inside to get warm.
Adriana said that the gates were unlocked.
Pickle Toe's grandma, fifth person, left at 10 p.m. He had to work the next day.
Oh my God. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Huh. What was I gonna say? And that other guy left at 11. That's what I heard on that. I can't remember the girl's name.
The person on the patio would have snow due to the awning. Yeah, that's a good point. I like that. That's a good point. They did autopsy on the bodies. What about toxicology? Still waiting. It should be this week, they said, for Husky Homestead. They did say this week that it should be, the autopsy should be, or not the autopsies, the toxicology should be out. So we will see what comes back on that. If any arrests are made or if anything is even brought into that. Rev, that happened to me, ex-husband. Wow. Hardly investigated 3 hours, closed 2 bullets, 1 missing, right-handed, did with left. A million other things. That's sad, Susie. I'm sorry to hear that. Wow.
Okay, so the other thing is, like, I've seen videos of these guys, and they're not like skinny, wimpy noodles. I mean, they're pretty big, healthy-looking guys, right? So what bothers me is that they all had to die within seconds of each other, or knocked out, or incapacitated, etc., right? Because they would have helped one another.
Did you hear?
You know what I mean?
Did you hear the lawyer? He said that they all.
I did.
Time or something?
And I did message you about that. Is I think he did say he spoke with the district attorney in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I don't know for sure. I'm just saying he might have gotten that information from him.
You could be hit.
It's a possibility.
Absolutely.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, because you'd be stupid to say some shit that was a lie and be the lawyer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think he's gonna talk about something he doesn't know about because he knows by now he's on national TV.
Absolutely. You have a picture where the back porch is enclosed. You have a picture where the back porch is enclosed. Yes. It's somewhere. I think it was the last one.
Oh, look at that. It doesn't look like those. Those don't go outside though.
This is our front yard. Remember, the screen on this right window, I think it was the right window, was pulled off and laid next to here in the news clip.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking maybe she went in. Because she didn't go in the back. She went through the front. Because if she'd gone through the back, she would have seen them. And on the right is where the driveway is, and the cars would have been parked, because that's where the garages are.
Fun Mama.
So she had to go through the front.
Fun Mama. Actually, that would make a lot of sense, Fun Mama, to the reason why they're saying 100% not investigated as a homicide. That, because that's what police would do. They see drugs and there's no marks on them, no defense wounds, no anything. They find drugs in the pocket. Oh, damn. overdose. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, how did 3 guys drop dead at once? Okay, like a few years ago, I was taking fentanyl pills because I was on Percocet when I lived in the United States, and when I moved back here to Canada, things were so strict I couldn't get my prescription anymore. So I went out and did that. But I mean, the people I got it from, like, they told me, like, don't be screwing around with this stuff, like, So I'd take tiny little pieces off, and I used to just ingest them because I needed it for pain. So I just take a tiny little chip off and swallow it. I mean, what I've seen, if you look at those people in Kensington, like, they shoot that stuff and they're down, like, bam, they're down. You know what I mean? So can you tell me if your friend injected themselves or smoked something and then fell to the ground, are you just going to leave him sitting there while you inject yourself or shoot up with it? Like, these guys, they're not drug addicts. They're not strung out on the street. You know what I mean? Like, they're sensible, meaty looking men.
Yeah.
So I can't see all 3 of them. How can all 3 of them overdose
Over and
all
die.
at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
No sense
You're on.
at all. It does, so even if they thought it was a drug overdose, there still needs to be an investigation because they can't all die at the same time from a drug overdose. They can't all hit at the same. Well, okay, maybe they did hit all at the same time, but I find that really hard to believe. Even when you're hanging out with a bunch of friends, you all don't, smoke a joint all at the same time, take a puff. You all don't have your own separate joint. You know what I mean? Like, it just, no, it's not sitting right with me. And which brings up the next thing. If it was just a death investigation, it's not a criminal investigation, do the police need Jordan's permission to do an investigation? Because he's not the owner of the house and it's not criminal. So I don't think couldn't they just get the homeowner's house? Because it's not a criminal investigation. It's just a death investigation.
Right. I mean, he's got a lawyer. They're not going to do shit.
Right. But if it's not a criminal investigation, then do they need his permission? Because he's not the homeowner.
Right. I mean, you could go. I mean, if they got permission to go in now, maybe if the homeowner said, but what is there now? You can't get the devices. You can't get any belongings to search anything. So what, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to go in there and try to find? Because if they don't have tools, you're not looking for a murder weapon. You're not looking for anything.
Juliana said that the phones were not wet, that they were dry. So she must have gotten them back. They must have gotten their belongings back because she said, because she brought that up. She's like, it doesn't make any sense because their phones weren't wet and they were still working. So obviously they didn't have them on them when it snowed. That's what she said. She said the phones weren't wet.
And then what about this statement right here, though? He sleeps with headphones and a loud fan, according to the news release. He said,
I do that too. I've got my fan blowing right now because I live in Canada. It's really cold. And with the heat on, it's really dry. So I have a air purifier and my fan going to circulate the air. And I always sleep with my headphones on. And I can hear stuff. Like sometimes I have to yell at my kids. I'm like, be quiet. You're talking too loud. I think you're talking to me because I can hear them over like my music or my videos or whatever. But yeah, I sleep with the headphones on too because I find it hard to sleep because I have cats and kids.
And a lot of people get into misinformation with the game. It was this game that they went to watch. Some people keep thinking it's the Dolphins game where it was -4 or 2 degrees. And
I know. It was the weekend before, not that one, and it wasn't that cold. But I thought there was an inch of snow.
Yeah.
Because someone else said that it snowed and there were no footprints outside. So nobody had been back there.
Not one person.
And when was the time of death? Because that other dude left at 11 because he's the one that told Juliana that they were playing dice.
I mean, I haven't seen no autopsies.
I mean, I haven't seen anything about time of death.
Mm-hmm.
That would give us more information about the events that took place. Like everyone keeps saying, didn't he go to work?
Yeah, I don't see nothing about a time of death or anything. The only thing I do see is, so we got the timeline, death of 3 Kansas City Chiefs fans raises questions. So where's it at? It says right here, initial gathering was Sunday the 7th. Let me exit this. I was just getting in my way. This is the timeline they have broken down as of right now. So it says initial gathering Sunday, January 7th. David Harrington, 37-year-old, 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, and 36-year-old Clayton McGinney went to a friend's house to watch the Kansas City Chiefs game. The game kicked off at 3:25 p.m. Central Time and ended almost exactly 3 hours later, according to the post on the team's social media. For the next 50 hours or so, loved ones heard nothing from the 3 men. Now, it says victims were found Tuesday, January 9th. The fiance of one of the men showed up at the home and started banging on the door, but no one answered. She broke through the basement, found one man dead on the back porch, and called the police, who found the 2 other men also deceased in the backyard. Police issued a statement the next morning saying they found no obvious signs of foul play. A search warrant wasn't required to enter the residence because of the homeowner's cooperation, the statement said.
Oh my God!
I missed that little piece right there where it says a warrant wasn't required to enter the residence because the homeowner's cooperation.
That was the first day. That was just the first day when they first found him. Then the next day,
well, they go to
that's when you lawyered up.
It says January 12th. So it took from the 9th to Friday the 12th for the 3 victims to be identified. So there's 3 days of all right. So you got from the 7th to the 9th, they were dead. Then they weren't identified until January 12th. And then it says the ongoing investigation Thursday, January 18th. Jacob Beck China, a spokesperson for the KCPD, Kansas City Police Department, sent News Nation a statement saying the next phase in the investigation would be to receive the medical examiner's determination of a cause of death, which you were just talking about. That would be the thing that would drive any additional investigative steps, Beck China said. There is no change in the preliminary investigative findings. There have not been any indications of foul play. So that's the timeline, and that's what's going on right now. So they're saying Beck China is saying that they got to wait for those autopsies.
Well, one thing I want to know is how often did Jordan talk to these 3 friends? Like, was it a daily thing? Because like you had brought up, like you check on your friends. Like if he thought everything was fine, wouldn't he be messaging them or calling them or whatever? Be like, hey, what's up? You know what I mean? Like, did he call them or message any of them over those 2 days?
And this is
because he had their phones and he knew they were dead, in my opinion. So I would say no. So I'd be interested to know if he spoke to any of, you know what I mean? Like, would he go 2 days without speaking to all 3 of them all the time, or would he contact them like every day?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's why, and this is the timeline that I'm showing on the screen right now. The same.
And
one
what about the U-Haul? Did he book or reserve that U-Haul before? Like, was he planning to need it, or was this just spur of the moment and he decided to move?
Yeah, see that I don't know, but we could go back. I want to go back and actually watch that. I'm gonna actually go back and watch that because I think it's a good find, but I still haven't been able to verify the whole 3 bird situation with the 3 birds in the back.
Yeah,
you know, I was never able to verify that, but I do appreciate you calling in. Where are you calling in from?
Canada.
That's
Calgary,
right.
Alberta.
That's right. You said you lived in the States, moved back to Canada. I remember you saying that now.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, and I hope to hear from you again. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Lock the doors.
And thanks for being there for all of us. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you for calling in and engaging. I appreciate that. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful night, and I can't wait to hear from you again.
Thank you. Same to you. And I'll be calling back for sure.
God bless you, man. Good phone call. Good phone call. Let me go to this email real quick. All right, so I see a few emails that came in. I do see the one from our guy that called in earlier. He sent in an article, which we will be touching on tomorrow, because again, if you just came in, maybe you came in a little late, but I'm going to tell you this right now. Tomorrow we have a sheriff from the Kansas City sheriff coming on the air with me tomorrow. So we will be asking some questions. Get your questions ready. Any little details or questions that you guys have. Maybe I should post it on the community page. Questions. I want you guys to get your questions together for tomorrow night, because when we get her on, I don't know how long. Maybe we have her on for 30 minutes, maybe an hour. I don't know yet. I haven't discussed time yet. But again, a Kansas City sheriff will be on here with me tomorrow. So make sure you get ready to tune in. Keep the notification bells on. It's going to be, I can't wait to hear her input on this case. I know she already thought it was sus from what I was being told from the team that I work with that's lined this up and already vetted. I already know this person is an officer, know they work there. It's vetted already. So it's not like I'm blindly talking to somebody that is tricking me on some weird shit. No, this person is 100% a Kansas City sheriff and will be on the show tomorrow. And we will be talking. I was going to have her come on tonight at 8, but the game ended up going a little longer. And we were watching the Kansas City Chiefs game at the time. And that's what that was. The fiance should have called the cops soon as they couldn't get up with him, and they should have just met her at the home and her not break in. I'm just saying something is way off. Yeah, something's way off. And homegirl from Canada made a great point. She said specifically, when she broke in, how did she not find Jordan and found one of them first? So I did find that. That's an interesting detail, and I wasn't even looking at it like that. I didn't even think about that. When you think 3 people found dead like this, your mind's everywhere, because it's like, how is 3 people just drop dead? How did 3 people just fall dead? And then you heard the brother. We watched this interview 2 or 3 times this stream already. The brother specifically said that all 3 friends would have each other's 6. All 3 friends would have each other's back. He said that they were close friends, that they were inseparable. You got to take it for what it is. I'm going to open the lines back up, 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. It's wild. And I'm about to pull back up this TikTok, too, before we talk to somebody else. Or as we talk to somebody else. And we'll watch it as I take the next call. Before I take the next call. The TikTok was this one. Here it is right here. Yep. See. 908. It's never too late. You are on the line. Talk to me.
Hey, Trav, it's Chris. How are you?
Chris, what's going on, my brother?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there, man. Looking at this case like, what is going on? We're waiting. And yeah, why did it take a week to break the news and who won the game? Chiefs won. And I don't know why it took a week. But Chris, talk to me, man. What's going on here? After you heard some of these details, you're seeing what the family's saying. You're seeing what the lawyer's saying. I don't know if you've heard what the lawyer said already, but what's your opinion on all that? On everything that you've been seeing up to now, and especially with the lawyer of Jordan Willis coming and speaking out and saying, well, they all 3, died at the same time. And just the dogs being gone or at a family members and all these different things that are stacking up here. What's your opinion? Break it down for us. We want to hear it, Chris.
Well, the last time I called in when you first, you put this up, and I was talking about that Joe Kenda episode.
Yes, sir.
So I had to refresh my memory because it's from 2010, and I actually bought it's season 2, episode 8, and it's called A Beautiful Shade of Death. Okay, that's the name of the episode, and I rewatched it. Okay, and it's so this is January 14th of 2010. Okay. And this is Colorado Springs.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts off with everyone getting prepared for the Broncos game, football game. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing. These people, they had to call a welfare check. Police came. One of the police officers had to break through go through the window. And he found a woman there on the floor. Her pants were unzipped and unbuttoned, and then her shirt was like pulled up. So they thought it was an SA right off the bat, right?
Wow.
And then they found it was like five people, right? So it was so eerily similar. And then they first said, well, you know what? You know how people have like the candles and the religious stuff out in their homes, like, old fashioned kind of people or whatever. They go back to traditions. So they'll have their candles and all that stuff out. And then they found the cat. Remember I was telling you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And they were all pointing, it's a cult, it's a satanic thing, and then all this. Then they found out the girl had two boyfriends fighting over each other, and it's so eerily similar. And the other thing too is, I'm not saying that's the case, but it wind up, and then they found out that the heat exchanger was put in backwards.
Right.
And in order to do that, you have to actually, because the heat exchanger will only go in one way.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to make it fit in the opposite direction, someone actually took a hammer and banged out the cabinet that puts the heater exchanger in, to put it in backwards, where it would just pump CO2 into the house. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing too is, right now is more questions till autopsy, all that stuff comes back, toxicology, right? So, I'm thinking like, all right, you got three guys in the back, one's on the patio, two are in the backyard, right? I see the pictures of the house, and it looks like a pretty decent sized backyard and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So were they running from something? Maybe, if you go to that other theory that something malicious was done, why was one guy on the patio and the two guys out farther away into the backyard where they weren't even seen at first?
Mm.
You know what I mean? So if they were like, they went outside and then maybe they were sharing something that was laced with fentanyl or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
all three of them, I think, would be together in the same spot found, right?
Right.
They're separated. And I don't know that, because we don't know the details. And the other thing is, were they wearing jackets? Did they put their jackets on and go outside? Because they would be wearing their Chiefs jerseys, right?
Yeah.
So did they run out with their Chiefs jerseys on and all that? And, the freezing to death part, I don't believe, because if you look at the front of the house, because you put up the pictures of the house. So I was going through the house and all that, looking around. You can almost go through that. If you're standing in front of the house, you go through the left side of the house, the home, and put your hand out the window and almost hit the neighbor's house. So if you're cold and you run around, you can't get back in the house, whether the door automatically locked behind them or anything like that. You can go to one of those neighbors right across the street. That's a whole neighborhood there.
Right.
So you can actually, start knocking on doors. Listen, we got locked out. We're freaking freezing out here, and I'm thinking like, if you can get all the way to the backyard, into the backyard, it's probably a shorter distance if you were just made a left and went to the house next door or the house on the other side next door. So it's very strange circumstances, and I could see where everything, how people are, everything's going around, what it could be. And then you have this guy's a scientist, and they're, and then I don't know if he had, any animosity towards any one of them guys there where it would be like a girlfriend or something involved or anything like that. But 3 guys and then being separated, not all in the same spot. Like if you were out in the forest, right? Like 4 guys went out camping, right? And 3 of them you find, a month later you find them huddled up, and they died from hypothermia. And most of the time you start taking off clothes for some reason with hypothermia too. So we don't know how they were dressed, how they were found, right? So, that's another important factor is how they were found, But yeah, it's crazy. It's got a lot of things, surrounding that, things are off. And then you have the U-Haul truck. So I could see where people have the doubt. But I keep telling you the Joe Kenda episode there, but it was the same thing too. It was like 2-3 days later, one of the police went there to do a welfare check, and they had to knock through the window to get in the
This
house.
shit doesn't make sense, Chris. The story. We need to know answers like this. The answers to shit like this. What happened that night? What questions did you ask the homeowner? They're saying that he cooperated right here on the article that I was reading that News Nation had up. I guess News Nation emailed the police, asked them, questions and different things. They emailed them back, gave them a statement surrounding the case, and said it is not being investigated as a homicide and that it's being investigated as a death investigation, and also said the homeowner cooperated. But we do know now that he has a lawyer, obviously, as that lawyer is on the news, and he is, talking about different things, saying things to the degree of, they all died at the same time. This is what the lawyer is on here saying. He said they all died at the same time on this interview that we're looking at right here. I got it on the screen with Dan Abrams. He says in this video they died at the same time. How do you know that?
Yeah, that's interesting, because you got 2 guys in the backyard and 1 on the patio, and from what I could see, I'm not there. I can't measure it. I don't know exactly where they were found, but they seem like kind of farther apart. Whether it's 50 feet, 25 feet, it's not like they're all 3 of them are together.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they're all 3 of them are like almost on top of each other, So could somebody have ran, like someone, and they ran out the door for some reason?
D family, she said, in my opinion, I feel they passed out in the house, then dragged outside when they were out of it. I see what you're saying. Maybe one was trying to get to the other one.
That's possible, but those are, those guys are pretty big. You got 3 big guys. You got the 1 guy in there, but yeah, I mean, anything's possible. And then after 2-3 days, you're not going to really have drag marks and everything with snow coming down and everything, And the other thing you got to understand too is it's exceptionally cold and rare for that area, for that being those kind of temperatures.
Right.
So the heat was probably up full blast too. I keep going back to extraordinary circumstance like carbon monoxide or something out of the.
I mean, I think about this. I think about this case like this, Chris. How can officers go to this location, walk into the back, see 3 dead people, investigate it, and still sit? I just don't get it. Or did they find drugs? I forgot who said that earlier. Maybe they went into their pockets, found some drugs, or in somebody's pocket, and they tested it, or whatever. What type of scene? Excuse me. What type of scene is out back? What type of scene did the police walk into when they walked out back? What was on the back table? Was there a table out back? Was there anything out there that, any paraphernalia? What did you guys find in that backyard when you went there that night?
Sure.
You get it?
And he must have cooperated fully with them, where he let them in the house and everything, So he probably let them go through the house and everything because they said he cooperated fully. As far as we know, I mean, from what I heard, but hey, anything's possible. I mean, this guy could have went downstairs or in the basement or upstairs, and where it was less, and he could have passed out, wake up, and didn't know what was going on, and then seen their cars. I believe there was 2 cars, not 3, because 2 of them came together, and he could have said, they probably went home, took an Uber, and I'll probably talk to him in a couple of days. Maybe just hung out in bed, he had a headache, whatever. But it's very, it's sad, but it's very interesting, like how this stuff happens. But my opinion, T, is it's an extraordinary circumstance, as of what I know of now. Now you start to find the autopsy and a bunch of other stuff comes back, and then we get more information. I think, things will definitely change, especially my opinion. But it seems, and it's so similar to that, that Joe Kenda episode. It's just, it's wild. It's got the same kind of narrative. I mean, they were found in the house, not outside of the house, but hey, they could have ran outside the house, because they said the first thing you're going to do is when people have carbon dioxide poisoning, they're going to be pink and white, right? So, but you're outside for 2 days in the freezing temperatures, and I heard the wind chill was going down to like -6, -2 over there, because you have a wind chill too, the wind chill. So, yeah, hey man, I don't know. That's my theories right now, and that's from what I've seen and what I watched you and your callers and everything. Yeah. So, I know you got the sheriff. You got a sheriff coming in from Kansas City tomorrow talking. So that'll be great.
And that's like I said later on today, I will have her on. I was supposed to have her on tonight for Sunday for you guys, but she got to work early and stuff like that. So the game ended up being a little bit longer. I think closer to 9, and then I ended up getting ready. By the time I got on, it was way too late for her to get on. So, but anyways, the Kansas City sheriff, maybe she can enlighten us on what is going on right now in this investigation. I'm pretty sure we know that, but also I do like the fact that we have her coming on for the simple fact she knows Kansas City law. You get what I'm saying? And that's going to help.
Oh, that's great. You get some really good insight from her in the area and all that stuff. So
luckily I have someone that I'm super close to, and we were able to put that together, and I'm glad that we were able to put that together. So I think it'll be good insight. And if I'm going to post on the community tab probably before I go to bed tonight. So you guys get all your questions and write things down, or type in a bunch of comments, and I'll go in there and take a lot of those questions and ask.
Well, the good work as usual, put it together, getting the information out there, and then as more information comes in, can come up with better theories and stuff. What transpired,
Absolutely. So, I hope so. But, Chris, I hope the families get answers. They need answers, whether it's something sinister happened, whether it's drugs, whatever it is. Hopefully, I hope they get the answers. They need some closure. They'll never have enough closure, right? Because they lost a loved one here in this situation. But some answers for them maybe could boost and help them move on and sleep at night, which is going to be hard. But again,
you got to put yourself in their position. Sometimes you got to step back from the case and then think of the families. Like, my son went to have what he usually does. It went to hang out with his friends, have a couple of beers, have a good time, watch the game, and then all of a sudden, a couple of days later, we can't find him, and he's passed on with 2 of his friends that I know. And they're distraught. They want answers, and I 100%. My prayers and condolences go out to them, and I hope they get the answers where they can heal down the road. I can't blame the families for being like that and what they're saying. So I can't. They're just they're victims of the circumstance and everything, and it's you got 3 pretty healthy guys. They look like cool dudes, like they're just hanging out having the game, and just like we all do, get some food together and stuff. Hey, all I know is all my friends made it home okay from New Year's Eve. So I had food for them and everything. So, but they're I can't blame the families for being so upset and wanting answers, and stuff's rolling around in their head. It's if I put myself in their shoes. Sorry, T. It's almost like 4 o'clock in the morning. So
Yeah,
I'm a little,
good, brother.
I'm sorry, but yeah, it's my heart goes out to the families and stuff, and it's just something that really shouldn't have happened. And I'm sure the answers are going to come out, and I'll get some answers soon, and put the pieces of that puzzle together and figure out exactly what happened. So, but anyway, I'll let you go, and thank you so much. Thank you for working on this, and then we'll be in touch, brother.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. We'll continue to follow this story, pull up anything that I find out, anything that I come across that I think is interesting. I'm going to continue to showcase it. I do think that all the screenshots from the family members and different statements that they're making, the lawyer, everything that has came out so far is just, it's one side saying this guy's sus, and then you got one side that is saying no, he was, nothing happened. So we're gonna see what happens, Chris. We're gonna see what happens. I appreciate you calling in, being a voice in the community, and being a voice for the voiceless as usual, brother. Thank you for calling in. I enjoyed the phone call, brother. I hope you have a beautiful night, man.
You too. Be well, my friend. I'll talk to you soon.
God bless. Chris, good phone call. Chris in the building. Chris always calls. 3:50 a.m.
Oh my God.
Damn, time went by that fast. We really been on for 4 hours? That's light. 4 hours and 46 minutes. Somebody is that? Hold up. I'm from the UK.
From the families that they were trying to contact him and he wouldn't respond, and they were going to the house, etc.
Sure. I don't know about whether or not they went to the house or tried to contact him, but he was home sporadically. I know another allegation I've seen floating out there is that he would have had to put the dogs out, that the dogs would have went in the backyard, and that's untrue as well. The dogs stay at his dad's house, which his dad lives in a different location, and that's where the dogs were. He had no reason to go in the backyard.
Okay, so dogs were at dad's house. Dogs were at dad's house. Crimson Berries. Good night, T-REV. I am loving your content. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Crimson Berries. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for coming by, and good night to you. Sleep well. Shout out to you. We appreciate you coming by. He said I was sleeping, which is excuse me. Arlene said I was sleeping, which is why I was late. Yeah, I don't blame you. You got to catch some sleep sometimes. You got to get some shut eye. It's healthy. We still kicking it. If someone had criminal records, I'm sure those are going to come out. Agreed, Liz.
As you can see there, we've had recent snowstorms and that kind of thing. So he had absolutely no knowledge that they were out there. They were his friends. They were at his house socializing. If he had found them out there, or if they were in danger, he would have called the police and tried to help them. He's a highly educated guy. He's a good guy. He has a full-time job. In no way would he try to harm his buddies.
And to be really clear, he didn't know that there were three.
No way he would try to harm his buddies.
Here.
He tried to harm his buddies.
And to be really clear, he didn't know that there were 3 dead, frozen friends outside his house.
Correct. No idea. I mean, if you didn't look in your backyard, how would you know that?
Stop the cap. All right. John Paserno, thank you so much for coming on the program. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Dan. How would you know that?
Outside his house. Here, he didn't know that there were 3 dead, frozen friends outside his house.
Correct.
Stop the cap.
No idea. I mean, if you didn't look in your backyard, how would you know that?
All right. John Paserno, thank you so much for coming on the program. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Let's get back with the panel. Geraldo Rivera, Ashley Banfield, and Jesse Weber. All right, Ashley, it's cold where they are there. You grew up in incredibly cold weather as well. What do you make of what Mr. Paserno is saying there?
No.
I grew up in minus 30.
Nope. Yeah, no, we don't care. Next. We want to see that. Hold on. This is the one right here.
How is it possible that the man living in this house?
No, that's not it. That can't be it. Where's the one?
How is it possible that the man living in this house
It
had
might
no
be.
idea 3 of his friends were laying dead in his backyard for more than 2 days? This is Jordan Willis, and on Sunday night, he had friends over to watch the Chiefs game. A few of those friends stayed a little bit later than the others, and when those friends didn't show up at their homes or their works the next day, and then the day after that, people started looking for them. The missing friends were Clayton McGinney, Ricky Johnson, and David Harrington. On Tuesday night, one of the men's fiancés was searching for her fiancé, showed up at the house, started banging on the doors. Nobody was answering, so she broke through one of the basement windows to enter into the house. When she approached the backyard, she found a dead body. She called the police, and when the police arrived, they found 2 more dead bodies on this back porch. Now, Monday night into Tuesday, we did get a lot of snow in the Kansas City area, so it's possible that they could have been covered by snow, but this entire backyard was also surrounded by a privacy fence. So maybe it's not unusual that neighbors didn't notice anything. However, this man has 2 dogs. You're telling me that he didn't let his dogs out in the backyard at any point and saw his friends scattered about his backyard? It was also reported that when the police showed up to his house, he answered the door wearing nothing but his boxers and an empty glass of wine. But he refused to answer when other people were showing up at his house, banging on his doors, looking for their friends because their cars were still parked in his driveway. According to friends of the victims, they had been messaging him and he had been opening the messages but wasn't responding to anyone who was looking for their friends. And allegedly, he's been telling his
Hold
family
up.
that
I don't think I've seen this one. The screenshot. Lindsay Ray Baldwin says, "These were my friends. 3 men do not just go outside and freeze to death. While the owner of the home, their friend, stays inside, and only when police show up, come outside in boxers like you've just been chilling for 2 days while your 3 friends are dead outside. Make noise here, people. This story is not okay. He had been contacted for over 24 hours prior about where our friends were, and also their cars still parked at his house, and didn't reply to anyone."
Oh my God.
Okay, well, this is the first comment that I've read that specifically says their cars were parked out of his house.
that his friends must have frozen to death in his backyard. Autopsies are being performed on the 3 victims, and that should give us a little more insight into exactly what happened. But there are speculations that this man or somebody at the party may have intentionally overdosed the 3 victims with fentanyl.
That's what they're saying.
Regardless, what everyone wants to know is, how is it possible that the man living in this house had no idea 3 of his friends were laying dead in his backyard?
Hold on. Yeah, now that part. Hold on. Where's the other one at? There's another one that shows the bird thing. That's what I want to show you guys.
I've got some updates about the case where the 3 friends were
Yes,
found
this
in
is
the
it.
backyard of their friend's house after
Okay, so this is the one that shows about the bird, but I wasn't able to find his sister. I wasn't able to find his sister and see the bird. So, and it supposedly wiped off the internet.
watching a Chiefs game last weekend. I've been in contact with some of the family members and friends of the victims in this case, and so I'm very
Oops, wrong
I've got
one.
some updates about the case where the 3 friends were found in the backyard of their friend's house after watching a Chiefs game last weekend. I've been in contact with some of the family members and friends of the victims in this case, and so I'm very grateful that they have been open and honest with me and vulnerable about sharing some of the specifics about this case, but I am going to be keeping them
Welcome,
anonymous
Laura.
just to respect their privacy. However, the consensus is that they want this story out there because everyone thinks there's something fishy here and they want justice. So just for a quick recap, this is Clayton McGinney, Ricky Johnson, and David Harrington. They went to this house, the home of Jordan Willis, who is a brilliant scientist out of Kansas City. He hosted a little watch party for the Chiefs game last weekend. The last person to leave the house left at around 11 o'clock. And then nobody heard from these 3 friends that Monday or that Tuesday. Finally, Clayton's fiance, April, went to the house on Tuesday evening to figure out what the heck was going on. She was banging on the doors. People had been messaging Jordan for days. He was not responding to anybody. He wasn't opening the door for anybody. And then finally, April took it upon herself to get into the house and figure out what the heck was going on, announced her presence,
April. Okay, so April.
went to the backyard and found somebody laying on the porch covered in snow. One of the men was found on the porch, and then the other two were found in the yard. This is Jordan Willis. He was renting the home at the time, and he said that he assumed his friends must have frozen to death. Now, in my last video, I did raise the question about how this man who had 2 dogs didn't notice that his friends were laying in his backyard over the course of 2 days, but apparently his dogs were actually at his parents' house. But that still does not explain why you wouldn't answer all of the calls and messages and people banging on your door looking for your friends, especially when 2 of their cars were parked in front of his house. Ricky's car was at David's house because the 2 of them rode together. Clayton's car was at Jordan's house as well. As of right now, there is a search warrant being. Ricky's car was at David's house because the 2 of them rode together. Clayton's car was at Jordan's house as well.
There we go. So did you guys hear that? Clayton's car, and it said Ricky's car, correct? Why is the baby mother of Ricky Johnson saying his keys, wallet, and his phone was missing? Interesting.
Especially when 2 of their cars were parked in front of his house. Ricky's car was at David's house because the 2 of them rode together. Clayton's car was at Jordan's house as well. As of right now, there is a search warrant being executed at Jordan's house. The autopsies and toxicology reports are pending, so that will hopefully give us some more answers. And then, as of yesterday, Jordan Willis had a U-Haul out in the front of his house because he's moving out. And to answer this question, I don't know, because this gate was unlocked. So there's not any way that these guys couldn't have gotten to their cars if they wanted to. It's still
Exactly.
inexplicable how they all ended up outside,
Bing
and how
bang.
they all ended up dead. There have been rumors or speculation that drugs were involved. I'm not really going to touch on that just yet until we have more specific information, but it does seem like one of the most plausible theories. And this is so bizarre, but somebody sent this to me. This is a screenshot from Jordan's sister's Facebook page, and I went ahead and blurred her name out so that there's nothing attaching her name to this post. But a week before this incident happened, she posted this picture of a dead bird on a back porch with the caption, "Hello, Lee Summit Police. I'd like to report a mass homicide. There are not 1, not 2, but 3 dead birds on the back patio of this house I just showed. Send help."
Oh my God. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I'd like to report a mass homicide. There are not 1, not 2, but 3 dead birds on the back patio of this house I just showed. Send help.
Why is this post wiped from the internet, ladies and gentlemen? Why can't we find this post? Why can we not find this post, ladies and gentlemen? Again, it's said to be a sister. It is up top here. They got it blurred out or wiped out in general, her name. But it says, "Hello, Lee Summit Police. I'd like to report a mass homicide. There's not 1, not 2, but 3 dead birds on the back patio of this house I just showed. Send help. Hashtag realtor life." He said, all right, maybe it took a minute for family to find them. They had to be incapacitated. It stinks of foul play, Just Joe says. Just wondering is 100% involved. Or JW, I see you're talking about. Okay. So JW, yeah, we can go by Jay. Jay, what's going on, Jay? Could there be an underground gas leak there or something, Sonny Cat asked? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that would have been reported by now, though. And a lot of questions would be answered if that was the case. I reckon says if their keys, wallet, phones, etc. were inside and they were locked out, going to their cars would be pointless. Doesn't explain why they didn't go to a neighbor or break a window to get in. Bing bang. Agreed. This is insane, though. This whole bird incident. Listen to this whole part again. This is weird.
But it does seem like one of the most plausible theories. And this is so bizarre, but somebody sent this to me. This is a screenshot from Jordan's sister's Facebook page, and I went ahead and blurred her name out so that there's nothing attaching her name to this post. But a week before this incident happened, she posted this picture of a dead bird on a back porch with the caption, "Hello, Lee Summit Police. I'd like to report a mass homicide. There are not 1, not 2, but 3 dead birds on the back patio of this house I just showed. Send help. Hashtag realtor life."
So, I don't know. When you hear that, and I was never able to find this post. I've been looking for this post. I think Dee said she found it, but it's wiped from the internet now. Definitely can't see it on the internet. I don't know. This is a brain fart for me. But again, we will be on tomorrow. We will be on tomorrow with a Kansas City sheriff on with us. So you'll see that. You said the bird thing is proper weird, no doubt. What the fuck is really going on? And that crazy. You said, and that's crazy that this post can't be found. Oh my God, this is crazy shit. It is. I've never been able to find this post. I swear Delana says she did. Pretty sure Delana says she found this. Looking into the bird business. All right, so it's said to be found on JW's sister's page. So on Jordan's sister's page, I guess she had posted this, but how would he have caught the birds? I don't know. That's a good question. It's a good question for sure. Okay, folks. It's been 5 hours. I'm going to wrap it up. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate everybody who was a part of this stream. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you continue to share this story. We are not done here yet. I will be back on here today, maybe for longer than I was on tonight. Again, I appreciate everybody who called in, everybody in the comments, everybody in chat. I'll be in Discord. I'm about to go watch some Paranormal Caught on Camera and dig around on my phone on this case a little bit, see what else I can't find through the family members, etc. See what the chatter is going on out there. So lock in. If you want to become part of that, make sure you head over there. Make sure you subscribe to the second channel. We had an intense session over there the other night, and we need to actually do another one. That session from the other night was super intense. And now that I'm thinking about it, or it was a dead bird, 2 pounds of fent. What kind of crap was that? I don't know. There was some wild stuff on that last one we did. Thank you, Riley. I appreciate you. Thank you, Macy. Shout out to Lori P, Macy, I'm sorry, Candy Rapper, aka Valdis in the building, Mr. Coffee, Positivity Hub. Love the name, by the way. Love the positivity, love and light all day long. Shout out to everybody, though. Shout out to everybody. You know how we end it, though, right? We always end it love and light. We always end it with love and light. Who would wipe this post from the internet? Jordan said, I guess. I don't know. The post is weird. It's mighty weird. It definitely is. The post is super weird. The post is super weird. But you know how we end it.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is
choices, standing up for the families that took a loss. It's something that we find important. Rep game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victims to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. fell Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get Mel calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice.
Hustle. Hustle, grind, get it, shine, survival of the fittest. Not everybody gon' make it.
Survival of the fittest, yeah, you know that we are with it when we come up with the chopper down your block. Taking everything out in our way, cause you know that we'll never be stopped. I'ma keep on pushing till we rise up to the top. finish it, you know that we are with it. When we come up with the chopper, then you block. Taking everything out in our way, cause you know that we'll never be stopped. I'ma keep on pushing till we rise up to the top. Every day is a hustle, the clock never stops. Time is money and nothing is free. So if you try to play me, then I run up in your spot.
Ace in my plum, bass on bum. All we do is stun, y'all just chumps. Like Pimp C, we gon' pull bug. Like 3-6, we gon' take the club up. Better enough if you buck, bitch, you know with the mob. We some real motherfuckers, y'all ain't nothing but some frauds. Put no trust up in the buster or abroad. And no thing they have, I hope it's pull your card. Used to sell a little weed about the yard. Used to sell a little crack up on my mother boulevard. Used to fight on motherfuckers cause I hardly ever had a fucking dollar till my neighbor about to eat and had to starve. And the shit sucked, but I ain't never give up. Got big nuts and keep a fit tough. In case the karma come knocking, get a bitch slugs. Little bitch, what? Cheap from the get-go. Always known that would never be rewards if it never take a risk though. And keep you focused on your order, you'll be in control, but the shit get low. Speed with the tempo, big up and strong, and I never plan to stop, I got to get more. They say the goals never follow, keep your battles, try to hold it, keep your pedals on the get up when the wind blows.
Survival of the fittest, yeah, you know that we are with it. When we come up with the chopper, down your block. Taking everything out in our way, cause you know that we'll never be stopped. I'ma keep on pushing till we rise up to the top. Every day is a hustle, the clock never stops. Time is money and nothing is free, so if you try to play me, then I'll run up in your spot. Survival of the fittest, yeah, you know that we are with it. When we come up with the chopper, down your block. Taking everything out in our way, cause you know that we'll never be stopped. I'ma keep on pushing till we rise up to the top. Every day is a hustle, the clock never stops. Time is money and nothing is free, so if you try to play me, then I'll run up in your spot.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.